We'll start day 2 of the hearings, and everyone that was here yesterday and heard my opening probably okay. I don't need to repeat that. So I think we are starting a bit early today just to finish yesterday's matters relating to the Blue Haven commercial submissions, and also the council's presentation and questions from us about the strategic directions chapter. So before we get underway, I'd just like to read into the record that we have read the Forest and Birds submission that was provided by Mr. Kay, and I have no further questions of him. So this I was going to let him know that. So having said that, welcome everyone, and the ball is with you, Mr. Whenua. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I start on my legal submissions, I wonder if I might touch on one of the matters that was directed through questionings to Mr. Brophy with respect to a suggestion of a possible approach of setting an indecision relating to the strategy part of the plan, as I understand it. I just wanted to comment on that from my perspective legally in terms of how I would see that playing out.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. For my part, legally, I don't consider that in this instance with this plan that would be appropriate. Whilst I understand it had a place with both the Christchurch plan and the Auckland plan, in my submission, the legal background to both those two plans was quite different than in this case. And also the nature of the complexity of the plan, the number of submitters, the sophistication of those submitters with a extensive use of legal counsel and expert planners meant that the approach of the panel towards using mediation, expert caucusing, a collaborative approach that was iterated throughout the process over a number of years worked very effectively, but it also meant there were complexity that an interim guidance type approach with decisions was appropriate. In this case, in my submission, when I look over the submissions that have been made, one thing that I was struck by, even in comparison to smaller districts such as Taupo or Tauranga, was the lack of submissions, or the submissions that were made without legal counsel. And my concern would be that taking this approach now would affect the opportunities of submitters that perhaps have not made submissions on the strategic chapter of the plan, and the panel ensuring that their voice has been appropriately heard in terms of how the strategic plan chapter is suggested as it's drafted to be such a apex of the plan that flows down to what is effectively, as the plan sets out, lower order chapters in terms of hierarchy. So I just have some concerns, sir, that the panel may be faced with some issues of natural justice or due process with submitters that haven't made submissions on this part of the plan. And I would just consider that the ability of this panel to address this plan comprehensively along the way would be easier to do than in the context of the Christchurch plan or the Auckland plan.
Okay, thank you for those submissions. Just for clarity, as I said to Mr. Brophy yesterday, we have provided in the hearings procedures an opportunity to prepare its interim guidance. I think you used the word interim decision at the start. We certainly won't be doing that because that's not possible, because that would mean we'd have possible appeal processes running on part of the plan, which would not be appropriate. So I agree with you there. So look, we'll take that on board. We'll make a decision as a panel after we hear the submissions on the strategic directions, whether we will issue some interim guidance. And yes, so that's why I've been asking all the submitters their view. So I've noted that Mr. Brophy certainly thought that might be helpful, and other parties have, but part of your client will take your views on board when we make a call about whether to issue interim guidance or not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In terms of my submissions, now that you've heard from the experts, I wonder if I could jump through my submissions to probably the parts that are the focal point of the evidence that was given, which really comes down to from paragraph 15 and looking at Blue Haven's submission.
Just let me find those submissions. Yes, paragraph 15 would be a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I've covered the aspects of the higher order documents that in my submission are important for the panel in looking at the strategic direction in terms of urban form. Whilst it would be usual to have a high focus on the regional policy statement, I do note that in this instance, the RPS was enacted 2010, I believe. And so in that regard, it is very broad and it doesn't have a more granular regulatory approach that you would see in other RPSs where there is a strong urban growth direction, such as say Auckland or Hamilton or Tauranga. So there is a broad couple of policies that I noted, but in my submission, the NIPSID coming in place in 2020 has a much stronger directional approach in terms of a higher order document that in my submission is more relevant in the context of being more pertinent to the issues facing New Plymouth and other urban cities. So in that regard, you will note that through my submissions and through the evidence of Mr. Brophy, there has been a strong focus on the NIPSID, and I think in other planners that I've read their planning evidence as well. With respect to the directional strategy matters that have been submitted on by Blue Haven, they are primarily 16, 17 and 18, which I've set out in D, but there was also 13, which I have omitted from there. And I did want to comment on 13 because in my submission, it's perplexing to me as to why the council has not adopted the submission of Blue Haven in this respect, given that it was notified prior to NIPSID, and the wording in UFD 13.8, which references industrial and not business, in my submission is inconsistent with the approach in the NIPSID, which focuses on business land. So in my submission, it makes complete sense to change the word industrial to business. And in fact, the focus in that wording of 13.8 just to industrial, it was an anomaly even before NIPSID came out, but it certainly is the case now. And that's the general approach that I would say Blue Haven's submissions were even prior to NIPSID. And in fact, it was heartening to see that the National Policy Statement, in fact, supported the approach that Blue Haven had to the proposed plan even before it was enacted, because the submissions thrust around removing the word industrial and focusing more on business capacity was in recognition to changing trends within the market, that there is more of a blurred boundary of what is industrial land and commercial land, with industrial now becoming more business focused centres with things, for example, such as support services, childcare centres, gyms, food eateries, such that there is not a lot of transportation travel out of those industrial areas when families or workers go to those areas, that in fact it provides all of those complementary services within industrial areas. And similarly, the concern around centres is that centres provide a network of support and services for the communities that they sit within. And I think that's where there is a difference of approach, where there is a lot of commonalities in my submissions of property economics and Mr. Thompson's evidence. And overnight we submitted from Inside Economics, Mr. Cosgrave's evidence that was presented with the land use consent, that it's the nuances of different centres, and the functions that they hold, that I don't believe that Blue Haven is trying in any way to detract from the importance of the city centre, but what they are saying is that centres have a more dynamic place without the traditional hierarchy that the CBD plays to then restrict other centres in terms of meeting needs of the communities that they are within. And that too, yes.
Can I just interrupt about the, so thank you for forwarding that report.
Yes.
I've read it this morning and I note this one point, I just need to go back and check the record, but I thought that Mr. York had talked about a 200 million GDP per annum benefit to the region from the development. I see it's 125, so I wrote down 200, but we'll just have to, I think 125 is what the report actually says. So I don't know whether my reflection is right, but I'll just check on that.
I think that's right. If Mr. York is online, I do believe there's been revised figures, but Mr. York could comment on that.
Yeah,
is that possible?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Kia ora, everyone, and good to see you all again this morning. It's a $200 million investment into the development itself, but the annual generation is the 125, which is what I talked about yesterday.
Thanks for that clarification. Yeah,
no problem.
So moving on to where there is the difference of the economists' opinions, what I have said in my submissions is that it appeared from the evidence that there's been significant shift away from the effects-based operative plan to a regulatory approach to restrict other centres or outside of the CBD developments with a hierarchical approach. And in my submission, that impact that they are suggesting is an adverse effect, and I've outlined that at paragraph 23, what's stated in the section 42A report, is that I would expect that there should be a strong correlation in terms of evidence to show that there's a causal link of the bleed or changes to the CBD to the development outside the CBD. And in my submission, I don't read the reports from property economics to show that causal nexus. Whilst I accept that there is some reference to changes, and those dynamic changes have been attributed to a number of factors, those factors include quite wide-ranging external factors such as e-tailing, LFR, and general trends and changes of behaviour, which the property economics report does acknowledge is a very dynamic area. And the other aspect of that property economics report is it appears to have a very strong focus on retail without a very strong analysis on offices and the changing trends in the office sector. And whilst I note that the property economics report does cover the COVID-19 response, it does appear to be very backwards focus and analysing the data between 2019 and 20 and what that did. And whilst that is interesting, in terms of your panel's decision making, it is very much forward looking, and it's about the trends of what can expect to arise out of those changes in behaviour. That if you look at the analysis, and a lot of it is international, and that's given that the effects of COVID have been more dramatic overseas. But in my submission, it would be fair to say that it would be appropriate for the panel to be considering those trends and looking at what is appropriate here in a future-looking manner, that all of the data, and indeed Property Economics Report highlights it itself, that it's not that these trends or changes in behaviour weren't occurring anyway, but that COVID-19 and the pandemic has accelerated those trends, such that it is a very dynamic, changing nature of how people are responding to CBDs and what communities want from within their own communities, with a trend towards more work from home, more flexible office spaces, and differences in retail spending and how they spend. And that makes your job very difficult. And I did note in my submission that I believe that this is the first, what I would call a decent sized city that's addressing how centres are going to be addressed in a district plan post COVID-19. And so your task is not an easy one in terms of trying to predict how centres around New Plymouth should be shaped looking forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we'll agree it's an interesting time, and certainly our job as decision makers is never easy, but certainly helped by the evidence. And that's why I think, referring back to your paragraph 18, Ms. Barrett-Casino, I asked Mr. Thompson to present some evidence about what I think you call the waxing and waning of centres. And again, I think you'll agree, or a question from that is, are you proposing to lead evidence yourself later on about these issues? I know you're quite critical that, in your opinion, the council hasn't provided what you think we need. I also think you say in your submissions that it's a level playing field in terms of evidence. And it's not as though, if there's changes required, it needs to be based on evidence. So, yeah, so just a comment there, and just a question about, are you expecting to be leading more substantive evidence further on in the hearings?
Yes, sir, we are. To be fair, the strategy one, chapter 1, I think was sort of thrust quite quickly on Mr. Thompson in terms of involvement, and he was caught up in an environment court case. And I think his evidence was very much, cursory in nature, given the short time frame that he had. Having said that, Mr. York and Mr. Herring are very experienced in retail, and I know Mr. York was actively involved in the Hamilton City Council with the base and through the various appeals through that process, and similarly with Tauranga and with Wairake, all of which have had these issues and waxing and waning, if you like, through centre-based plans having to be considered. Mr. York has vacated his morning commitments to be online this morning because he did feel that he would like to speak to the committee around some of those experiences that he's had with both those processes. So he could speak today. Similarly, he could also present through a written evidence and file that, if you would like it as part of the chapter 1, it was intended that we would provide much more comprehensive evidence through the zoning part of the hearing. But if the panel is going to head down an interim guidance approach, then that obviously changes the playing field in terms of when that evidence should be submitted, if an interim guidance is going to occur that may shape how zoning is considered later.
Just for, do you think it would be helpful? Certainly asked. We've certainly asked Mr. Thompson to present expert evidence on those matters.
How long does, I'm just conscious of time, we get ourselves a half an hour to sort of finish this case.
So look, I don't think we've got time to hear from Mr. York today on that. But
Mr. York, I'm just saying that Mr. York has changed his, how long does Mr. York anticipate he might need to talk to us if he wants to? Because I want to respect the fact that he's changed his plans.
If somebody could unmute him, perhaps he could, there we are.
5 minutes, that's all it takes.
Let's hear from you now, Mr. York, then if you've got some pearls to share.
Cool. Thank you, and appreciate the time. I think it's useful to understand the story of how Hamilton has evolved. So in Hamilton, in the late 1990s, there were two centres of note. There was obviously the Kiwi income property in town, and also what was effectively known as Chartwell, which was on the eastern side of Hamilton. Through my involvement as head of property for Tainui Group, we established the base, and it started in 2004. It is fair to say, and I can actually follow up with some evidence, that the CBD was in decline well before 2004. And so the pedestrian and foot counts were in decline, and largely as a result of a lack of investment by either absentee landlords or managers that were just sweating the asset and therefore didn't require any investment because there weren't any competitive pressures to do so. Through the development of the base itself, there was I suppose I'd call it the henny penny approach, and the sky would fall down. That didn't occur with the Hamilton CBD at all. In fact, what it did, which is completely consistent with Mr. Thompson, is there was considerable reinvestment by Kiwi Income into Centre Place, the CBD environment, and also Westfield and Chartwell, who owned Chartwell at the time. In addition to that, and subsequent to the base operating for over 10 years now, going on 15 years now, what you have seen is a reset in the Hamilton CBD environment, to the extent you have seen numerous office developments occur, which is consistent with Mrs. Barry Pacino, and they include the Genesis office, the Regional Council, New Zealand Blood, ACC, AA, Rabobank, the Tupapa development, and a number of lawyer firms having redeveloped their own office space. That complete turnaround is inconsistent with some of the suggested negativity by investment in a centre outside the CBD will have an impact, a negative impact to the CBD. So you've seen in Hamilton specifically, which has some comparable nature to New Plymouth, that occur. I also agree with Mr. Thompson is that Tauranga is a bit different because of the unique physical constraints. It operates in about 3 or 4 different peninsulas, and it's also had the aggregation of the Mount and Tauranga historically joined together, and it operates differently. But the network of centres is absolutely the approach that Tauranga City Council has taken to take the city forward in terms of its future direction around urban development.
Thank you, Mr. York. You finished, because I do have a question about Hamilton versus New Plymouth. So should I give you that now? Is that
sure?
Yeah. So do you think that the halo effect Hamilton enjoys, I suppose, from the wider Auckland, Northern New Zealand growth cells is comparable to the Taranaki situation?
Not the same extent as Hamilton, but nonetheless, it did have a benefit by causing competitive pressure to allow reinvestment in the CBD.
Okay. So look, I think it's we'll best push on if it's okay. And certainly, Ms. Pacino, any evidential information that we could have on that would be very, very helpful. Just if they could come in to us over the next week or so, that would be really appreciated from Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sir. We're certainly going to do that for Mr. Thompson and perhaps from Mr. York as well, because I know that there was a lot of sort of verbal evidence yesterday given by Mr. York, and I think it would be helpful to be put into writing.
Thank you.
So
you were at paragraph 23, sorry to butt in, but the first sentence of paragraph 23, I couldn't quite get the gist of. So could you?
Yes.
Can you just take us through that?
So what I have put there is that the Section 42A report has relied, in terms of the centre's hierarchy approach, that approach has been taken, it appears, on the basis that its justification is to protect it, and it's to protect it from bleeding out sides. So the hierarchy approach, and I think it was important to discuss that in the context of yesterday's discussion, is that when you were asking what is the difference, is it semantics between networks and hierarchy, is that the hierarchy isn't just an enablement or a recognition of the CBD for its cultural or civic facilities that differentiate it, perhaps in terms of its public importance, but it's also about a hierarchy that allows it to regulate every other centre to protect it. And the justification for that in the Section 42A report, what I've gleaned from what's set out there, is it's relying on the key findings in the property economics report that refers to the retail activity bleeding out from the core of the centre city, and that it's in decline in terms of vacancies. So if you were looking at a hierarchy, it appears that a strong focus of the rationale before the hierarchy relates to a threat outside, and that the justification for the hierarchy is about keeping everyone else down, if you like. And that's where, in my submission, there is a key difference in the planning evidence that I think Mr. Brophy is saying, whilst he accepts that there may be appropriateness of objectives and policies to recognise within some form of network / hierarchy, and that's where I don't want to focus on that part of the semantics, but it is, let's recognise the CBD for its importance as the place where it is the cultural hub, it is the civic precinct, and it has an important part in any city in that regard, and that includes having complementary retail and offices, obviously being a key focus of a CBD. But the justification for that then changing a regulatory approach to all other centres is where the differences in planning opinion lies, in my impression of the different evidence. And that's the difference of, is the hierarchy approach an enabling one, or is it a regulatory one to quash development of any other centres? Shall I carry it? Sorry, I was just checking that if I move on from that, that's where I have put in my submissions that I don't consider that there is the extent of evidence to show that there's a justification for an appropriate regulation of other centres, that is justified in the context that any decline in the CBD has been as a result of any other retail development. And in my submission, the planning economics report does actually acknowledge that there is a number of factors there. And I think Mr. Thompson touched yesterday that although there was a negative effect of LFRs in the 90s, that there has been a readjustment, if you like, of CBDs that has occurred over the last few years, where they have then readjusted and pivoted to be more responsive to what communities' needs are. And that's consistent with what has been said by Mr. York, that it has led to CBDs being reinvested and a reinventing of itself to cater to other needs than just retail. So if I look at the rest of my submissions, where I come at paragraph 35, what I focused on there is, again, that the UFD 16, 17 and 18, and I'd also just add in there 13, is that the primary difference is between Blue Haven and the Section 42A report is the focus on the word hierarchy as opposed to network. The other key aspect is that Blue Haven seeks to have itself recognised as a sub-regional centre. And the reason for that is, as noted by Blue Haven yesterday, is that this has been a significant investment for them over a long period of time. It will, whether the council likes it or not, will provide an important part of the centres within New Plymouth. So the question really comes down to, for the panel, what is the most appropriate zoning and recognition of the site? And in my submission, it's an anomaly to suggest it should sit there with an industrial zoning. It fails to recognise the land use consents that are in place. It fails to recognise the importance of the investment and the resource that this provides to the district. And I think there was a touching on yesterday through questions to Mr. Brophy around, and Mr. Thompson actually more particularly, around what would the difference of a zoning do as opposed to could it just sit there and enjoy the land use consent and what is enabled through that land use consent. And I would just like to elaborate on that further, just in terms of anecdotally my experience with clients with shopping centre type land use consents, is that there very much is a change of needs of tenants going in, where they might say, for example, I want to have this amount of LFR, I want to juggle it this way. There's also changing trends that is, you could immediately note that the hotel and the cinema and what that might look like post-COVID in terms of needs may come out quite differently. You know, the international trend of cinemas is, the word on the street is, it is the end of cinema complexes as we know them. What that may turn out like over the next 2 years while tenancies are being sought by my client is hard to say, but it may well mean that variations to the land use consent will be needed. Now, in my submission, it would be both inappropriate and a complete lack of efficient planning for them to have to seek a non-complying, even though it would be treated as discretionary as a variation. I think given the experience they had through an RDA process to be treated as a non-complying activity, they will very much be treated as a non-complying activity in the nature of being contrary to objectives and policies. And that will mean it'll be a very difficult process indeed for even the slightest change to their land use consent. And in my submission, that is not efficient planning, and it is not consistent with NIPSID, which focuses on councils being responsive, and actually about enabling. And that was another question that came through yesterday was, does the NIPSID, does the land use consent in and of itself address NIPSID in terms of capacity? And I did look over that last night and look at that, and I don't, in my submission, think it does, because there is an expectation that development is plan enabled and supported, and that is a expectation. I think it's 3.3. I'd have to pull it up, and I'm sorry, I've got you on screen and documents on the other, but I believe it's around 3.3, that there's an expectation that capacity by city councils is provided through plans. And I think that that would be an expectation that this land use consent is recognised through the plan.
Yes, Ms. Barry Piscino, you're correct. It is 3.3 clause 2, and I was the one that asked that question, so thank you for responding.
Thank you. So that I think sums up my submissions. Really, I don't think there's too much more I can add that isn't set out in my written submissions, and I don't want to just repeat them here. I know you've got a busy day ahead, and I'll probably just take any questions that you have.
Ms. Barry Piscino. Mr. Coffin has a question.
Thank you. I think I'm a little bit more informed than I was yesterday. I think I mentioned it yesterday. One of the benefits we have is that we've seen the zone descriptions that the council has in the proposed plan. We've received a section 42A report in the evidence, and in respect of the submissions from Blue Haven, it was we don't currently have the strategic direction, the evidence in hand with the zone evidence. So that's a matter of timing. So it was difficult to engage yesterday, and I wanted to try and get to the nub of it. And I think you described it well, and I just want to make sure that I've heard you correctly. Blue Haven's key concerns was around the hierarchy approach and your preference for a network of centres and a sub-regional centre not yet defined, I think, as well as an appropriate zone for Blue Haven for the current, which reflects the current consent, and also potentially dynamic future uses, knowing there's going to be changes in the mix of commercial business area. Is that a fair bullet point summary of where we've got to at the moment?
Yes, it is. And I just want to note there, Mr. Coffin, that with regard to the LFR zone, it is also noticed that that has no recognition within the centres approach. And in my submission, that's appropriate in that I think centres, or the intention of the word, is a more holistic servicing to communities than just a direct retail composite than an LFR zone, which is usually a particular trip demand where you go and, pick up something from, I'm trying to think, sort of furniture or televisions or LFRs. It's not the same as a centre.
Right, the potential combination of different types of facilities and or services and or retail commercial mix that you here to expect not only soon but necessarily in the future. So that was helpful, thank you.
John?
Yeah. These might be things that Mr. Brophy can jump in as well, if you like, Kate. Have you been involved in any other district plans that have had to proceed under the National Planning Standard?
I was just involved with the Waikato District Plan process.
Okay. So
that had NIPSID coming through, and as previously noted by the commissioners, that Waikato and Hamilton has a different dynamic with Auckland sort of breathing down its neck from the north. So it's sort of catering across jurisdictional boundaries. So Waikato District has quite a hard time of it coming from Hamilton and Auckland on both sides.
The National Planning Standard.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you very well. Sorry, the National Planning Standards. No, with respect to this seeking the sub-regional, I have not come across somebody seeking a sub-regional centre under the National Planning Standards before, no.
Well, I want to come to that. The mandatory direction for this plan is that if the following matters are to be addressed, and we're talking now in section 7 of the planning standard, so it is an optional requirement for this council to include strategic directions. Do you understand that?
Yes. Yes.
They don't have to include these things. The only one they are mandatorily required to include relate to an urban form and development. So as I read part 7 of the standard, the strategic direction for a district plan must set out the key strategic or significant resource management matters for the district. So the starting point here is the council's original section 32 assessment, where it identified some failings with the operative plan, and then it chose to identify issues in 4 different topics.
Yes.
Now, we've had a lot of other submitters come along, much like your clients, and say, well, there's all these other really important things that are relevant. They might have a link back to section 6. They might be part of the NPSUD. And we think that you've got to front load all of those into your strategic objectives chapter. But do you accept, though, that the contents of that chapter are really at the discretion of the council based on its analysis of the issues that it believes are confronting the district, not what all of those other people say are important generally?
I would accept that. The submission of Blue Haven would then be that it's not a key issue with respect to seeking a centres hierarchy on the justification that there needs to be a constraint of other centres to protect the CBD.
That's where I'm going. That's a slightly different issue, because, as you know, as the promoting local authority, putting up an issue that it's identified must obviously be based on evidence. And I think where the challenge that your client faces here or is taking here is that it doesn't accept that council's identification of a centres-based approach for the New Plymouth district is appropriate on the basis of the evidence. That's it, isn't it?
That's it, yes. And the other aspect around the issues, I suppose, is the more nuanced one, that if there is to be a obligation for a strategic direction relating to urban matters, that the focus should be on NPSID, which is in a broader sense than the narrow focus to which this council has taken.
Well, I don't know if I'll agree with you on that. I mean, NPSID, it's a horrible acronym, I must say. Thank you for coining it, though. NPSID doesn't say that you have to put the important things that that policy statement requires into your strategic issues chapter. It simply says that they need to be given effect to by the district plan. So you accept that it would be within the power of the council to say, yes, those are very important things, and to the extent that they cross over with issues that we've identified for the district, then we'll put them in our strategic directions chapter. But otherwise, we'll give effect to them within a different format within the district plan in terms of the way we zone land and enable things to occur within those zones.
I would accept that. I think the problem is that the way the strategic plan has been written is that I think there's a stated intent, which I quoted in my submissions, is that it was to guide everything that followed. So there was a suggestion that the strategic chapter was to provide the guidance for how all other chapters would fall. So the problem, I think, starts from the very outset, that the strategic chapter as drafted has wording that suggests that everything else will cascade beneath that.
Well, I think that's exactly right, because otherwise it wouldn't really have any strategic role, would it? It would just be a chapter with some objectives that don't really relate down the lower order. I mean, isn't the critical issue that if we're going to accept that this centres-based approach is appropriate for the New Plymouth district, we've got to be satisfied on the evidence from the parties and from the council that it's appropriate for this district, and that there is an issue that a non-centres-based approach has given rise to, and that somehow needs to be addressed in this plan.
Yes, that's correct.
So just coming then to the proposed special zone, if we go to the National Planning Standard and we get down to the Zone Framework Standard, again, mandatory directions, You've got to use the zones listed in table 13. And if you look down the table 13 zones, we get down to all of the commercial zones. Just looking at what your clients proposed consent allows, it probably, I mean, it sort of fits within the notion of a metropolitan centre zone, but I don't think Plymouth's probably big enough to deal with that sort of nomenclature. So you end up then potentially with what you're suggesting is a special zone. And you can only create a special zone where the proposed land use activities or anticipated outcomes meet the following criteria: are significant to the district, are impracticable to be managed through another zone, and are impractical to be managed through a combination of spatial layers.
Yes.
So are we to take from the Blue Haven submission seeking the sub-regional zone that is intended to be a special zone that complies with that mandatory requirement of the standard?
Yes, and that's covered in the submission from Blue Haven that was filed.
Okay. And this, presumably, your client site would be the only site in the New Plymouth district to effectively have that sub-regional centre zone.
Yes.
Okay, I think those were the two matters I wanted to talk to. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, I'm going to be brief, Barry Casino, because the temptation to get involved in the submissions that you're going to lead and later hearings in relation to the zone. But I guess the important thing for this panel is to decide or to understand whether decisions that we might make in relation to the strategic chapter might preclude the relief that you are seeking down the road. And in particular, if the changes to UFD 13, 16, 17 and 18 relating to the use of the word business rather than industrial and the term network rather than hierarchy, if they weren't given effect to in our decisions, would that preclude the ultimate end game, the ultimate relief that you're seeking, which is the sub-regional zone?
I don't think it would preclude it, but I think the importance of a plan to be coherent and consistent sort of vertically and horizontally, it would lack a coherence that in my submission should be considered from chapter 1 throughout. And so therefore, whilst I don't think it would be a death blow to the zoning of a special purpose zone that is sought by Blue Haven, in my submission, the section 32A analysis that would be undertaken to justify the appropriateness of the zoning may be more difficult without some of the higher strategic thought around house centres and what they serve and their purpose, and business development generally in terms of urban capacity.
The classic section 32 dilemma, isn't it? I mean, the method that you're seeking, which is a zone, or provisions you're seeking, must give effect to the objectives that underpin the plan. Okay, that's useful. I'm going to leave it there. It's time.
Thank you, Ms. Barry Pacino. I don't have any further questions. And I'd like to thank you very much for your submissions and certainly your having benefit of the discussions yesterday. I think it's been quite a helpful timing matter. So even though we're a bit behind, I think it's actually been very, very useful to have that break. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And sir, just to clarify, Blue Haven will submit further evidence within the next week, which will effectively set out what Mr. York has said verbally, along with what Mr. Thompson said verbally, with any supporting documents or reports in relation to that evidence they gave.
Yes, and just be mindful that there is a potential that we will issue these interim some guidance. So just on a process point of view, we'll reserve the right to perhaps come back with some questions, but we'll do that in writing on that basis. So we've got the process there. So if it's coming in as evidence, we'll look at that, and if we have any questions or clarification, we'll do that in writing. Is that suitable?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Good. So I think we're now moving to the council, Ms. Edwards, and
Mr. Chair, can I just briefly dive in? There was one question from Commissioner McMahon about Southern Cross Hospital and the social infrastructure. I can provide a very brief coverage of that now, and then I'll be done. Yeah, if that's okay. Yes, so the question from Commissioner McMahon was the relevance of social infrastructure at a strategic objective level, and what is the efficiency and effectiveness in terms of the lower level policy. So I have reviewed the proposed plan, and in my view, there is some consistency there in all of the centre zones. Health and medical activities are listed as permitted activities, and they also have a strong objective framework around allowing activities which are compatible, and health and medical is listed there. So in my view, there is a direct correlation between that strategic objective and where it sits in the centre zones. And in terms of the social infrastructure point as well, it's also consistent with community corrections facilities, which is listed in the industrial zone. Whilst it's not a Southern Cross matter, it is included in the social infrastructure definition that we've suggested. So I guess that's the key point of difference in adding specifics around social infrastructure, whereas at the moment, major healthcare facility is the only reference to hospital, which then directs back to the special purpose zone.
That when you talk about health and medical activities being permitted activities in a variety of zones, are you talking about residential zones?
Centre zones,
Just centre zones.
just centres primarily, and that covers the city centre zone, town centre zone, and the local centre zone.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
thank you for your help, Mr. Brophy. I appreciate it.
Yes.
So, Ms. Edwards, as we discussed yesterday, I think it's appropriate to hear from Mr. Heath and because they're here, and we need to actually their evidence and response. But I think we'll park the general discussion with the staff until the end of the day, just for a timing matter. Is that suitable?
Yes, it's okay. So if it's okay with you, we'd like to call
thank you, just come up. Just for those that have arrived, we started a bit early today at 8:30, just to finish the matters from yesterday. And I will, when you come up for your turn, we weren't here yesterday, just acknowledge that, and I'll go through some procedural matters with each party. Mr. Heath, Mr. Oliver.
Morning. Morning, Commissioners. Just sending around a copy of a summary statement. My name is Philip Osborne. I'm an economic consultant for property economics, and have been involved in the residential assessment for New Plymouth. And obviously, I'm presenting at the on the strategic direction objectives that pertain to residential. Just leaving points, the first 3 points. The statement provides a summary of Appendix A. Now, I haven't attached that. It's rather extensive, but I can provide that. Basically, what it does is it provides in more detail some of the economic benefits, obviously, of compact or denser residential development. This has been fairly well debated at a national level.
Is that a document that we've been provided?
No, I haven't. I can email that to you. It's just more extensive. I've summarised the points within here.
All right.
So
The only documents we've sort of got from property economics are the ones that were given to us with the Section 42A report. Is Appendix A one of those documents?
No, it's not. What you have on the residential is the residential capacity assessment. That's one of those documents, and I'll be talking to that just briefly.
So we've also got your retail and commercial land assessment through 2021.
So that's what Mr. Heath will be addressing.
All right.
So your appendix A, that is part of your evidence,
That's correct.
but we haven't supplied it, so
It's a more fulsome description of some of these points.
right.
They're fairly sort of mundane points, as it were. Describe and detail some of the economic benefits that I've summarised here.
Are they coming in as, evidence as part of the council's case? Because normally from a process point of view, submitters would have an opportunity to have a look at that and respond in their own evidence. So I'm just thinking about who are the members there with on this one? Is this, have you seen appendix A?
Appendix A to, sorry,
Sorry,
to the.
this Osborne's telling us there's an
This is,
appendix
this is this here.
A. Yes,
No, no.
okay.
So appendix, so, apologies, is this the?
So what we've provided to council is the assessment of feasible development. This relates to feasible development in terms of the strategic directions, yes, in terms of the need for a more dense residential product and the economic benefits that follow that. That wasn't originally a report for the council, so it wasn't presented in the 42.
No.
So again, I do have some concerns, the fact that this evidence, which is essentially part of the council's 42A evidence, hasn't been supplied in advance on that timetable, and other parties would normally have a look at that and be able to respond in their own submission. So I think what we'll need to do is receive your evidence today and we'll ask some questions, acknowledge that it doesn't include some of your evidence. That will have to go on the council's website, and I'll make an order now that any party will need to use administrators, provide an opportunity for any other parties to respond, say within the end of, not this Friday, the Friday following, whatever that date is. So does anyone have that diary handy?
The 16th, I think.
Yes, well, the 16th of July. It's just a matter of process and fairness and natural justice.
Yes. I mean, a lot of the points I guess I'll be making also pertinent to the hearing as well.
Thank you. So please proceed.
So,
Thank you,
Chair, I'm just looking at your experience. What was I your lecturer at Masters of Planning Practice 2002?
Is that relevant?
Who was my student?
I was had James Lunday at the time as a as urban designer.
That's right.
Right, sorry about that, with that sort of hiccup.
It's understandable. From an economic perspective, I support the overall strategic direction and objectives pertaining to residential development to support market growth outlined in the proposed New Plymouth District Plan, including the district develops in a cohesive, compact and structured way. There is sufficient land available to meet short, medium and long-term housing demands for the district, and a variety of housing types, sizes and tenures are available across the district in quality living environments to meet the community's diverse social and economic housing needs. Residential development growth projections for New Plymouth have indicated growth in the district of approximately 10,000 dwellings over the next 30 years. When considering a development buffer as identified in the NPSUD, this figure rises to approximately 11,600 new homes over the long term. Residential zoning is a crucial tool in directing residential growth and development to achieve greater degrees of efficiency and certainty in terms of public and private investment. The level of flexibility and capacity indicated by zoning also impacts upon housing fundamentals such as choice and affordability. Residential zoning provides potential development options for the market, not only under existing conditions, but sets a direction for future growth. Housing is a fundamental contributor to the community's economic well-being. The provision of a compact urban form provides increased accessibility and efficiencies that contribute to the overall well-being. While providing sufficient land for residential development is a requirement under the NPSUD, it is generally identified as a fundamental contributor to affordability. Of interest there is that both regionally and at district level, New Plymouth and Taranaki are experiencing something similar to the rest of the country. I believe it's had about a 25% increase in the median house prices over the last year, and New Plymouth median prices are in excess of $600,000. Finally, the requirements for housing differ across locations, household structures, as well as socioeconomic circumstances. Providing for these requirements improve choice as well as development efficiencies within an economy. By development efficiencies there, I'm talking about the fact that something that Genga Ora talked about yesterday was the differing structure that's coming through in terms of housing demand. And a lot of that structure is for smaller properties that require less land and therefore are more land efficient than continuing to provide the same product. The economic benefits of providing for greater residential density in a more compact form in and around centres and transport networks include improved infrastructure efficiencies, improved centre vibrancy and vitality, lower housing prices, improved competitiveness leading to greater employment opportunities, improved housing choice, and improved land efficiencies. The efficient provision of residential capacity within New Plymouth clearly goes beyond the simple provision of additional land areas. An approach of providing ever-increasing additional land areas to meet future residential demand results in costs and inefficiencies that will impact the community's economic and overall well-being. While greenfield residential development is often easier and more profitable than redevelopment or infill, this does not mean that greenfield residential development will result in improved economic well-being for the community. While benefiting individual landowners, greenfield development is more likely to come at a cost to the community. There, I've just outlined a couple of changes in the proposed plan in terms of the general residential zone, which we've assessed the feasible development. Now, feasible development takes into account what's enabled under the plan, and then through the market indicators such as construction costs and the value of land once it's been subdivided, looks at what the market could potentially produce. An important part of that assessment, though, as well, is looking at the type of demand in a particular area and reconciling that demand to the capacity. There's obviously no point in saying that there's 200,000 apartments that are feasible under a plan and suggesting that all future demand is going to be met by those apartments. There needs to be some reconciliation in terms of the demand for product in this area. Importantly, the result of the council's plan, which is obviously something that we'll be discussing later in zoning hearings, is that still the vast majority of the feasible development is for standalone product. So it's still going to provide that choice. The proposed medium density zone allows for significantly greater development potential within the level of feasibility within the identified area, rising by over 1,500 residential units. It is important to note that the PDP still provides for the majority, as I said, of standalone product, with over 60% of future residential product expected to be standalone. When considering the propensity for residential development to occur at greater densities in and around centres, it is important to understand the relative competitiveness of these areas as development locations. New Plymouth provides for a significant level of residential capacity on the periphery of these centres. For this reason, the potential for more intensified development in and near these centres is dependent on land having a competitive advantage. The opportunity for intensified development requires two key components. Firstly, a degree of certainty in terms of what can be achieved and where. As opposed to requiring a consent for higher density development, the PDP clearly sets out the medium density provisions, including multi-unit development, within a geospatially defined zone. This provides greater certainty to the market and ultimately greater impetus for residential development in and around centres and transport networks. Additionally, the medium density zone proposed by council is likely to improve development feasibilities through provision for greater maximum site coverage. The economic benefits attributable to a more intensive residential development option illustrate the benefits of a compact urban form and the potential for New Plymouth to achieve this consolidation of activity. Additionally, this provides for further capacity, impacting upon New Plymouth's affordability and housing choice. The objectives identified above in the strategic directions chapter are likely to result in an improved position from an economic perspective for the community's wellbeing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osborne. I'll start with a couple of questions. Is your Appendix A in the form of evidence as well, or is it without seeing it?
It's really a discussion around those points of why there's improved efficiencies in terms of infrastructure, why house prices. One of the counter arguments here is that intensifying pushes the price of land up, for example. And there's a lag.
Sorry. Yeah. It wasn't my question.
In terms of the form,
yes.
it's simply really an underlying report sitting behind this.
And are you aware of the code of conduct that the Environment Court has required for the expert evidence that we have adopted?
Yes.
Is your evidence provided under that code?
This is, yes.
So it will be helpful for the future if you recall that in your evidence as the other experts. So I'm not sure whether you.
No, I apologise.
Yes, it's just we understand that there is expert evidence and there's other evidence. So
Absolutely.
just have to
Yes.
be clear. My primary question is about centres, and we've heard this morning, you've heard as well from Ms. Barry Pacino, and we heard yesterday that while, and this is in terms of this, the requested sub-regional centre at the old Ravensdown site, we've heard over the last 2 days that there is a consent in place which is very specific for a mix of activities, half LFR, half a range of other speciality shops, those sort of things. And we also heard that with the dynamics of retail centres and economics and waxing and waning that we heard, that mix may well change over time. Do you see the ability in that area, I'm not know whether you're familiar with it, for residential to be added to the mix of activities, given your understanding of economics and the MPS urban development? I won't use that terrible acronym. So question for you on that.
Within, I mean, there I guess there needs to be a baseline in terms of that. If it is in fact identified as a regional centre, I think that there is a need to provide for accessibility for residential activity. There's a need to support those centres through the ability to walk and so forth. So my evidence would suggest that higher density residential should be in and around identified centres.
You heard my questions of Mr. Brophy yesterday about the proximity of that development to other residential areas.
Yes, and I mean the fact that it's not recognised at the moment in terms of the zone does play into essentially what the council and what the community see as happening in that area. but accessibility to the retail and to the office jobs and to the jobs in general that are provided by that centre should be accompanied by a degree of residential intensity in and around the centre. Yes.
Right, I'll perhaps start to my right in terms of any other questions.
Just really one from me, Mr. Osborne. You departed from the evidence to talk about what feasible development is. I think you used the term, it's plan-enabled development. And I just wondered what's your understanding of what's plan-enabled? Is it activities that are permitted, or is it activities that also involve low-level consent?
So in terms of the assessment that's been undertaken, it is activities that are permitted. So there's a staged approach to assessing what is likely to result in terms of housing development in the market. The first phase of that is to assess what is permitted under the plan, what is essentially enabled under the plan. That isn't necessarily what the market obviously is going to provide in terms of typology and in terms of the site, the site numbers essentially. So the feasibility then picks up on construction costs, on earthworks, on all.
Yes, no, I understand that. You can stop there.
Sorry.
Do you understand that subdivision, for example, requires consents? There's very little, if any, to describe any permitted subdivision in the plan. So therefore, is that plan-enabled development?
I think in terms of what is allowed through the plan at the 450 square metres, that we look at a level of resistance in terms of the plan to what could actually happen.
Okay, I just make sure we're not talking across purposes. I mean, there's minimum standards for subdivision.
Yes.
They don't necessarily equate with permitted activities. The entry level for subdivision, correct me if I'm wrong, is at least controlled, if not higher.
It's under the option.
Yes, and in the proposed.
And the proposed, it's restricted.
Discretionary. So if you're equating plan-enabled, feasible development plan-enabled, and you're saying that plan-enabled is just permitted activities, then that's a very narrow band. Yes. Any changes that you've said based on that?
What we've done is we haven't actually assessed plan-enabled ourselves. That's what the council has done, and they've provided us what they believe is enabled under the plan. So we've then taken those numbers.
But that enablement might be through a combination of permitted activities and very low level consents.
And if it is, it's recognised in that assessment, and the costs are included in the market assessment following that.
Yeah. We can follow up.
Yes, that's fine. That's all for me.
Commissioner Coffin?
Just at 2.7, you said it's the last sentence. While benefiting individual landowners, Greenfield felt it's more likely to come at cost to the community. I was wondering if you could just look at what some of those costs when they might occur.
So the costs of dispersed, I guess, residential assessment is that a community can have less accessibility to jobs, less accessibility to amenity. There are often commensurate increase in infrastructure costs. And even if those, to a degree, I guess the argument about greenfield development is that often the developer meets those upfront development costs. The difficulty with that we're finding in many cities around New Zealand is that without that intensity in the existing areas, the ability to actually to replace infrastructure within that area is markedly impacted, because a lot of activity has left, a lot of the money that is going into development is spreading. And so we end up with a much larger infrastructure provision that is very difficult to actually afford in the long term. So it's around those efficiencies, it's around efficiency of land use as well, in terms of productive land, and what else those activities could take place on that land. We also talk about the costs of choice. Often with greenfield development, it's less likely to be an intensive product, and therefore you get less choice in the market. Typically, as you move further out from the amenities and the accessibility, you end up with first home buyers having to purchase those sorts of houses, have increased costs in trying to access jobs and again amenities that are necessary.
I was looking at 2.8, but it's more of a general question. It's just around this following this plan enabling. Obviously, we haven't seen the assessment, but we're interested to know whether your model is infrastructure enabled as well, or infrastructure really, and whether there was any particular difference between the two that we've seen. Should be wrong.
We in our assessment haven't reconciled the potential capacity in an area with the capacity for infrastructure in that area. Not in our model, no.
Just a follow-up question, just in terms of the figures you're using. Are you also looking at the potential scenarios where there's an oversupply, or just looking at the choice side, where you might have a number of potential dwellings equals the demand, but you actually may want to actually provide more choice, more supply, so people have more choice about deciding where they might go?
I think that's an important thing to consider. I mean, there's another step in assessing what the market is likely to produce, which is a realisation rate essentially, because there's a lot of motivations within property owners or landowners that may mean that they do not develop a property over either the life of the plan or in fact the long-term assessment of 30 years. So there's a lot in there, and also sites aren't necessarily always developed to capacity. Often developers would be happy with a 60% sort of development assessment as long as they make money because there's less risk. So I believe that there is a need to provide more than is likely to be demanded, and that also plays into, as you talk about, in terms of choice and often choice of location, the way that demand projections are done both through stats and other things, take into account how much capacity is in an area as well. And it may not take into account the fact that there's a high level of amenity and more people may want to actually live there than the assessment might take place. And having that margin of error, let's say, is quite important to provide that choice.
In your assessment, I'm asking about things that I haven't seen yet. Is there any identification of some of the key drivers, people's choice?
What we've looked at in terms of reconciling demand with supply is we've looked at historical trends. Okay. We've looked at historical trends by household structure, so couples, singles, that sort of thing, and we've also looked at the ability for the market to afford that particular product, whether they can afford a 4-bedroom house or their
demographic side and price point rather than psychographic.
Yes,
drivers of they might want to be close to schools, close to those kinds of things.
That's correct, yes. Usually that plays into that price a lot of the time in terms of that accessibility.
Okay. Hello, John.
Just on your evidence, I don't think anyone's really arguing that you shouldn't, the new Plymouth, have a compact urban form. So I don't think anyone's quarrelling with you about that. Your evidence to that extent really just supports the trickle down of that approach to the council's proposed zonings for future development and development areas. Is that how I see it?
That's essentially it. The benefits from that trickle down really support the overarching.
So to some extent, your evidence stands in the way of submitters on the edge of the city who have sought to rezone their land from low intensity or even rural to more intensive residential. We can waive your evidence and say, well, no, that would defeat a compact urban form analysis.
That's correct, yes.
And so does that mean that you're also satisfied with the provision on the edges of the city that the council have proposed for rezoning? Have you been involved in that actual analysis, how they've translated what the growth projections identify in terms of new greenfield land?
I have been involved in the assessment or seen the assessment of what that provides in terms of capacity.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But you haven't been asked by the council to answer the question, is this going to frustrate a compact urban form?
No.
In terms of the compact urban form, does that really give us any guidance on whether or not a centres versus a non-centres based approach in terms of the core retailing and commercial aspirations of this council are right, wrong, or whatever? I mean, we're obviously here referring to the Blue Haven site, which at the moment is part of the urban footprint of the city because it's an industrial site. So we're not offending a compactness principle. We're just discussing what the activity usages might be within that footprint, aren't we? Yes. Yeah. Yes. So do you see any threat to the compact urban form concept of that particular property being identified for what it is apparently going to be used for?
No, not, and that will depend on potentially if it is zoned such the accompanying residential provision in that area. As I said, I think if it is going to be identified as a centre, it needs to be accompanied by accessible residential product. And it needs to be applied at a level that is sufficient to keep that centre operating effectively.
But presumably that the ability for people to get to it was a key factor that influenced the owner of the land deciding that that was a good use for it. So looking at the zoning map, so there is no provision for greenfield residential zoning around it, as I see it. But if your evidence is that you say 2.9, considering the propensity for residential development to occur at greater densities in and around centres, is that a concern we ought to bear in mind? That, I mean, bear in mind that this plan doesn't propose upzoning any of that land for residential, but that could potentially in the future be a lead-in to some extent to increasing a residential catchment around it?
I think it could very well, yes. If it's identified as a regional centre, I mean, it's the second, technically, in terms of if you do have a hierarchy, it's the second largest centre in New Plymouth, and there will be a need and there will be significant pressure to provide residential development around that area, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a point of clarification, I see you wrong there. The activity status is actually controlled, it's not restricted discretionary.
It's not a permitted activity.
No, it's not.
It's a loading.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, I have just a supplementary question. So, and I'll keep it brief because your focus is on the objectives pertaining to residential development. And the key objectives, strategic objectives are UFD 13, 14, and 15. And form, efficient capacity, and housing types, typology. Have you addressed your mind to those objectives based on your evidence and the changes that have been recommended by the officers?
I believe I have, yes.
Have you also addressed your mind to some of the changes that have been requested by submitters such as Whenua to those objectives?
I'm aware of Whenua's submission, but I would hesitate to say that I'm fully familiar with it.
Yes, the reason I ask is that some of the changes that they have sought, particularly to 13 around compact form and 15 around housing types, have not been recommended for acceptance in the officer's report. Yet they pertain to some of the issues you talked about locating intensification around centres, around transport nodes, consistent with the growth strategy. Those sort of things are very, very easily redlined and available in Mr. Campbell's appendix 8 was evidence. It's difficult for me to ask you some questions on if you haven't
I can,
in any detail.
in terms of the direction that Ken or Laura, I think that potentially the diversion is, I would agree that greater density around centres is, from a purely economic point of view, is a better thing. So I would support their position that a greater provision of that around transport nodes and around centres is going to result in it's going to enable a better outcome.
Should that be explicit in the recorded objectives? Should it be more obvious? No.
It really comes down to how that planning, how it's read from a planning context, probably more than an economic one.
Maybe a question for planners at the time. Just finally on UFD 14, there's been quite a substantial change in approach away from specific numbers in terms of supply, to a more focus on having sufficient land available, and with the strategy that involves, and I don't know if this is any particular order, infill, undeveloped residential zones, and then the rezoned future urban areas. Is that the strategy that you support?
I think that is an appropriate strategy to provide for those essentially in that order. Yes.
And how will council's review of the housing business availability yield type analysis that they do every so often relate to that objective?
I think it needs to relate to often, unfortunately, greenfield is the first development to go. So you need to consider in terms of the capacity that your plan allows and how that's being adopted by the market. You need to realise that you need to provide choice, but at the same time, a lot of that, a particular component of that capacity is going to be taken up earlier than the others. So in terms of assessing that as that moves forward, there needs to be an increasing emphasis on that infill development and redevelopment in general, because as I say, that peripheral sort of greenfield almost development is going to be the first to be taken up generally.
Are you aware of any inherent priority in terms of the infill future, intensification, undeveloped land and future urban zone? Is that a priority order, or is that just a quirk of the listing?
Again, I would like to think it's a priority order. From an economic perspective, that is the priority that I would set out there. But again, probably a planning argument as to whether that is priority.
Okay, well, we'll seek those questions for the planners that are related. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, I've just provided a brief summary statement here. I just intend to skip through this more than anything. This summarised what it sort of canvassed in the summary of my wider report with just some additions. Additions are primarily around the submission of Blue Haven. This was written.
Can I just interrupt again? This, I presume, is expert evidence. Again, you're providing this as an expert.
Yes.
On behalf of the council's to a condition.
Yes.
Yes. I see, you have improved the code of conduct, but from a process order perspective, we haven't seen this. In our hearing procedures, we made it clear that we would be pre-reading expert evidence.
Yes.
And have an ability to ask proper and be prepared to ask proper questions. And the idea that you might supply us a statement of evidence and then skip through it when we're under some time pressure. I'm not.
So this isn't anything new. A new statement of evidence is more of the executive summary of my existing.
So where was your existing evidence? Was that in the reports that were furnished?
Yes.
June 2021.
Correct.
Yes. Look, I will take 10 o'clock, and I apologise to the other people that are here and behind. But I think we will take a 15-minute break. I'd like to confer with the commissioners about this natural justice process question, and we'll reconvene at 10:15 after a cup of tea. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Reconvene, please. Right, so we have thought about this issue of timing, and our decision is that Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath will ask you to stand down today.
Yep.
We will ask the hearing administrators to circulate your evidence in full, along with the Appendix A, which we haven't seen, and we'll provide an opportunity, and I'll need to do a minute about this, and perhaps the hearing administrators can get underway with that. We will provide the opportunity for any submitter to provide further evidence in relation to your 42A evidence, on the basis that this should have been circulated with the council's 42A reports, because it's expert evidence supporting the 42A reports. And that Ms. Edwards, we would like to reschedule talking to Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath. I think our next set of hearings are set for the week starting on the 19th around general provisions. Looks like we do have a spare day on the 20th. And we will again use the 20th for the council planners to come back to us with your formal response in writing on what you've heard in evidence that was provided for as a, but I think that will be efficient. And I think the way we'd like you to do that is if we have the evidence, any further evidence in by parties by midday on the 16th, we would ask for your written responses on all of the chapters, sections of the directions provisions, be with us. Just thinking about the reality of timing. Probably if you could just furnish them on the day, and just as long as we've got plenty of time, just for you to take us through them, and then we can answer questions. So I think
On the 20th.
On the 20th. Is that all right, commissioners?
Yeah, the focus on that will be whether there's any change or no change in the reasons for it. I mean, it doesn't need to be lengthy, but it needs to be quite clear where you've reached and why you've reached.
And that will assist us whether we make an interim guidance, and certainly assist us in the deliberations we need to make on this key chapter anyway. So is that clear to everyone? And I think just again, it's perhaps a bit of a learning for future reports, that there is expert evidence to be provided by the council, and it needs to come to the parties and us with the 42A reports. Otherwise, we get out of kilter with the natural justice fairness perspective. So apologies for that, gentlemen. We'll see you back here on the 20th. Look forward to it. Thank you. Heritage New Zealand, Mr. Raymond, you've been waiting patiently. Mr. Raymond here.
Tēnā katoa, hearing panel, me o te tangata whenua o Taranaki o Plymouth. Ko tāna ki te maunga e runa whaku mākau, no kamutu aho, o te reina whaku. So I have submitted evidence, of course. I don't have any other summary statements.
Yes, your evidence is quite brief, so it's suitable just to take us through any highlights that you might want to emphasise.
I think really the only thing I'd like to add or emphasise is in my evidence, paragraphs 12 and 13, talking about the submission of other parties about adding something like where practicable, or the kind of aura protect from inappropriate subdivision use and development. I feel I'm quite comfortable with the kind of aura addition. I think it would be appropriate to add the words where inappropriate in that clause. Regarding the other things, where practicable, as I pointed out in the evidence, there are other policy parts of the district plan. I've highlighted historic heritage policy 3 as including those exact words, and there's other policies that I've noted, like historic heritage policy 9 talks about appropriate alterations and additions. So I think there is those, in those parts of the plan, there are those sorts of clauses included. Yeah, I don't have any other things to add or emphasise, but any questions?
I was getting, Mark, thank you for your evidence, it's very clear. The only paragraph I had a note on was paragraph 12, where I had asked Mr. Raymond what he thought about Kamalaura's proposal to qualify the very sort of black protected proposition, and you've already answered that, so thank you for that.
That was my key question. Other than also just to note that your 25 correctly picked up the deletion. It was part of what Martin and the mining.
Yeah, in the council plan.
Council.
There is, I think, in the following hearing, general matters, there was this and/or question, and there was one example of it in these objectives, but I guess as a whole it will be considered in the next hearing.
Yeah, you replace all if we accept the argument, or maybe not, depending. It's supposed to be disjunctive or conjunctive.
So Mr. Raymond, just to clarify, you said that you are comfortable with the Kaikoura operation. So that relates to HC1 and HC2 in particular. And you're happy with the wording from section 6 to replicate that as the qualifier?
That's correct. Yeah, from inappropriate.
Yes.
Subdivisions.
Thank you. That's very clear.
Thank you. And I have no further questions and appreciate your attendance. Mr. Raymond, and we'll see you again in future hearings.
Yes, so anticipate appearing on Zoom for some of the things such as subdivision earthworks, and then the actual historic heritage hearings. There will be a number of people from New Zealand.
Look forward to it.
Yeah.
So certainly appreciate the involvement and you attending. We'll see you again.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Right, Federated Farmers are next. Mr. Cooper and Mr. Walker.
So, good morning, Commissioners. I haven't speculated anything, but I note, well, that's largely because this is a particularly substantive matter for us. So going forward, we'll certainly circulate material. We understand how important that is.
But I think it's fine if you're speaking to the submission in a hearing, but if you're putting extra evidence that needs to be pre-separated. So we're happy to receive verbal or a summary in terms of that. So are you a policy advisor?
Yeah, so my name's Henry Walker. I'm a senior policy advisor for Federated Farmers. I'm not here in an expert capacity. It is advocacy evidence.
Yes.
And I must register an apology for Mark Cooper. So he's our provincial president of Taranaki, and it would be usual to have an executive member with us. He just couldn't make it today, so I apologise for that.
That's fine. And were you here yesterday when we did our introduction?
Yeah.
And asked about conflicts and things, so you're comfortable. All right, over to you.
All right, so I'll just cut the chase a little bit. So we made limited submissions in support of the notified strategic directions and made further submissions proposing changes sought by several submitters. This statement focuses on the key issues raised in the section 42A recommendations, which relate to matters that we made opposing submissions on, and provides some contextual background about federated farmers, just to assist the panel with understanding why we engage in these district planning processes. So the statement will cover just a brief background about FEDS, some context about farming in the New Plymouth district, mention some of the relevant Taranaki Regional Policy Statement provisions, and provide a response to some of those 42A recommendations. So Federated Farmers is a voluntary pen sector member-based organisation that represents farmers and other rural businesses. We have an engaged and connected network of farmers working to make a positive impact to the businesses and communities of our members. We advocate for the best outcomes in policy and legislation for the rural sector, and as such have a keen interest in resource management planning processes. We work together to do better for the environment, our economy, and our own communities. We think long term to enhance solutions for issues that affect farmers now and in the future. We celebrate our farmers feeding families over the world, and we're focused on solutions that are practical and affordable. So our key strategic outcomes include the need for New Zealand to provide an economic and social environment within which our members may operate their businesses in a fair and flexible commercial environment. Our members' families and their staff have access to services essential to the needs of the rural community, and our members adopt responsible management and environmental practices. Farming does have a strong presence in the New Plymouth district and contributes significantly to the Taranaki region. Agriculture is a key land use in the district, with many people and communities relying on farming for their well-being. As an industry, it is the third highest contributor towards the region's GDP, contributing close to $1 billion in 2019. Food is something all people need, and our farmers take pride in providing sustainable, good quality food for our nation's tables and overseas markets. The importance of farming to the nation was highlighted in 2020 during the COVID pandemic, as we look to farmers to continue to provide us with food security as a nation and to earn overseas income when other industries could not. So we support the strategic objectives of UFD 23 and 24, which work in part to recognise the important values and contributions of the primary industry to the district. It is worth noting a number of non-RMA constraints which can affect primary production, including weather events, labour shortages, and poor access to technology, biosecurity incursions, market requirements, and market access. Food security will only become a more pressing issue as demand for good quality food increases with population growth. In light of these challenges, Federated Farmers seek a planning framework that adequately provides for existing and future primary productive activities. Whilst acknowledging it is due for review, Federated Farmers considers the strong policy support and direction for enabling primary production and striving to balance the four well-beings in the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement as remaining highly relevant to the proposed district planning. In introducing the Statement of Significant Management Issues, specific mention is made that in formulating the objectives, policies and methods and other provisions of the RPS, the Taranaki Regional Council has recognised that the fundamental purpose of the RPS is to achieve the purpose of the Act itself, which is to promote the sustainable management of the natural and physical resources of the region. The Council's stated intention in preparing the RPS is provided on page 21 as being to recognise the role of resource use and development, as well as protection in the Taranaki region, and their contribution to enabling people and communities to provide for the economic, social and cultural well-being, while at the same time ensuring that any adverse effects on the environment are avoided, remedied or mitigated. I've included the relevant objective and policies there, but they're a bit repetitive, and I guess the explanation of the policy is the most pertinent, I think. So with regards to that, the Council says that they've adopted Policy 1 to recognise the role of resource use and development in Taranaki and its contribution to the social, economic and cultural well-being of people and communities. Use and development of resources may be of regional and national importance, providing benefits to people and communities in Taranaki and to New Zealand as a whole. The use and development of resources must be undertaken in a way which promotes the sustainable management purpose of the Act. This will mean enabling people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural wellbeing and for their health and safety, while meeting the requirements of Section 2A, Section 5, 2A, B and C of the Act to meet the reasonable foreseeable needs of future generations, safeguard life support and capacity of resources, and avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects on the environment. By way of implementation, territorial authorities are encouraged under the use and development method to implement as appropriate all methods of the implementation that are listed under RPS. It's worth noting that the Federated Farmers' original submission was by and large very supportive of the planning response to the notified plan. I've never seen as many retainers read relief sought in a Fed submission before. In our view, the notified plan had done a pretty good job of getting the balance right between resource protection and resource use, and thus meeting those RPS directions. However, other submitters don't share that view, and when there are high bar absolutes like restore and protect included in the front part of the plan, there is concern that the implementations will be changed throughout this process and ultimately throw that balance out. The regional policy statement also provides some useful commentary with regards to using qualifiers. To quote on page 22, says the policies are statements of general course of action and working towards objectives. They may deal with resource use, development or protection or all of these. Some policies in the statement are broad in their application while others are narrow or specific. Some policies direct that actions be carried out in a certain way, while others do not. And some policies contain qualifiers, such as far as practicable. This reflects the nature of the issues being addressed, the efficiency and effectiveness of various policy options, and the overall cost, benefit, and practicalities of the action proposed. All policies and the related objectives and methods, read as a whole, are designed to promote the sustainable management of resources. It's just worth noting those qualifiers, as far as the RPS goes, those qualifiers do relate mostly to the natural environment section. So they apply to the natural features and natural characters, amenity values. Moving on to the response to the 42A recommendations. With regards to NE5, we made further submissions opposing the strengthening of that strategic direction to include the restore requirement. The key concern for this new direction relates more broadly to the strategic objectives themselves and the uncertainty as to whether they are meant to be aspirational goals or hard targets. As aspirational goals, they can be more readily supported. However, if the purpose is to set hard targets for the district, then the questions arise as to what restore means, who determines that, at whose cost and when. We are concerned that without a qualifier, the recommended change sets a strategic directive for the natural environment that cannot reasonably be achieved. With regards to the NE1, we were broadly supportive of the Department of Conservation's relief, which sought to explicitly include a strategic direction that related to the intrinsic values of ecosystems and sought to have the outstanding natural features and landscapes in the district protected and enhanced. Our support did seek the inclusion of a qualifier on the basis that would more appropriately reflect RMA responsibilities. And then the report writer has recommended incorporating the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai into that new strategic direction, which we think is inappropriate in the broader natural environment context. We agree with the report writer who identifies at paragraph 88 that territorial authorities have a place in implementing the concept. Section 3.54 of the National Policies with NPS-FM directs that as part of the integrated management approach. However, as referenced in paragraph 88, the focus of that section is on avoiding, remedying or mitigating adverse effects of urban development on the health and well-being of water bodies, freshwater ecosystems and receiving environments. Section 3.54 does not open up scope to apply the concept across all management of natural resources. In our view, any introduction of the concept should be included as a subset in the under the urban form and development strategic direction, or at least sufficiently narrow to better meet the explicit direction in the NPS-FM. With regards to changes to the strategic directive TW8, the only concern that we have is regards to the TW8A, which includes an explicit reference for Tangata Whenua to have shared responsibility for making decisions. Our concerns are primarily related to the implementation methods, as it is not clear how the strategic direction would be implemented and to what extent. At this stage, it is difficult to determine the impact of such directions on our members, and so we remain interested as this matter progresses. So just to conclude, we are seeking a planning framework that enables the ongoing operation and continued growth of New Plymouth's primary productive sector to supply local, regional and national food demands. There is a fundamental need to support the long-term growth of the district and to maximise social, cultural, environmental and economic values afforded by the industry. So the key issues for the primary sector include the need to protect highly productive land from inappropriate subdivision use and development, the need to maintain the integrity of the rural zone and to avoid the establishment of sensitive activities in rural productive areas, and the need for a robust policy framework to provide for the current operations and enable future rural production. Broadly speaking, we thought the notified plan achieved those issues. That concludes that.
Ms. Walker, it's a very good summary, very clearly written. Are you from Taranaki yourself?
No, Waikato actually.
So you're based in Waikato?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been involved in the Waikato
Just
plan?
yes, I have.
Yes, all right. I think I'll reserve my questions until we hear from the other commissioners. So, starting with you.
Yes,
Commissioner
good
McMahon.
good morning, Ms. Walker. Your jurisdiction, did that extend to the Horizons Regional Council?
No, I'm, well, we do move around a little bit. No, I'm predominantly in Waikato and mainly district planning, territorial authority. I've been lucky to avoid regional
Well,
councils.
obviously, dodged a bullet with an handshake to the
Yeah,
Horizons
absolutely.
Regional Plan, which
Yeah.
the 9 months of my life that'll get back here.
Yeah, no, there's way more skilled colleagues of mine involved in that.
Yeah. Look, I'd just like to echo the chair's comments. This is it sets a really nice bar for the sort of summary evidence that I would expect. My only suggestion is that if you're even able to get it in earlier than on the day in the future, that it's just tabled statement that would be useful to allow us to read it in advance.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But that's not a criticism. Just a couple of questions from me. I think you were in the room when I asked, I've asked several witnesses about the Taranaki Regional Planning Policy Statement, whether it's still fit for purpose given its age, and the law tells us that it still works, still needs to be given effect to.
Yeah.
And Ms. Barry Catino said it was, she summed it up by saying that's a broader interpretation of that reflected the I guess the high order documents at the time, and we might see a more granular approach to a future regional policy statement. Thinking with future MPS on polyproductive land likely to come out during the course of this process. So that takes me to my first question, and it's about scope. We covered it off in 2020. That section 3.5.4 doesn't open up scope to apply the concept of across the management of all natural resources. In fact, it's not so much this section, it's whether there's a submission on the plan that would provide the scope.
Right.
Presumably, would you accept that?
Oh, yeah, I accept that in terms of scope for that. So I guess, sorry, that I was, my focus around that was the freshwater management MPS itself seemed to be very directed that it was about urban development, not across all resources and use across that within a territorial context anyway. So, but yes, I'm not entirely sure whether there is scope to actually introduce that. I haven't looked at that, and I have expert.
One of the questions that we put to Edwards yesterday was that given there's a need to implement MPSs like FM and UD, that in itself doesn't provide a basis for changing the plan that needs to be accompanied by some submission.
Sure.
And you'd accept that?
No, I accept that. I just, it's not a thing that is.
All right. And the only other question was in relation to UFD 23 and 24, which you support. There was some discussion yesterday about perhaps relocating those provisions. Were you present with that?
I was, and actually it's, yeah, no, it was interesting to hear you mention that. When I didn't write the original submission, it did, when I came to look at this work, it surprised me that Feds actually didn't have a submission on that point, and looking for it to be more appropriately aligned equally with its own strategic direction, but certainly out from underneath that urban form one. So I was surprised that we missed that. It may have been, I think this would have been one of our first submissions on an E-plan, whether it was, well, we did make submissions on those strategic objectives, so I'm not sure, just perhaps naivety or just literally missed it, but no, it surprised me that it was under that heading.
But presumably, so long as it retains its current wording, you don't really care.
No, not really. But
and obviously it's not hopeless.
So that's what I wanted to say to that.
Thank you. That's pretty clear.
I just have 3 questions, but you've answered one of those already. I was interested to know what the engagement process has been like with federated farmers leading up to the notified version of the plan.
Yes, so I wasn't involved in that, but my understanding it's been good, and we usually have a policy advisor that's based regionally, in Taranaki, and we've had that for a long time up until recently. So my understanding is there's been really good engagement. We certainly were involved in providing comments on the draft. We were given opportunities to provide formal and written comments, and we took advantage of that. And yeah, like I say, pretty comfortable with that notified plan, which is, you know, a little bit unique for us. We normally have a bit more to say, but so my understanding of that was that it showed a good engagement, and that our issues had possibly been worked through as time had gone on. Yeah, there's going to, without going too far, there will be some issues around some of the Section 6C stuff, and there always is around SNAs and some of those processes, I guess, going forward. But in the main, my understanding has been good engagement, parking maybe some of those overlay issues, but the vast majority has been good, and our comments have been received.
Thank you. And just that paragraph 19, I think it's also 20. I'm assuming the report writing you mean the section 4 display report.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's one.
Yeah.
Over, John. A question and a comment, I suppose. The question is, you've heard me ask other submitters about the value or perceived value of some interim guidance on the strategic directions chapter as we go into the detailed chapters, on the basis that this does set up focus of the planning.
Yeah.
And so what's your opinion on us doing that?
Oh, it makes sense, but to be honest, I haven't really got a strong opinion either way. Any guidance is useful for us going through, even around that aspirational versus, you know, targets. I guess whether that's part of what you're thinking around, you know, where those strategic objectives actually sit, or whether they are, as was mentioned by Commissioner Littlejohn yesterday, whether they are literally the key issues that, you know, we don't have to reference everything in that strategic direction. It is literally the bits that are very applicable to this district, and are meant to be, you know, the dashboard. So yeah, some direction around that would be useful.
That comment is helpful. Are you involved in TRC processes yourself, or I presume
not directly? No. Potentially might need to be going forward.
This is something probably I'll ask the reporting officers, given the crucial role that the RPF plays in setting the plan, we have to give effect to that. Yeah. We aren't hearing from Taranaki Regional Council on these strategic objectives. We're just presuming they're comfortable with them in the fashion of you normally make a submission, but I'm not. Yeah, so we're really heading. TRC's RPS is quite old. Are you aware, are they involved in a review of that at the moment?
Yeah. So from what I understand, really initially, but well, actually, I don't know whether that's part. They're reviewing the environment plan, the bigger plan. You know, the actual the regional plan. Yeah. So actually, so I'm aware of that, that's starting to get some movement, but I'm not sure about the RPS, to be honest. But I wouldn't necessarily know. I can find out, but
Well, perhaps Ms. Edwards, could you just enlighten us on where TRC's up with their planning, the RPS process?
I can do that.
Yes.
Oh, now?
Yeah, if you
Oh,
just
sorry,
let
I
me know.
was preparing something for you, in the report back.
Yeah, but that would be fine as well, but just off the hook,
Okay.
are they in an RPS review?
They, I've got it open here, they issued something a few years ago saying that they felt that they didn't need to review it yet because it was still. They did an interim review.
Still.
So in July 2017, they did an interim review and it concluded that the RPS is standing the test of time, assisting the council to carry out its resource management responsibilities.
But maybe in your response, you could put that right for us.
Sure.
it certainly would be usual for feds to be involved in an RPS review. But like I say, yeah, whether it was me directly or someone else, I couldn't give you that answer.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for your assistance, Ms. Walker.
I appreciate that. We'll see you through the process.
Yes, we'll look forward to that. Thank you. Arakutama Aotearoa, Mr. Hall.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and panel. Peter Hall, a planning consultant on behalf of Arakutama Department of Corrections. I'm joined today by Andrea Miller, who's the manager of RMA and land management at Arakutama. Ms. Miller is available to answer any questions. I'll be presenting planning evidence.
Thank you very much. We've read that.
If I may, perhaps just highlight some key paragraphs if that's appropriate. Thank you. So starting at section 3 of my evidence, where I've just summarised what my evidence covers, which firstly is an overview of facilities managed by Arakutama in Plymouth. B is an overview of submissions made on in respect of the district plan. Thirdly is the relief sought in respect of a specific chapter. And lastly is a response to section 42A report. 4.4, the submission by Arakutama Department of Corrections to this chapter seeks to ensure that social infrastructure is properly recognised and enabled in the proposed plan. And the submission supports the current proposed strategic objectives relating to health and safety, but also seeks the inclusion of a new strategic objective specific to community facilities and other social infrastructure. At 4.6, I note that social infrastructure is also made up of the education, health, community, and cultural facilities that are necessary for the well-functioning urban environment and otherwise contribute to social, economic, and cultural well-being of communities. Arakutama itself is a provider of social infrastructure through its custodial and non-custodial facilities. 5.2, that paragraph, I point out the responsibilities of Arakutama under the Corrections Act for enforcing sentences of orders of the Criminal Court and the New Zealand Parole Board. In meeting this responsibility, the Department establishes and operates custodial and non-custodial corrections facilities. So custodial facilities are prisons and remand centres, and non-custodial facilities are the, for example, the community corrections facility, which is a term defined in the National Planning Standard. 5.3, Arakutama operates both custodial and non-custodial facilities in New Plymouth, and I've explained where those are and what they do in that section. Notably, the one non-custodial community corrections facility at Devon Street, which is the New Plymouth Community Corrections Facility, and sharing with the New Plymouth Police Station, the remand facility, which is co-shared here. 5.14, because we are talking about strategic direction, I've noted Arakutama's broader national strategic direction as set out in the Hawkeitaungi strategy And that's a new national strategy for the department, which was established in 2019. That has a number of high-level outcomes, which I've explained at section 5.15. Turning to land use planning, maintaining accessible custodial and non-custodial facilities and communities that provide for a range of rehabilitation and reintegration services is central to delivering the outcomes as expressed by Whenua. So the department's submissions are at the strategic direction heading part of the plan. At section 6.1b, I also note that the department's submissions appear again at the definitions, which is right at the other end of the plan, obviously, and in there, in effect, is to include a new community facility nesting table under which community corrections activity is nested. I appreciate that's the topic of another hearing, but I just wanted to establish that idea. And the effect of that would be that community corrections activities, i.e. the non-custodial facilities and services, as I mentioned above, are provided for in the same zones and with the same activity status as our community facilities in the proposed plan. The department also has a submission in relation to a general industrial zone and abbreviations and district and general matters. So then at 7, just turning to the points of the strategic direction chapter, at 7.1, in summary, the submission seeks to ensure that there is proper policy support and direction for new and existing social infrastructure in the strategic direction of development chapter of the plan. 7.4, I have included the additional objectives sought by the department in its submission, and that in effect seeks to enable the establishment, operation and expansion of community facilities and other social infrastructure, and then is quite specific to the ways that should be done within the district. Why is that needed? At 7.6, I've explained that as with what we might call the hard infrastructure, in some instances, social infrastructure operates as part of a wider network serving a community catchment. In such circumstances, location is dictated by demand and accessibility to the communities they serve. 7.7, I pointed to the need for intensive use and development of existing sites, specifically enable efficient development and flexible use of such sites as a key part of the objective. And in that regard, as I've noted at 7.8, land and buildings in which social infrastructure are located can be regarded as a scarce land resource which warrants its efficient use and development. 7.9, I've talked about enabling co-location of different agencies on the same site is also an important principle now, but also more into the future, and the sharing of the Plymouth police station by Tangata is an example of co-location. So at 7.10, I make the point is that despite the current lack of overall articulated strategic direction of the proposed plan, community facilities and other social infrastructure are generally well provided for in a range of locations throughout zones in the district. And I've done some analysis of that, which is included by footnote at the bottom of page 12, the zones where community facilities are provided for and how they're provided for. And I suppose the snapshot of that is that they're provided for in all zones, either permitted or discretionary, other than the general industrial zone where it falls to non-compliant. So that's a wide provision of community facilities within the plan. So at 7.15, I make the point that it's clear that there is an overall strategic direction intended to broadly provide for community facilities and other social infrastructure in almost all zones. However, there's no clear articulation of that strategic direction. 7.16, the National Planning Standards describes what a strategic objective is, and that is, as I've been talked about, is addressing key strategic and significant matters in the district and providing a district-wide providing district-wide considerations to guide decision-making at a strategic level. That is important in my view because it helps us to assess the one-offs, and in many instances social infrastructure is a one-off provided for by designation or specific zone, and without a strategic objective dealing with such matters, then there is no policy behind those sort of activities. So coming to conclusions, at 7.17, a new strategic objective should be added to the proposed plan, specifically in relation to community facilities and social infrastructure, to do essentially three things. And one is that recognise and provide for these as a critical component of a well-functioning urban environment. And that's together with the other strategic direction topics already covered in this chapter. So we have housing, centres, business, retail, airport, port, industrial, primary production, rural industry, but in my view, a gaping policy hole around social infrastructure. At B, provide high-level support for the enabling direction of social infrastructure, which is already evident in the plan. And so we have clearly some sort of direction there to generally enable social infrastructure, but no articulation of that. And C, as with transport and network utility infrastructure, recognise the importance of land and building resource occupied by social infrastructure and the need to optimise opportunities to utilise this resource. And I suppose that is effectively saying, putting it on a similar footing as the hard infrastructure and policy direction given for that. I'll quickly touch on the National Policies Statement of Urban Development at 7.20 of my evidence. I've provided some analysis of that, and that's kind of summarised at 7.23, where I've drawn the following conclusions: that well-functioning urban environments have good accessibility for people, including accessibility to community services. So well-functioning urban environments is clearly an objective of the National Policy Statement. Now the key theme there is the strategic focus that plans are required to be responsive. And I take this to include responsive to the changing needs of the community and to service providers, such as the benefits of co-location. And then lastly, well-functioning urban environments bring benefits, and I include here the benefits of supporting social, economic, and cultural well-being of people. And finally, just to comment on the 42A report, which I've done at section 8 of my evidence. The 42A report notes that strategic objective 13.5 requires that the district develops in a cohesive, compact and structured way that enables greater social and cultural vitality, and effectively put that forward as the answer to the points made in the submission by Otama. And I disagree that that covers it. I consider the words lack precision and specificity of the policy outcomes for this topic. They do not specify how this will be achieved with respect to social infrastructure. It does not, as it does with the other aspects of well-functioning urban environment I've mentioned earlier in my evidence. 8.7, I've just made the point that, as set out above, there's genuinely an enabling theme for the provision of social infrastructure in the proposed plan, both through broad provision of community facilities in most zones and through more targeted provision in special zones and designations. That approach, however, is not articulated at a strategic level, and in my opinion should be. So any questions the panel might have?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall, and I'd like to thank you and department for giving a thorough introduction to your interests at this stage of the hearing. I know it's always quite difficult when we have a topic-based hearing, but certainly really appreciate you in this session to introduce those matters. I have a couple of questions and then I'll pass on to the panel, because I know we'll be talking about this various issue this morning. I know the Commissioner has specific questions, but were you involved in the original submission preparation, Mr. Hall?
Yes, I should have noted that. I drafted it on behalf of the department.
Great, thank you for that. And just a question about sort of the designation provisions. Normally for a main, for any main facility, department would designate facilities. Is that the normal course of planning permission that will go through?
It certainly is for the custodial facilities, and that's the distinction in custodial and non-custodial facilities, whereas certainly under the national planning standards, there is a good solid definition of the non-custodial facilities, where the expectation is they are provided for in zones. Whereas the custodial tends to be the one-off, as I call them, facilities, which typically aren't zoned, and so the department would rely on a designation to achieve them. Yes.
And given your experience with this as a requirement of designation processes, how important are the strategic objectives or plans when you're looking at a particular site? Is it mission critical and you have objective policy support in plans when you issue a designation?
It's not mission critical. In other words, you don't fail if you don't have that, but it's a matter which authorities have regard to, and I've certainly been involved in at least two major changes in designations where a lot of regard has been given to both the district and regional planning objectives as to enable us to allow the panel to balance what are often conflicting objectives around provision for social infrastructure in environments where there may be conflicting resource demands or conflicting interests.
Thank you for that answer, and I'll start with Commissioner Littlejohn.
Thanks. Pretty clear evidence. Just a couple of things. One, into the detail of it, you've put notes around the specific zones where community facilities are provided for. I was just thumbing through what's probably one of the only hard copies of this plan. And I'm wondering whether you might just have a quick answer for me. Is there policy, objective and policy support within each of those zones for the activity status of community facilities?
Yes.
So I'm just going to.
Yes, there is, and probably 7.11 covers that A and B and C. And I think the distinction made, I can't quite go to the exact policy, but for example, where permitted, they are allowed in a policy, and so there'll be a policy there that points to a number of activities which are allowed because they're compatible to the role and function, predominant character of the zone. And an example might be the local centre zone, or another one you might be basically a centre zone. And there's another sort of class of policy support for that underneath that, and other zones where they provide for us discretionary managed. As being potentially compatible, and that's again they're typically listed with a group of other activities which are potentially compatible.
I can see that now. Just pulled up the local centre zone where policy 1 is allow activities which are compatible, including community facilities. So, in terms of each of the spatial zones of the district, you do have objective and policy support based on the nature of that zone for community facilities. So the request here is really a high level objective. I mean, is it strictly necessary if in the zones that you might want to put the non-custodial community facilities, you've actually got the support and a consenting framework for it? Do you need a headline act to really to take it further?
There's a couple of answers there. One is at a very detailed end, which is at the moment those zones don't support the non-custodial, and that's one of the submission points of the department, in that community corrections facilities aren't specifically provided for within those zones, and perhaps it's arguable that the scope of that definition of community facilities covers it. The submission point by the department is it does. So that's I know that's maybe sort of a year and a half ahead of that hearing, perhaps, but that's going to really be the topic of that one. That's a good point to note, really, because that really does come down to if those. If you're going to expand the definition such that community corrections activities are within the community facility definition, then there would effectively be that policy support because of the way the policies and objectives in the zones are written.
But you first got to get over the hurdle of maybe not expanding, is what you would say that definition, don't you?
You first got to get over the hurdle of expanding, but I still think there's a gap there, and I think and I think there is necessarily the requirement to articulate what seems to be a broad enabling policy for community facilities within centres within urban areas, able to maximise the efficient use of their sites. Those themes don't come through, and I think that needs to come through at a strategic level.
Lots of other submitters have come along and said there's gaps that we need to address by adding more words in up at the strategic level. And haven't really formed a view on whether that's appropriate or not. We've started from the proposition that the strategic direction chapter was to identify the big issues for the district, not to be a menu of every nationally or regionally significant or part 2 matter that needs to have a headline at the outset. And I mean, do you have a particular view on that?
Yeah.
I mean, understanding what the national planning standards actually say about these are district issues for the district to identify.
Well, I suppose 2 answers. One is it's quite a menu already, and there's one big key item missing from that menu. And I think I've made that point. And so that's one answer, and that's social infrastructure. I think the other thing is that the nature of social infrastructure is that you can be dealing with the big things that don't quite fit within the zones by their nature. And so these are the things which are actually need to be tested against higher level objectives in the plan through a designation process or supported by a special zone.
Interestingly enough, the traditional format of a district plan, you didn't really have a strategic chapter because that was what the regional policy statement was there for. And so you just sort of went straight into definitions and zones, basically. So, we are sort of rethinking this space to some extent. The national planning standard has sort of said that district councils now need to take some responsibility for the issues within their districts and set them up as key points. So it's a sort of a different approach.
Yeah, and we exactly. I know we're sort of finding our way a bit here with the new national planning standards as to what the strategic objective actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I say, I think as we consistent position that at a district level, it needs to include those key elements and provide a planning framework for those key elements which make up a well-functioning urban centre. And that's where I see it again.
So even though the council through its original section 32 didn't identify making adequate provision for the enablement of social infrastructure as a big issue for the district, and indeed supported by your evidence which says that all of these facilities are currently generally well provided for in the district, you're saying to us is that, well, that's the starting point from the council's point of view. It's within our remit to actually identify what are some issues that they might not have based on the different submitters who come to us and say, well, this is really important and you need to put it in there.
Yeah.
So it's not we shouldn't be looking at this as the council just sets what the issues are for the district. It's up to the district via this process to say what the issues are.
Yeah, and that's what this process is, obviously. And again, the national policy statement, the development assists there a little bit, and it talks about community facilities. It doesn't provide definitions of what they are, but it talks to the need for district councils and formulating plans to engage with tier 1 and 2 councils, 3 councils to engage with providers of other infrastructure, which includes the community infrastructure. So, that in PS level, it's certainly, in my view, it's elevated to something that should be part of the council.
A district-wide issue.
A district-wide issue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall.
Yes, that was picked up my question, so I'll just do a little nuance on that. But you mentioned that the menu is already quite long in this one, listing social infrastructure. So you've already mentioned in your evidence the community facilities definition. I'm just thinking over on the other side, social infrastructure, which doesn't currently, as I understand, have a definition. So are you thinking a year and a half out that it might be appropriate to have both definition for community facilities and for social think about how the strategic objectives may not fit with the zone approach. That's sort of the definitions that I have.
I think the evidence at this point has evolved each way on that, because there's two ways to tackle it. And I think as presented by Southern Cross Hospitals, there's the ability to, in fact, conclude a new definition of social infrastructure and to support a strategic objective on that. The approach I've taken is achieves the same thing, but in a different way. And that's to take the existing definition of community facilities and expand it out to make sure that adequately covers, for example, community corrections facilities through a nesting table type of approach. And so there's two different ways to tackle the same thing. My evidence uses both terms for the moment, but depending on where the definitions land, it could use one or the other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hall, and thank you for setting questions. They cover a lot of the things that I had. Just a couple of things arising, both policy and mechanical. Your 7.10 paragraph, I wrote, that's the key, so what question? Despite the lack of an overall strategic direction and a plan, there seems to be good provision for community facilities, both at the policy level and at the rule level throughout the plan. So what question is that the definition of community facilities doesn't extend to non-custodial correctional facilities. That's the key element, isn't it?
That's the key element at the corrections interest end, but it sort of elevates above that to point to all social infrastructure. And as I say, there are the other so what part of that is that the need to articulate what I can see is a policy direction there, but it's just not said.
Yes, I mean, presumably if the definition of community facilities encapsulated the community correction activity, presumably you'd be less concerned about having a strategic objective.
No, I think the two go hand in hand. And again, I point to the need for a strategic objective to assess the one-offs, because the things that are required to be covered by designation or specific zones, because they don't actually fit within the objectives of the zone. And even within for example, those zones where community facilities are provided for as a discretionary activity, there's still a balance there to be had to how to manage amenity and what have you of those particular zones versus the social infrastructure provision. And where there's significant social infrastructure for the district, then in my view, it's important to test that against a higher level objective as to whether that's appropriate or not.
And use the word higher level objective. We were told yesterday that there's no hierarchy between the objectives, that the strategic objectives have the same weighting as any other objectives in other chapters of the plan. Is that not being your reading of the way the plans?
No, it's not my reading the way the plan formulated. In fact, there's reference that the other parts of the plan have to, the words implement give effect, whatever it is, the strategic objectives. So that's certainly not my reading of it.
Written achieved in a manner consistent with the strategic objective.
Yes, and there's been some relief sought, particularly by submitters like I think Forest and Transpower seem to change that advisory note and clarify that they are on an equal standard. Have you seen that evidence?
No, I haven't seen that evidence.
Okay. Would you support that, or what's your view on that? Because it's a non-hierarchical approach.
Yeah, no, I support a hierarchical approach. In my view, the strategic objectives bridge the regional policy statement down to a more specific zone level. And I think are particularly necessary at the current point where the regional policy statement perhaps isn't so useful in respect to the whole bunch of modern national policy statement matters. And I perceive it as a little out of date in that regard.
That's useful. Would that mean that non-strategic objectives in the plan might be implementing strategic objectives? Is that too too coarse a way to put it?
It's, I think, an accurate way to put it. The zone objectives implement the strategic objectives, or they should, yes.
And have you seen other district plans around the country, second generation plans, adopt that approach?
The most current one I reviewed, although I didn't present any evidence to that, is the Whenua district plan, where perhaps there is that lack of clarity, but they certainly, the strategic objectives sit above district-wide matters. They perhaps lack the full coverage that you might otherwise expect, so they do tend to focus on certain things, but not all.
Yes. So whichever way it's sliced and diced, would you agree that the plan should be very clear on the functional relationship between normal objectives and strategic objectives?
It's absolutely critical, otherwise we'd be having these debates through resource consent hearings.
Yes, and you made an interesting point that you think the strategic objectives provide a bridge between the less granular and more broader RPS, which was produced some time ago.
That's correct.
And the more recent MPS.
Yeah, that's correct. And it may be that in the future that bridge need not be there or there in the same way, but at the moment I believe it's necessary to provide that bridge because of the, I suppose, the date and stage of the regional policy statement.
So yeah, thank you. That's been a segue on some of the questions I was going to ask you, but very useful. The footnote on page 12 about the activity status of the of facilities in the various zones, ranging from permitted through to discretionary, I think from combining industrial, subject to the definition being your relief seeking that the definition be changed to community correction activities. Are you happy with the level of control in those zones at the permitted, restricted, discretionary, and non-compliant status?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
There's also another subject to that, that's in the general industrial zone, which is the only zone in which community corrections facilities is provided for, but with a limit on what it can do. So community facilities aren't provided, but community corrections facilities are, with a floor area limit. So that's another subject, another hearing, but that would need to be modified also to remove that limit, in my view.
I know we're talking about future submissions and future hearings, but presumably the panacea there is the definition.
In my view, yes. Yeah. And the alternative is, I suppose, to pop up at each such hearing and say the same thing. That's why I wanted to present that sort of overall direction of this hearing before we see you again at the end of the hearing process around the definitions.
Two things arising there. You made a point earlier on that definitions and the booking, but our expectation is that 42A reporters will comment on submissions to definitions where they lie in relation to individual zone chapters, and that the bookend will really deal with the mopping up of definitions that haven't been dealt with in the earliest 42A reports. I think that was our general understanding.
I think that would be a very useful approach to help us as we move through the process.
If the department, if their submission is unsuccessful in changing the definition, what does that mean in terms of your submission on later chapters for the activity status of community correction activities in the various zones? Does your submission extend to that eventuality or possibility?
Yes, it does. It seeks an either or. So either repeated through definition or make specific reference to community correctional facilities within those zones to fall with the same activity status. And so either it's a definition thing or it's an activity listing within those zones.
Yes. And just finally, back to these the new standalone objective that you're seeking at the strategic level. Would that be a heading in its own right, or would it form part of some of the other part of the, would it be an urban form and development, or would it be standalone?
It is urban form and development, so I suggested a new objective 25 within that urban form and development.
And add it 3 parts or 3 or 4 parts.
Correct.
And focused around the term social infrastructure.
Social infrastructure, community facilities and other social infrastructure is what is used at present, but I think that's, as I say, that goes either way depending on where those definitions ultimately fall.
Yes, and just on the definition, was the national planning standard in terms of facility and community corrections activities, does not include the definition of social infrastructure, does it?
No, it doesn't.
But the NPSUD does mention the term social infrastructure, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And it doesn't define it, though, does it?
No, without definition. So it uses it in
Uses some examples, I think.
It does, and it uses it in the context as tier 1, 2, and 3 councils are required to engage with providers of other infrastructure, and other infrastructure is used, including.
Mr. Brophy for the Southern Cross Hospitals these days drew our attention to this in this paragraph 6. He talked about prisons, hospitals, health facilities, and schools, I think, being included.
That's right. I read Mr. Brophy's evidence. That's right. That's the reference.
Mr. Brophy's submission requests a definition of social infrastructure in the plan. Is the department further submitted on that?
I would need to check that from my expert point of view. That's an equally valid alternative way of achieving the same thing.
Well, that was my next question. So there's no one option that's more optimal than the other in achieving that.
No, as long as they flow through the rest of the plan in the correct way, that's they're achieving effectively the same thing.
Is there a hierarchical relationship between social infrastructure, community facilities, and in the subset of correction facilities? Is that the flow generally?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think in broad terms, yes, an overall category might be social infrastructure, and community facilities might be a subset of that. In this instance, we've got a very broad definition of community facilities, so which includes health, safety, recreational, so within the plan. And so given that very broad definition, there's not much left to put up to that social infrastructure definition, subject, as I say in my evidence, to making sure that adequately covers those more specific matters such as community corrections activities, and I've suggested that those be listed underneath that.
That's useful. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Just final question about the interim guidance review. Discussion about actually suggested we may give some interim guidance on strategic objectives with you and or your client. Support that.
I can answer from my perspective. I think that would be very useful because it enables us to understand where we might be lying for further presentations for the plan on respect to that. And as I say, particularly with reference to the discussion I just had with Commissioner McMahon around the overall hierarchy of these, in my view, these objectives which form the rest of the plan. It's useful to establish that at an early stage. Any
other comment?
Just following on from Commissioner McMahon's discussion around social infrastructure definition. I think it's also quite important that there isn't a sole focus on what I'll call the institutional, the community correction sites or the prisons or the hospitals. A lot of agencies are moving into very community-based solutions, particularly around things like supported housing. We very much see that as social infrastructure. So while on the ground it's a very small one-off, could be termed residential activity, it needs to be supported by objectives, policy, strategic direction, which actually values that as an element of social infrastructure rather than just the big institutions. So that if we could just turn our mind to kind of the scale a bit as well.
Good point, thank you for that. Right, well, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and your evidence, and we'll see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're just taking a 5-minute bathroom stop. Past 11, and we have Ms. Price and Ms. here, I think, for Grandma Petroleum. Nice to see you again, Ms. Price. I think the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am here on behalf of Greymouth. I am joined by Rebecca here, who is an in-house planner at Greymouth, and I was allowed you to introduce yourself.
Morning. My name is Rebecca here. I'm here today representing Greymouth Petroleum. I work as an environmental planner in Greymouth Petroleum's land and consenting team, working under both the Resource Management Act and the Crown Minerals Act. I will also be representing Greymouth Petroleum in future hearings for different chapters of the proposed plan going forward.
And we will be coming along to some of those top hearings with a suite of independent experts. We have an independent planner, acoustic expert, risk and archaeology. So I'll get on with
What was that last one?
archaeology.
Ms. Price, were you here yesterday when I opened the word?
No, I wasn't. I have had some briefing from this here who was here.
This here was here, yes, right. Yeah. So you're just covering off any conflict issues that probably might see.
I am not aware that there is any. I went through the memorandum on all the conflicts, and there's nothing there that was concerned.
Yeah. Right, that's very good. So just for anyone that wasn't here yesterday and presenting, we have issued a statement of interests, and I've made some calls about managing potential conflicts. So if there's any issues you may have, we asked for written submissions on that by last Friday. We'll double check that you're happy this evening. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay. Greymouth Petroleum generally supports the proposed Plymouth district plan. However, it considers that there are provisions throughout the proposed plan which require amendment and clarification, including strategic direction today. Only a few discrete changes have been requested. Greymouth is a New Zealand owned and operated company. Its operations base is in Taranaki, and it has a strong focus on the Taranaki basin. Its business focus is upstream petroleum industry with production and development of and exploration for hydrocarbons at the top of its agenda. Greymouth's portfolio includes 5 onshore mining permits and 5 major sites within this district, and I set them out for you there in the submission. Greymouth supplies approximately 15% of New Zealand's daily gas production. Its production in 2020 was over 4 million barrels of oil equivalent. The company ranks second amongst New Zealand-owned petroleum production companies being measured on a remaining reserves basis, owning approximately 20% of New Zealand's gas reserves. And Greymouth's ratio of the proven and probable reserves to annual production is the highest in New Zealand, currently in excess of 23 years. So Greymouth is a significant contributor to the Taranaki regional economy. It actively and directly employs 150 staff and contractors, and indirectly many more. Its value of suppliers is approximately 85 million per year. Part 1 of the proposed plan explains the general approach to strategic objectives and strategic direction chapter, and I have set out a quote there for you, and I just highlight the one that you've been focusing on, which is that the district plan strategic objectives are to be read and achieved in a manner consistent with strategic objectives. So its strategic objectives, UFD 21 and 23, which are the focus of Greymouth's submission points for the purposes of the hearing. And they recognise the contribution that key infrastructure, industrial and rural activities make to the social and economic well-being of the district, and the need to ensure that they're able to operate efficiently and effectively. The relief sought by Greymouth is simply the addition of 2 words to each of those strategic objectives, but Greymouth considers that they are very important words. And I've set it out there in the submissions, the 2 words that are being sought. And I'd just like to draw your attention to footnote 6, which just notes that the section 42A report incorrectly identified the relief sought by Greymouth with respect to the UFD 23. And the appendix here appears to have mistakenly copied and pasted the relief that Greymouth sought with respect to UFD 21. And at the end of these submissions, I have clearly set out the relief that we are seeking. The submissions of Todd Generation, OMV and the Pepin Society also seek that energy activities be recognised in UFD 21 and or UFD 23. Following limited analysis, the section 42A report recommends that the relief sought by Greymouth and others be rejected. That is, that no recognition for energy activities be provided in either of those strategic objectives. Given the importance of the issues at stake, it is submitted that the section 42A report authors have been too quick to dismiss the relief sought by Greymouth. Greymouth continues to seek the relief sought in its original submission, and the reasons are outlined below. The relief sought for Greymouth for UFD 21 is the same as the relief sought in the evidence on behalf of Todd Energy, Todd Generation and OMV. Greymouth agrees with the reasons expressed in the independent expert planning evidence of Mr. Sinclair on behalf of Todd Energy and Mr. Twigley on behalf of OMV and Todd Generation to the extent that it relates to UFD 21. Greymouth generally endorses the pre-circulated evidence provided on behalf of Todd Energy and Todd Generation and OMV at this hearing. The relief sought by Greymouth will provide appropriate recognition for energy activities. Greymouth considers that the amendments it has sought will appropriately recognise energy activities within the high-level strategic planning framework of the proposed plan, reflecting the key role that energy activities as a whole play in the district and their strategic importance for the region and indeed the nation. The overview of the energy chapter recognises the importance of energy activities, including the oil and gas activities taken by Greymouth. The importance of and I've set out a quote for you there, the importance of Greymouth's operations and oil and gas energy activities generally is also recognised by Greymouth being defined as a lifeline utility in the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Act. Lifeline utilities are entities that provide essential infrastructure services which support communities, enable business and underpin the provisions of public services. The strategic importance of energy activities is also reinforced in the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement, which is addressed in more detail below, which contains strong recognition of energy activities and oil and gas activities in particular, including in the context of regionally significant infrastructure. Actually, the RPS goes further, elevating in the preamble to the energy section 14 at page 111, and I'm quoting, Taranaki contains very good sources of renewable and non-renewable energy. However, the region is nationally significant in that it is currently New Zealand's only hydrocarbon producing area. The significant contribution of energy activities to the economic and social well-being and the prosperity of the district warrants specific acknowledgement within strategic direction for the district. Without the amendments sought by Greymouth, there will be a complete absence of recognition for energy activities in the UFD chapter, which Greymouth considers as a significant omission in the new Plymouth context. The relief sought by Greymouth will provide alignment and integration with the rest of the proposed plan. The Greymouth amendments that have been sought are entirely consistent with the recognition provided for energy activities in the proposed plan's energy chapter. It is appropriate that the energy chapter provisions most relevant to strategic direction are confirmed a strategic level policy basis in the UFD chapter of the plan. This will provide alignment and integration between the UFD and energy chapters of the plan. And I've set out some key energy chapter provisions for you in the written submission. As acknowledged in the section 42A report, the proposed plan requires that all other objectives and policies in the proposed plan are to be read and achieved in a manner consistent with the strategic objectives. The strategic objectives, including those in the UFD chapter, are therefore, in my view, proposed to be given a form of super objective status. As a result, it is critical that the UFD chapter appropriately contextualises energy activities and other substantive issues in the context of the district's strategic direction and provides a balanced approach to the issues. In addition, the fact that energy activities span a range of environments and zones and overlays in the proposed plan points towards the appropriateness of energy activities being recognised at the strategic level in the UFD chapter. Section 75(3)(c) of the RMA requires that the plan give effect to the RPS. It is submitted that the amendments proposed by Greymouth will give effect to the RPS, while the strategic objectives of the proposed plan, as notified, will not. The amendments sought are consistent with the recognition provided to energy activities of the RPS, which identifies that Taranaki's oil and gas industry is of strategic importance to New Zealand. I set out for you in the written submissions a number of relevant RPS matters. Of relevance to the relief sought by Greymouth, the RPS explicitly recognises the relationship between urban form and development and energy infrastructure, and the fact that urban form and development can inappropriately constrain infrastructure. The relief sought by GPS will give effect to the RPS. The section 42A report at paragraph 189 includes the following assertions as to why the relief sought by Greymouth and others is inappropriate. And it merely states that energy activities which are not covered by the definition of major facilities or rural industry or primary production are provided for in the energy chapter of the proposed district plan. Given the strong direction provided for in the energy section, we do not consider it necessary to include energy activities in the UFD 21 and 23. There are several issues with this argument, including the following. As outlined above, a key function of the UFD chapter is, and should be, to consolidate, integrate and provide strategic direction for the key urban form and development issues in the district. Not to intentionally ignore matters simply because they are addressed in other substantive chapters of the plan, thereby relegating those issues to their respective detailed sections of the plan. It is therefore important that the UFD chapter provides a high-level framework that appropriately recognises and provides for the district's key issues relating to urban form and development, one of which is energy. Greymouth considers that the UFD chapter cannot effectively achieve its purpose without appropriately referring to energy activities. The argument that energy activities do not need to be addressed in the UFD chapter because they are appropriately provided for in their own chapter is also inconsistent with the fact that other activities referenced in UFD 21 and UFD 23 and in the UFD chapter generally are also, unsurprisingly, specifically addressed in other sections of the proposed plan. Integration and some overlap between UFD 21, UFD 23 and other sections of the proposed plan is cited with approval elsewhere in the section 42A report. The authors of the section 42A report state that they do not consider it necessary to include reference to energy activities in UFD 21 and 23, but that is not the correct case. Greymouth considers that the wording it seeks is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the RMA. Paragraph 188, the section 42A report states regionally and nationally significant energy activities are included within the strategic objectives as major facilities, as these are key strategic facilities. Adding all energy activities to UF21 would potentially undermine the significance of other major facilities and the nationally and regionally significant role and function of their special purpose zone. There are several issues with this statement. The proposed plan, including UFD 21, recognises specific regionally or nationally important facilities through the major facility zone. However, these facilities are only one component of the wider interconnected energy system. Major facilities could not operate without other activities and infrastructure. For example, specific well sites, production stations and pipeline infrastructure, including Greymouth-owned energy infrastructure. It is therefore artificial and inappropriate to separate out major facilities from energy activities more generally in the context of the strategic direction of the district. All energy activities warrant recognition in the strategic direction chapter. In addition, none of Greymouth's existing sites, which include regionally and nationally significant energy activities, are currently identified as major facilities in the proposed plan. Similarly, the inclusion of rural industry and primary production in the UFD 23 does not provide recognition to energy activities. This is because the definition of rural industry under the proposed plan means an industry or business undertaken in a rural environment that directly supports services or is dependent on primary production. Primary production includes mining, which in turn does not include petroleum prospecting, petroleum exploration, or petroleum mining. Greymouth intends to address definitional matters in detail at future hearings. Unless reference to energy activities is included in UFD 21 and or UFD 23, the uncontested contribution of energy activities to the economic, social well-being and the prosperity of the district will not be specifically recognised within the context of the strategic direction for the district. As notified, the exclusion of energy activities, apart from major facilities, from strategic objectives implies incorrectly that energy activities generally are not strategically important to the district. Energy activities are a sufficiently narrow and strategically important in their own right class of activities so as not to undermine the role and significance of major facilities if included in the strategic objectives. The amendments sought by Greymouth do not detract from the additional policy recognition to major facilities provided in the proposed plan. The relief sought by Greymouth is not that all energy activities are classified as major facilities. In addition, UFD 21, as notified, already includes general reference to the undefined class of large-scale industrial activities. UFD 23, drafted using the same enabling language but listing different activities, also includes general reference to the very broad activities of primary production and rural industry. In conclusion, Greymouth seeks the relief sought in attachment A. My principal submission is that the strategic objectives sought by Greymouth appropriately give effect to all applicable higher order planning instruments, including the RPS. In terms of section 32 of the RMA, Greymouth's proposed objectives are the most appropriate means of achieving the purpose of the RMA, and the wording sought by Greymouth will promote the sustainable management purpose of the RMA, including because in the context of the proposed plan, it will recognise and provide for energy activities in a manner that will enhance the social and economic well-being of people and communities, while also providing a framework for the avoidance, remedying or mitigation of adverse effects. And I'd just like to say Greymouth wholeheartedly endorses an approach where the panel considers issuing interim guidance.
Thank you. You've anticipated the question. I'll start with Commissioner Littlejohn to the questioning. Thank you.
One, come back, we've heard some of the questions all around, what's the whole point of this strategic directions chapter? And I think you've quite nicely, and I'm probably going to quote you on it if I get to be involved in the decision, the function of the, and this is paragraph 513A of your submissions, the key function of the chapter is and should be to consolidate, integrate, and provide strategic direction for key urban form and development issues in the district. And then, and so I very much think that's a great summary of what we're trying to do with it, what the council is trying to do with this chapter. You then go on and say, the UFD chapter provides a high-level framework that appropriately recognises and provides for the district's key issues relating to urban form and development, one of which is energy. I guess that's where I want to throw the question to you. How is energy and energy activities relevant to urban form and development of the district?
For this district, it's critical. If you get it wrong, you won't have those energy activities.
Well, no, but the whole focus of UFD is not about energy activities. It's about the urban form and development of the district. So how does not provide, well, how do energy activities relate to those specific form and development aspects of the strategic direction?
I think we all kind of touched on it yesterday when you were referring to some of the rural related and infrastructure related strategic objectives, not necessarily seem to fit within that urban form and development title. So that might be what you're touching on.
I'm not sure if that really answers the question. I mean, looking at it's one that we've been grappling with. We've been trying to find a coherent logic through these provisions, and one of the easiest way to defeat that logic is to point to things that are on the list that don't relate to it. And I think I've certainly come to the view, I can't speak for fellow commissioners, that when you look at UFD 23 and 24, which are about primary production and rural industry activities, that they do have their place in terms of managing the urban form and development of the district, because there are very strong policies about preventing too much leakage of residential into the rural environment, which is an urban form issue, as is making, and the other side of that is that a consequence of that is reverse sensitivity on those activities that are established there. So I think in my own mind, I've rationalised that they have a place as the other side of the urban form and development coin is how you protect the rural environment. But I'm still not persuaded that energy activities per se, which are undoubtedly of real importance to the district though, are of such importance to the urban form and development that the specific issue is trying to address.
I think that the same flip side of the coin, if you get your urban form and development correctly, you are going to constrain your energy activity.
But we're looking at it the other way around though. This is not about policies that are trying to avoid constraining urban energy activities. It's about policies that are to guide the form and development of the urban parts of the district. We might just have to agree to disagree on it.
I think it's about identifying what are the key strategic objectives for the district. That's what these two parts of the.
Well, no, I agree, but you've said that the purpose of this chapter is to consolidate, integrate, and provide strategic direction for the key urban form and development issues in the district, not issues that are really important to the district generally. They're about urban form and development issues.
I think it is still recognising that urban form and development will constrain unless you give it equivalence. It's a balancing that's happening. It's saying these are really important to keep in balance.
No one's arguing that they're not important, but are they important to how the urban area of the Plymouth district grows and develops?
Yes, you have sites right in the centre of town, a this particular district. We have well sites right in the centre of town.
Thank you, Mr. Chief. Cobram? I was thinking the same question in a slightly different way. So this is my view is that we're seeing a number of submitters who are seeing the strategic objectives from their particular point of view and putting to us a number of arguments, like if they're in part 2 of the Act, section 6 particularly, and therefore they've got that as a national importance and they should be in the strategic objectives. If they're in a national policy statement and being referred to specifically in a particular sector of industry, they should be in the strategic objectives. If they've been mentioned in the regional policy statement, then they should be put in the strategic objectives. And I see that as quite a different argument to what we've got a bit of an overview from segments earlier this week around district council identifying those issues that are so strategically important at this particular point moving forward. Notwithstanding there are lots of description of there are things that are important district nationally, notwithstanding that they've identified these are the key strategic issues and the objectives moving forward in the plan is reflecting those. So my reading of the Section 42 report was that quite bluntly said, we don't think this is a strategically important matter to be included in the plan.
Yes, we wondered if it was aspirational, where they wanted to get to X number of years. But right now, the life of this plan, which may be much shorter than what we're thinking, given the reforms underway, we think right now it is a strategic issue. It needs to be reflected in the strategic objectives.
So based on that, I'll just put to you a hypothetical situation. If you found yourself in a position where the energy activities within your gambit are not constrained by the district plan, but they're actually enabled through zones, activity stages, etc., but they're not included in the strategic objectives, you still think there would be a role to have them in the strategic objectives? I'm just flipping the argument on that. Because by not having them in the objectives doesn't mean to say they're not able to occur. And certainly Section 42 sets out where the policies and objectives have enabled energy activities.
So slightly segueing, I would say even if your activity is fully provided for throughout all the different zones, if it's a strategic issue for the district, it should be included in the strategic section. It's part of the defining of what this district and district plan wishes to enable.
Thank you.
Yes, this is an issue that's not just trying to Greymouth Petroleum, and you quite rightly said, you know, tide energy and tide generation raise these issues also. And I guess there's some similarities with what corrections have raised, and also chorus and transparent also. And so there's some key themes running through there. Mr. Littlejohn's questions to earlier witnesses was useful in that it set out that an urban form and development strategic objective is mandatory. I think it's possibly the only one that's mandatory. So that would mean that, you know, heritage and culture and Whenua and natural environment strategic objectives are discretionary. So we've decided that they are important objectives and deserving of a strategic approach. You're saying, as is tide and others, and so too is energy. That's a long way of asking the question. Is there another way of slicing and dicing this that involves strategic objectives relating to infrastructure, including energy, being worthy of their own heading, their own topic in the list of strategic objectives that sit outside urban form and development? Is that something that you've given any consideration to?
We heard the questions earlier and we had a discussion about it, and we do think there is some merit in having infrastructure as its own separate strategic objective, because infrastructure faces its own challenges. and, needs to have their objectives being fully recognised.
Okay, not sure whether we're going to direct anything on that. I've got some ideas, but we might discuss those on at least how we might test that, if only from a drafting assistance point of view, as opposed to a advocacy or planning position. Just a couple of minor questions.
Just follow on that, we're certainly interested in, Elizabeth, your response to those matters. That's quite a key issue. So we get you in due course on those matters.
Yes. And taking Mr. Coffin's question further about there seems to be some provision at the non-strategic objective level for energy facilities. But you're saying that that's not necessarily enough. You'd like to see it elevated.
Correct.
It would be important. It would be important to make sure that there's not any inconsistency between those. I don't want to use the word lower level objectives, but the non-strategic objectives and the strategic objectives.
Correct.
They need to talk to each other, not duplicate each other, and not be inconsistent. The issue of primacy of strategic objectives in relation to other objectives, you've quoted twice at 5.7 and earlier at 2.1, the statement about how strategic objectives relate to other provisions and what the role of other provisions are in effect to those. I think you're in line with what Mr. Hall said earlier, but have a different position to what Mr. Bratt presented yesterday. We'd like to see a level playing field between strategic objectives and other objectives, and has sought that that provision be altered to reflect that level playing field. Got any comment on that?
No, we think that it should be strategic, should be a hierarchy, and strategic objectives should be where the other parts of the plan flow from.
Similar to the question I put to Mr. Hall, are you aware of any other second generation plans that adopt that hierarchical approach?
Not well. So there are some that are going through the process at the moment, but I wouldn't say that they're leading examples.
Do they attempt to do it, or is it a delivery, or is it?
I think the difficulty they're facing is that they were drafted prior to the planning statement coming out, and so they're doing a catch-up job. So I wouldn't be sitting here recommending the process that they've been
going. A couple of mechanical questions at 5.2. You've made reference to Todd and OMV and other witnesses, in particular Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Twigley. Are you actually adopting evidence of those witnesses?
Yes, we are. There's a few differences between the relief that we see from UFD 23.
Yes. So apart from that.
But apart from that, we endorse their evidence.
Great. And 5.4, you actually gave a verbal quotation from the RPS.
Yes.
And I just get the reference to that.
It's the start of section 14 of the RPS on page 111. And it begins, Taranaki contains variable sources of renewable and non-renewable energy. However, the region is nationally significant in that it is currently New Zealand's only hydrocarbon producing area.
5.8, I'm coming back to a thing that I introduced earlier, and that's the primacy issue between strategic objectives and hierarchical requirement. Question is, acknowledging your preference for that hierarchical approach, could the plan be even clearer than that? Clearly, some planning witnesses have interpreted it differently, Ms. Ratt on one and Mr. Hall on the other.
Yeah.
I
think the wording that's been chosen does lend itself to the hierarchical interpretation. We support the hierarchical interpretation. If the intention is for it not to be hierarchical, then I think that wording does need to change.
Because Ms. Edwards is a different view, and she's more aligned with Ms. Ratt, I think, in terms of the intention was not to have a hierarchy.
So the question to test it with is, what would you do if they were inconsistent?
Yes. Yes, I'll just write that down. I think I've come to my last question. And that is, I apologise, I probably should know the answer to this, but energy activities, is that term defined in the plan or is it part of the definite value assumption?
It is defined, and it will be part of another hearing.
Yes, I know. Is the position of Graham, does the position of Graham now support that definition, or are they seeking modifications to it?
Support that definition.
And
We're presently excluded from major facilities.
yes, that was the next question. Is the functional relationship between the definition of energy activities and major facilities as notified clear?
It's clear, we just.
It's just clear. And it's clear from what you said that you don't receive any comfort from the term rural industry, primary or primary production.
Correct.
That's all from me, thank you.
Thank you. This last one, the last question from me. We heard from Mr. Cowley yesterday for Whenua Energy that they would like a specific reference to renewable energy. And when I asked him if he's a broader energy stipulation into the strategic objective, he said he wouldn't oppose that, but he'd prefer some elevation for renewable energy. I think I know your answer with that, but can you give us your view on that?
We have no issue at all with renewable energy being included in the definition of energy activity, and I think that that's actually a natural legal connotation for it. Personally, I don't think it needs to have non-renewable split out in the objectives paragraph, but I can understand where he's probably comfortable to.
Thank you very much. I think that's finished our questions. Appreciate you coming along, and we'll see you again. Thank you. Right, moving along, we have Mr. Quigley for OMB. Quickly.
Tēnā commissioners, tēnā council staff, tēnā Whenua. My name is Cameron Twigley. I'm a planner at BTW Company and I'm representing OMB today. I don't have a representative of OMB with me, so I thought I'd just give a quick overview, given it's the first hearing of OMB as a company, just so you're aware of the background. Okay, so OMB New Zealand is a subsidiary of OMB Upstream, which is part of the OMB Group, one of Austria's largest listed industrial companies. The company began operating in New Zealand after acquiring a 30% share in the Māori oil field in 1999. It has since expanded into a range of other assets through subsequent acquisitions. These include the Maui gas field and a 74% share in the Pohokura gas field. They're a highly experienced operator of mature onshore and offshore fields, focusing on delivering safe and efficient production.
In since acquiring the Māori field in 1999, OMV has invested more than 3 billion New Zealand dollars in New Zealand. OMV has delivered more than 1.1 billion New Zealand dollars in tax and royalties to the New Zealand government in the last 10 years. In terms of the Pauakura gas field, that began production in late 2006 and meets about 40% of New Zealand's gas demand. OMV also operate both the Ormata and Paratutu tank farms. So based on that information, it's clear to me that energy activity, or the energy activities that OMV own and operate, make a significant contribution to the economic and social well-being of the Plymouth district, the Taranaki region, and New Zealand overall. OMV's primary submission points that relate to the strategic direction chapter relate to two main issues. One is greater recognition for the benefits of energy activities, and the other point is clear recognition for petroleum exploration and production as rural industry. So just turning to my evidence, paragraph 9. So those two main submission points relate directly back to UFD 21 and 23. And that my evidence relates to those two strategic objectives and falls under key issue 7 in the section 42A report, which is identified as greater strategic recognition for specific activities, which includes energy activities. Both of the submission points have been rejected in the section 42A report. The focus of my evidence is on UFD 21, as OMV don't or haven't requested any changes to UFD 23, but they do have other submission points around the definitions that relate back to that strategic objective, around the definitions of a number of things: mining, primary production, and rural based industry, and how those definitions relate to each other. I can talk a little bit about that today, but that's I know that's going to be discussed at another hearing, and Ms. Price for Greymouth Petroleum just covered exactly the same ground.
Yes, I know that. Thank you. And yeah, this is another issue that's just been discussed in detail, paragraph 19 of my evidence. So in my opinion, I do believe that the strategic objectives are higher ranking than the other objectives and policies in the proposed district plan, and my reasoning for that is relating back to that discussion that was just covered around all other objectives and policies and other chapters of the district plan being read and achieved in a manner consistent with those strategic objectives. To me, that sets a hierarchy in terms of where there may be some competition between those objectives and policies. You would look to those strategic ones for the guidance and how you resolve those. As a premise, do you support that hierarchical approach?
I do, but I also take the point Ms. Price made about perhaps it needs to be made clearer if there is that hierarchical approach in the plan, then maybe that background section does need to be made a little bit clearer, because it seems there is some debate around how that should be interpreted.
In a nutshell, why do you support that hierarchical approach on the objectives?
Well, I think it is important that a district identifies the key strategic issues and objectives in the district, and
with resource management issues, quite often they are finely balanced and there are competing objectives and policies. And so if there is a clear, strategic objectives, they can help resolve those issues for decision makers. So I think they're a helpful thing to have for resource management in a district plan or a regional plan.
You would have followed Commissioner Littlejohn's discussion about the PSUD actually inserts another element into the strategic framework for planning at a district level where it wasn't before. It was give effect to the RPS and national standards. So again, at a district spatial planning perspective, do you support that or more than just the informed development as a planning approach?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so Commissioner Littlejohn talked to another witness about the fact that this essentially inserts another strategic guidance in district plans through the urban EPS, urban informed development. Only urban informed development is mandatory. The question is, do you support other strategic objectives the council wants to achieve being added to the strategic objectives chapter?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to be careful that, because you could just end up, because when there's been a lot of submissions already, trying to insert additional matters into the strategic objectives, and I think you have to be careful that that doesn't get watered down by.
So perhaps I should clarify, we have Tangata Whenua, we have historic culture.
Yep.
These are discretionary missions the council has chosen.
Yep.
So do you support the council identifying its key strategic objectives right up front, over and above the mandatory urban form of development?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yes, I do. Yeah. Yep. I think the national planning standards set a framework, and then it's up. I still believe that there's a role for the local council to determine their own local issues of strategic importance, and that's what's happened here under the proposed plan.
I'll let you carry on with it. Interlope.
That's fine. Yeah, so the point I was making there that is that therefore I consider that it's very important that those activities that are identified as being of strategic importance are appropriately recognised in the strategic objectives. So what I tried to do in my evidence was to have a good look at what is in the strategic objectives in terms of activities and issues currently, and I think Mr. Hall described it as a long menu, and I think that's a very good way of describing it. This is paragraph 20 of my evidence. So you've got housing, residential, land supply, centres for business, living, shopping, leisure, entertainment, visitor accommodation, livable, connected, accessible, safe and well-designed urban environments, airport, port, major facilities and large-scale industrial activities, industrial land supply, primary production and rural industry activities, and productive, versatile rural land and natural, physical and cultural resources. So all of those things currently are in the strategic objectives, are all recognised. And so when I consider the contribution that energy activities make to the district and the region and the national economy, to me it seems like there's a big omission here not to include energy activities. Apart from those that are in the major facility zone, of course. And one other point I'd like to make about, and this comes from some of the questioning on the last submission, was around this urban form and development topic. And I guess you're talking about the tension that inserting energy activities in there when it's an urban form and development chapter or subchapter. The fact is that you've already got a tension in there if you think that tension exists, because you've already got major facilities within that UFD 21. And most of those major facilities are actually located in rural environments, not in urban environments. So that may well point to a suggestion that Mr. McMahon was talking about earlier, about actually having another sub-topic for infrastructure or energy activities.
Just to be clear on that, I wasn't pushing a barrow on that. I'm just trying to test
Sure.
alternatives in the section 32.
Yeah, no, I understood that. So yeah, I guess I'm just pointing out that there's, without putting energy activities in there, there's already a potential tension there that's been set up. Okay, so paragraph 22 of my evidence, just addressing the section 42A report and the reasons for rejecting the OMB submission on UFD 21. The reasoning provided is that adding all energy activities would potentially undermine the significance of major facilities and the nationally and regionally significant role and function of the special purpose zone. There's no more explanation than that. The section 42A report does also make the argument that any energy activities are already provided for in their own chapter to justify rejecting the submission. In my opinion, this is paragraph 24, if energy activities are included in UFD 21, there'll still be a clear policy difference between those energy activities which are classified as major facility zones or major facilities and receive the benefits of the special purpose zone and those that are located outside of that zone. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the chapter on major facilities, there's a very permissive framework for those activities within that align with those special purpose zones, as you would expect. So that in the objectives and policies, there's a lot of allow, and that aligns with a permitted activity status. Additionally, there's also protection against reverse sensitivity within that chapter. So that's sensitive activities that might move in close to those major facilities. That same enabling framework doesn't exist for energy activities that are outside that major facility zone. So, for example, petroleum exploration and production outside the major facility zone is considered as a discretionary activity. And if you look at the objective and policy framework, the language is more manage and even avoid in certain circumstances where those activities might be established near to sensitive activities or areas of Indigenous biodiversity, whatever it might be. So there is a clear difference. So that's why I believe that it wouldn't undermine the significance of those major facility zones if you included energy activities in that UFD 21. Paragraph 26, another point, and this is a point that's also been raised in the planning evidence of Mr. St. Clair, and I believe it was in the evidence of Mr. Peiselman as well, is that only including those energy activities which are major facilities ignores the fact that those major facilities don't operate in isolation. They're part of a network or a system in terms of well sites and pipelines and production stations. And so they need to be considered in that light.
Just quickly, those sort of linear pipe work, network type activities you refer to in 26, are they the ones that you're actually referring to also where 24, we make a distinction between activities that are major facilities that receive the benefits of the zone and those that are located outside this, are the same components?
Yes. And then paragraph 29. So I acknowledge the point that there is a separate energy chapter which does have some enabling objectives and policies for energy activities. But I think the point is missed that the strategic objectives are higher ranking, as I've said, that's my opinion. And so I don't believe that because energy has its own chapter, that precludes those activities from being considered in the strategic objectives. In fact, the opposite, I think it adds further weight to the argument that they should be included within the strategic objectives. Paragraph 30, so the change that is sought is a very simple one, just to similar to a number of the other submitters, to add energy activities into that UFD 21. And I've sort of parked the UFD 23, but as I said, I'm happy to talk about the definitions, but it was completely aligned with the Greymouth submission on those points. And I've undertaken a short section 32 AA evaluation as requested by the commissioners, but it's pretty straightforward, so I don't propose to run over that if there's questions. One other last point I wanted to make was, and this was a good point that was brought up in the evidence of Mr. St. Clair, was around the regional policy statement having a separate chapter on energy. That's not every regional policy statement has a chapter on energy. That's quite unique to Taranaki, I believe. And the objective and policy within the RPS is very enabling. And I think that obviously this district plan needs to give effect to the RPS, and I think that only adds weight to the argument to have energy activities including strategic objectives. To add that.
Thank you. And you've obviously had the benefit of listening. You were here yesterday too?
Just a little bit.
Yes. So you've anticipated a lot of the questions as you've gone along, which you really appreciate. I do have a couple of high-level questions before I hand over to the commissioners. The first one is relating to our register of interests. You've had a look at the way we're managing those, and is your client comfortable with the way we're doing that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The second one is, it's a life of the plan issue, and we've already heard Ms. Price that this plan may not have a 10-year life, but certainly it is. I want to ask you about the government's legislation and policy around oil and gas exploration and production, and specifically the Carbon Zero Act, where it's strongly signalling that phasing out oil and gas, certainly offshore, is their policy. I presume that onshore is still being actively pursued, and that with a life of the plan for 10 years, there's no reason why, given that high-level government policy, that this plan shouldn't deal with this aspect front and centre.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you read the Climate Change Commission report, gas will make up a significant portion of our energy, well over the next 10 years.
Yes.
So definitely, it's got a significant role to play in the next 10 years.
Thank you. And the renewable energy, let's say preference, that Mr. Dowell, from OMB, sorry, from Hiringi, he might have been here when he presented, but he pitched for an elevation of renewable energy above other energy. Your views on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the nature of this submission is energy activities, and I think like, it's all about our mix, you know, as we go forward, and having that security of energy is important. And, you know, parts of that are going to be renewable, and parts of that are going to be non-renewable. Definitely for the next 10 years at least. So,
but you'd see that you'd perhaps agree that the strategic directions already have some greenhouse gas climate change emphasis that would be beneficial for renewable energy projects going forward. Yes. Right, Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Twiddley's addressed some of that as I was going to put to him, which was similar to what I put to Ms. Price. So thank you for that. You're very clear.
Questions? Thank you.
I'm in the same boat. Should be it. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your attendance. Heading back again for energy. Are you going to stay there or?
yeah. Well,
I missed it.
no, maybe I'll take a rest and then come back.
So look, I'll signal that we will sit through to 1 o'clock because I think we're just about caught up. But and other parties are certainly starting at 1:30. So I think we'll just hear from the last 3 submitters and see how we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I have submitted some legal submissions. I don't propose to read through those because I'm supposed to speak to points in them. And I'm conscious of the fact that this block of submitters is, in some respects, seen from the same song sheet. So I don't want to just simply repeat. But I do note there's been a number of questions or topics raised, and I will take the opportunity to try and address some of those points as we go through it.
I think it's some of my notes, it's some long notes from that song sheet.
I'm not going to sing it, but that's what.
That's
So I think the first thing to note is, and we do, as noted down in terms of the schedule, have a number of witnesses, both internal witnesses and external. And as the first opportunity to present to this panel, the full panel, one of the things was to be able to introduce that team because we will be appearing a number of times, either in person or by video. And so that's a little bit of the approach in terms of providing a bit more background than would normally be the case. So hopefully that's understood in terms of how we've put the evidence and the submissions together. Ultimately, Todd Energy and Todd Generation are both significant players in this district, and therefore that's one of the reasons why there's a high degree of active involvement in the proposed plan. And so what this topic about and the reason for making this appearance is from the submitter's perspective, the strategic directions of the plan are relatively important and they're important to the specific provisions that follow. There's an issue in there about status, and I do want to return to that in terms of what status these strategic directions or objectives have. And so I will circle back to that. In the background section of the submissions, what I tried to do is make that distinction between Todd Energy Limited and Todd Generation. And at the end of the day, I appear for both, but they are separate companies and they do have a separate focus. But what we've endeavoured to do hopefully for the benefit of the commissioners is to present jointly and show that there is a consistency there. There's no differential approach between them in terms of what's being sought. even though there are specific parts of the plan that there's an interest in, are slightly varied. But I think in terms of the strategic aspect of it, that they're all on the same lines. I'll let the witnesses talk to the specifics, but I've outlined briefly there in terms of Todd Energy Limited and the focus in terms of the production stations and the fact that Todd Energy Limited supplies about 40% of the natural gas requirements in New Zealand, and about 75% of that natural gas comes from this particular district. In terms of Todd Generation, the focus there is in terms of the supply of energy, particularly generation. And I'm focused there on just giving the background in terms of the expansion into solar, and then also talking in the New Plymouth context in terms of the McKee power plant and the Junction Road power plant, and the degree of power that's generated from those facilities. I do touch on paragraph 11 on this concept, and I know it was raised, I think, earlier about this site visits, and we're talking between Todd Energy Limited and Todd Generation Limited, quite a number of facilities. And you've already heard a little bit about this approach of saying there is some difficulty just simply focusing on particular plants in the absence of the system as a whole. But I raise this now to say we are in the Commissioner's hands in terms of what you'd like to see by way of site visits and when, and certainly from a submitter perspective, we would welcome that and could help to put together an appropriate schedule to be able to see some of these facilities and maybe at a later time and an appropriate time. But I just wanted to put that on the table. That is something which is offered and encouraged to help put our submissions into context.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Let's just deal with that now.
Yes.
We had an excellent flyover, just about 2 hours worth of helicopter trip around the district on the 18th of June. Happened to be a break in the weather. Thankfully, it was a beautiful day. So we have actually seen from the air a lot of the production stations and the developments. But for me, anyway, just the life cycle of the exploration through production, through transmission, getting a good understanding of that on the ground would be very helpful for us.
Certainly.
I think it would be good if you could liaise with the hearings administrators about when and what we should cover, signalling that we have made some directions in the hearing procedures about how we go about that, just to preserve witness standing and credibility, that we don't want to be accompanied by people involved in the hearing, but
yes,
certainly would need to be accompanied by certified people that
can, if you ask a question, they can say that is such and such, or how this fits in, but not someone who's giving evidence. I'm certainly, obviously we're accustomed to that in an environment court context and in terms of the court's expectations, and I'm happy to take a similar approach and perhaps put together for you a schedule to say that here's what could be done within a day, here's what you could see, and here's who would be available to show you around.
My thinking was it would be appropriate to do that before we hear the energy in the major facilities, special evidence. But I'm also mindful that not all of the panel will be sitting on all of the sections. So if you put through the hearings administrators a suggestion, we can work from there, and we'll be involved back to you via them to schedule that.
Thank you, that's useful direction. I move on in terms of the submissions to talk about the status and in any sense outline why from the submitter's perspective we say that the natural gas system is significant, and how that fits in terms of that aspect, that status aspect. And one of the things perhaps I should note here is that it is of some significance to this district. If we were having this hearing in Whenua or Wairarapa, it just simply wouldn't be an issue. It's quite unique here in terms of the all of the natural gas in the country is produced in this region. And I think that is important when you're talking about the strategic objectives of the plan and how that flows through, because it's not replicated elsewhere in the other parts of the country. And I've talked about there in the submissions about how that flows through from evidence regarding use, business use, household use, how that relates to jobs. And then that then flows, and I talked about just briefly paragraph 17 and 18 in terms of the RPS, how the RPS has recognised that regarding resources. And again, you've heard direct evidence on that. But I think I just wanted to set that out before we started to get into any of the specifics on the outcomes being sought. At this point, what I might do is touch briefly on that issue of status, and I rely on the evidence of Mr. Twigley, who has pointed out the parts of the plan that are referenced or relied on to suggest that the strategic objectives here are intended to have or do have an elevated status above other objectives. And I've spent most of my career advising council planners who always talk about what their intentions are of the plan, and most of the time my advice is I don't really care what your intention is. What I care about is what you wrote, and you know, the intention in some respects goes out the window if you have some direct language. And arguably in this case, the language as used could be more specific or could be more clear, but there are provisions here which do, I think, give a clear indication in terms of these strategic objectives. When you talk about language which is used, such as all other objectives and policies and all other chapters of this district plan are to be read and achieved in a manner consistent with these strategic objectives. Well, I read that as a hierarchy scenario. Now, they don't use the word hierarchy, but it's hard to read it in any other way. And so I would suggest that that does set up that degree of ranking, and therefore that immediately gets into that issue. And I think, you know, Commissioner Littlejohn was touching upon it. At the moment you have a list and you have a ranking, everyone says, pick me, I want to be on that list as well. And that's what you are, it's what you are getting here. Now, to the extent that the answer to that is to say, well, but you've got your own energy chapter, I don't think that in any respect answers that question, because if you've set a ranking and if energy activities are not part of those objectives, are not part of that ranking, then you've missed out. So there was a follow-up question, I think, for Commissioner Littlejohn to say, well, what does it matter? You know, so what does that mean in the scheme of things in a consent context? And there's no easy answer to that, because of course, the moment that you're involved in a consent process, you don't necessarily get a scorecard, or you don't necessarily get something to say, but for this or but for that, it would have tipped one way or the other. But perhaps I was thinking of what I could use by way of an example, and this is slightly off topic, but is an example that goes back a little way. Obviously, anyone who flies into Wellington will see all the wind farms, the west wind, all the wind turbines. And that was a hearing that I acted for both the local authorities on that, and that was a 6-week Environment Court hearing. And prior to that hearing, Meridian Energy and others had put a huge amount of effort lobbying the government to amend Part 2 of the Act, and they achieved that. So Section 7 of the Act, under other matters, has a specific provision that directly refers to renewable energy. And in the hearing on that matter before the Environment Court, they mentioned that endlessly. It was just kind of a constant focus of that, because that was specifically recognised in Part 2 under other matters that must be taken into account. Now, unless you're in the heads of the two judges said on that, of the two judges, you wouldn't necessarily know whether that tipped the balance one way or the other, but they were granted consent and they could refer to that as being express reference in Part 2 of the Act. And I bring that back here. It's the same thing. If you are in the energy industry and you are specifically recognised in terms of the strategic objectives, then you actually have that ability to refer to that rather than being excluded. And it's more important being excluded, because it's almost saying, well, but you're not part of the strategic objectives for this district. despite the fact that this is the only district that has that degree of investment in the energy sector. So it's the exclusion in some respects that's more important than the, if you like, the benefits of the potentially the inclusion here. But that's what you are setting up by virtue of having the structure that I believe exists in the plan at the moment in terms of a hierarchy. And I'm happy to go there in terms of whether there should or should not be a hierarchy, because it's a double-edged sword. I mean, to be frank, from a submitter perspective, we're saying if there's a hierarchy, you need to have energy activities in there. If there's not, it's not so important, and we'll focus in terms of the other objectives and policies. But at the moment, the way I read it is that there is a hierarchy, and if we want to be recognised as part of that conversation.
It's a useful summary, I think. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying. I appreciate I'm pulling together there a whole raft of different
questions. I think what you're doing is you're helpfully responding to the themes that we've heard. That's fine.
Right. So I think the point's already been made by Mr. Twickley in terms of the difficulty looking at any of the facilities or the plants in isolation, and what we've tried to consistently do through the evidence is talk about energy systems and that being interconnected through essential pipeline infrastructure networks, and hopefully that theme comes out clearly in terms of the evidence. And then I am conscious of time and handing over to some of the other witnesses. So the only other point perhaps I wanted to make, and again, I'm happy for any of the experts to speak to it, but the question, we've talked a little bit about the regional policy statement, but the question arises is in terms of other key economic development and strategy documents, whether they provide any assistance in terms of the importance of energy activities. And I think, and I'm happy, this hasn't been provided in writing, I'm happy to subsequently submit a document to this effect, but there are a number in terms of the focus of Taranaki, the Taranaki Regional Economic Development Strategy from 2017. And then in terms of the role of the port and Port Taranaki and how that links in to the energy sector as well, there's some other documents there that I think are of some assistance to support the provision of the inclusion of energy activities into the strategic objectives for this plan.
Mr. Quinn, is that not provided in some of the planning evidence, or is that additional to?
I think some of them are mentioned, perhaps, but perhaps, as I say, it's a one page that I could submit that simply provides all of those things, those 5 points.
So if you'd like to receive that.
Thank you. Subject to any questions, I'm happy to take questions now or at the end, but the intention we did have is so 4 witnesses here. There are 2 in-house witnesses and 2 external planning witnesses, and I would propose that they would just present in that order, subject to when it's listed for Todd generation. Perhaps Mr. Pye would it logically go before Mr. Twickley. And Mr. Pye there's nothing submitted there, but I think there's a brief statement just again to give that background context to Todd generation.
Well, what I propose is if we hear from the corporate first, and then we'll take a break for lunch because it's been a long morning.
Absolutely.
And then come back with the 2 planning witnesses after lunch.
Thank you.
Again, just seeking everyone's indulgence, we are a little bit behind, but I think that will work out to a short. Go well. We'll have a short lunch. We'll come back at 1:30. So.
And just while we're waiting for your first witness, in terms of those other documents that you referred to, how do they fit into the scheme of things in terms of the statutory requirements that we must have regard to?
Non-statutory. So in essence, the question is ultimately whether there are other non-statutory documents which the proposed inclusion of energy activities would be inconsistent with. And my proposition and my submission to you is that it would not be inconsistent with those other documents, but they're non-RMA documents.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anybody else? My name's Nick Wiseman, I'm Todd Energy's Environmental Manager. I submitted a brief of evidence that I won't go through. I'll just make a few key clarifications. Paragraph 16 relates to a question that Commissioner Dage raised earlier with regard to mentioning of our Mangahewa permit over the Mangahewa field. The expiry date for that permit is 2061, and that was recently, in the last few years, renewed by this government under the Crown Minerals Act. So
It's a very long term.
we're not looking years, we're not looking down to 2050. We're at 2061 with that permit.
That's what I assumed. I just wanted to get the context that business as usual for many of these facilities. Yes. Thank you.
And with regard to my Appendix 2 evidence, we'll be talking about the energy system and hopefully lay that out spatially here. One further addition is the port. We haven't included facilities here. That was an oversight, so if it's appropriate, I'd like to resubmit that. At the port, we have loading arms, which is this key infrastructure, a key part of our energy activities where the products come from the well sites, through the production station, through the pipelines to the tank farms. And then the last part of the journey is to the port, through the loading arm, and the option to the vessels for offshore distribution.
I think if you could just add that in, find that helpful. Thank you.
Well, that's at the end of each one of those pipelines you've got. Yes, yeah, but it's on the overview. It's got the wording part to do tank farm. The port sits right there, and we've got some key infrastructure there. We own a loading arm, and Methanex also owns a loading arm. Loading arm to facilitate that process.
Look, I have read your evidence. It's really is quite superb in terms of the way you've outlined the business. Very, very clear. So I don't have any questions. Some of the other commissioners noted.
No, it was very much enjoyed it. Probably not a disclosure of interest, but as a young man in my teens, I would form an insulation doing some lagging at the McKee station and also out at Kapuni as well. So yeah, as a Taranaki boy, I certainly have worked in the energy industry, albeit prior to going off to get a university degree. But that was great to, Todd has been a very long-standing operator in the district, and part of the reason, from my experience looking at it from on the north of the Bombay Hills, is one of the reasons the region has continued to perform above and beyond many other regions in the country. So that's all I was going to say, more of an observation, but thank you for your evidence.
Well, if you come for a site visit, you may see some of the.
I hope it's not there.
I hope you're not suggesting that there's a lag. I don't have any questions. Thank you. It's really helpful.
Mr. President, I just had a question on your verbal petition regarding the expiry date of that consent. Which field did that relate to?
The Mangahewa field.
Did you say 2061?
2061, April 2061, under the Crown Minerals Act.
Yes, okay. I was doing the math, and more than a 35-year consent, but obviously not subject to that restriction.
No.
Thank you.
I did, yes, still serving us.
So while we do this quickly, we don't have any additional questions for you. So if you want to go much off, we won't need to call you again. Listen to you. Thank you, Mr. Pye.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for having me here. So, introducing myself, I'm Chris Pye. I'm the Projects and Development Manager for Todd Generation. I've worked for the Todd Group of companies for about 10 years now. About 9 of those here in New Plymouth. So Todd Generation, I wanted to come here today and just introduce our company. It's a reasonably newly formed company, so it doesn't have perhaps the same amount of documented history as others. It's part of the downstream energy division of Todd. So that includes Nova Energy, Negatel, and solar developing arm Sunergize. So within the district here, we own and operate primarily 2 100 megawatt gas-fired power stations. That's the McKee Power Plant and the Plymouth Power Plant.
Are they peaker plants?
Look, I call them power plants, but they're fast start. They can go from 0 to hero in about 13 to 15 minutes.
So they're a gas turbine engine. They're same sort of technology as aircraft.
Yeah, very similar to what's on a 767.
Thank you.
So one plant about 7 kilometres to the south of New Plymouth, that's Junction Road, and the other about 30 kilometres to the southeast, being McKee, which is adjacent to the McKee Mega Hayward production station. 2 smaller plants in the region as well, which are embedded within the McKee Mega Hayward production station. I won't touch on those again. I did also want to point out, we were in the news, I think, last week, having built New Zealand's largest solar farm to date. So it's quite a proud achievement for the company.
Just actually on cycling back to that on site visits outside the district, but it's obviously related to Todd Generation. But I'm assuming that you wouldn't have that included in the site.
Yeah, personal interest.
I raise that because I'm obviously interested in seeing it myself, but because it's just something different. But I just wanted to check. We'll get it back on that site visit question.
Well, I guess it depends on whether there's any intention during the life of the plan to replicate that facility in the district.
But you never say never to anything, right? We want, from a power system developer's point of view, I want an enabling plan that allows any party to come in.
I think we would appreciate a look at that if there was time, because it fills out the balance between the generation aspects that Todd Generation is involved in.
So getting back to the local district here, I did want to highlight the significant investment that we've put into the infrastructure. So well over $200 million has gone into assets here over the past decade. Those assets, each of those plants can provide the power for about 70,000 homes, so about 140,000 typical Kiwi homes in total is what we're supplying when we need to from this very district, which is a lot more than the number of homes within Taranaki itself. So we are offering something here that's actually benefiting on a national scale. What those plants are also doing, they're providing the ability for electricity generation here within the region. If something does go wrong with the major infrastructure outside of the region itself, it means that we actually have a self-sufficiency point of view in the region. It's quite topical at the moment. These plants, I know you referred to them as peakers before. This year they've been doing something closer to what we call base loading. They're running in the absence of water in the South Island. They've been called on to run really high hours, and they're performing well. So that's not what we see as normal operation, but that's one of these years that they were designed for, and they're doing their job. They are the only large-scale electricity assets within the New Plymouth region. And they do support a lot of high-value employment, both directly with Todd Generation and then indirectly with all of the suppliers and contractors that work on those plants. I think I touched a little bit already on the role they do in supporting the renewables. You know, that's when the sun's not there, when the wind's not there, we've got something to fill the void. So I think the reason I wanted to come down here today is to introduce myself and then to just convey that importance of what we're looking for in the plan. And that's to ensure the proposed plan actually recognises the activities that we're doing, both now and into the future. I know there's been a lot of talk already about energy activities not being part of the strategic direction or being excluded from it. A particular interest of Todd Generation is that our activities have not been considered as major facility zones. So by definition of not being a major facility zone, then we're not strategically important and not as important. So I think that point's been covered well already. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you very much, and thank you for attending and introducing yourself. It's very much appreciated. So we will break until 1:30. I think we do need to try and make it some time. So it'll be a short break, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Well, no, yeah, but I'll, they had no questions.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Everyone, welcome back. It's been a short break, but I hope people are refreshed. And we've just sent out someone's volunteered to go and some more chairs, so we'll find some seats for you in a while. Mr. Sinclair, can you, what would assist us if you've been hearing the line of questioning? So perhaps when you go through your summary, or even do your best to anticipate the line of questioning as we go through, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of my evidence is limited to within the scope of the hot energy submissions, and in fact there are only further submissions. So my focus is quite narrow. In terms of my so starting on page 4, starting with page 13, just in there, and I've done this in the same manner. My approach to all of the objectives was to look at the objective, and then does it implement the RPS? And so I've taken that approach, and in doing so, I saw things differently to the officers in terms of the methods that require quite directive, or to say that the district council will do this, or that they may. And I see it that what you're supposed to do is actually implement the RPS. Don't just look at the methods in terms of doing that. And the reason that you don't is because those particular ones regarding natural hazards and biodiversity, in the RPS that talks about the RPS in terms of section 62, the RMA talks about who has responsibility and whether it's directive or not. So that's where that. So I didn't see it in the same manner as the officers that I thought that you needed to specifically give effect to it.
Is that summarised in one of your? Are you talking?
Yeah, around paragraph 22.
All right.
22, 24.
Yeah. That's a key point you'd like to highlight.
And so in that case, I suggested if that you were of a mind to make that amendments in relation to strategic objective 13, it didn't seem to me that that required a additional section 32 analysis. The reasons I see out in 25. Moving on to
just before you do, that point that you make in 22, does that go across the entirety of the objectives that you've looked at?
Yes, I referred later on. I referred back to it when I was talking about the same.
Yes,
same thing.
Is that that approach that you've talked about is it jurisdiction and is it directive? Is that your particular MO and determining how RPSs need to be implemented, or is that standard industry practice?
In relation to its, the matter in relation to responsibility, is something that's separate from what the RPS covers and then what you need to implement it. I'd have said it was industry practice not to look at just those matters where the responsibility has been identified, but you have to actually give effect to the RPS. That's what you're required to do under 75.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
In 21, this was the main point here, and this was the inclusion of energy activities and into that part, and then picking up on Commissioner Littlejohn's questions about, well, how does it fit in with the strategic objectives when this is in relation to urban form and development. There are quite a, as Mr. Twiggy pointed out, quite a number of items that are in that chapter which don't necessarily all just seem to fit within urban form and development. But in my view, I would say that when you're looking at energy and relying on Mr. Postman's evidence that it's an energy system, and if you wish to deliver on your urban form and development, then you need to take account of energy as a system. They don't just, it's not just a major facility, it's, as I understand it, it's the pipes and all that feed that, and it's a distribution across, well, in the North Island, it's articulated throughout the North Island. So that's how I saw that part of it. In 30, I just set out, and this was in relation to the officer's points in relation to including energy would potentially undermine the significance of other major facilities. I might have been reading this wrong, but in 31 and 32 other, well, there aren't any other major facilities that aren't energy activities, so I didn't understand quite how that worked. And it's not just about having it's not just about having an actual chapter and rules and that provide for energy or energy activities. It seems to me that if you're giving effect to the RPS, which has got, in this case, Mr. Quinn pointed out, this is in a region, and then in the districts within here, this is the only place in New Zealand really where this occurs. So if it's in the RPS, then it should be reflected, I would have thought, in the district plan at the strategic objective level. And then in relation to that matter, I've provided an Appendix B, Section 32AA analysis that may assist you to remind go down that path. UDF 23, this was about primary production and rural industries. And that, I thought that was better probably addressed on 42 in the energy chapter, which I understand has been conducted later this year. In 24, this is paragraph 43. This was just in relation to the matter of highly productive land. And in 47, I thought that the officers had done quite well in terms of identifying this highly productive land NPSs. My understanding due out relatively soon, along with the Indigenous biodiversity one. So more clarity might come what the officer had done was to actually clarify what's being protected. So I thought that was useful. But I thought that you might need to look at a definition of highly productive land, or New Zealand have a submission on that you might be able to look at later on. And then the last matter was the submission to address the new strategic objectives suggested by Chorus in relation to infrastructure. And again, I followed the same thing of looking through the RPS, had that been given effect to, and in my view, it hadn't. And I set out again, section 32AA. That. The other questions that I recall that I've written down was one raised by Commissioner McMahon in relation to do the strategic objectives. Commissioner McMahon, he talked about, do they implement the objectives? And from my perspective, that's the lower order objectives. From that isn't how objectives work in my view. An objective's an outcome statement, it's supposed to be. So if you've got strategic ones which talk that are supposed to guide in terms of that knowledge, in terms of that explanatory statement at the front of the plan, how it's supposed to work. If there's going to be a hierarchy, then I suppose that first, is there submissions that are, provide for that? I suppose is the first provide scope for it. But higher order objectives or lower order objectives don't implement higher order ones. Something that implements, that's policy. So that so in Queenstown, that plan that had strategic objectives and policies, so they addressed it in that manner. In relation to that is the case that the environment report from March 2019, Derby Planning Limited versus QLDC, and that was interim decision, Judge Hassan, and that's in relation to how Queenstown addressed their strategic objectives and how that sat within the plan. Don't have a copy with me. I can provide one if it would be consistent.
When that would be something to be of assistance. So just to clarify that, they had Queenstown had strategic objectives and policies. They didn't have other objectives.
They did have other objectives, yes, sorry, but they set that up, and that's this only in terms of the case. It's only about that first part of the rather than the entire plan. It's only on that first strategic objective.
They had policies related to the strategic objectives.
Yeah. So they had that, and then they had within each chapter they had objectives and policies, rules, and other methods.
Is your position that if you have an objective, whether it's strategic or not, there shouldn't be any differentiation? Is that your position? Or have I misread that?
We're going to say yes in relation to their outcome statements. So if they're written as outcome statements, one's sort of to give overall at a higher level. So, and these other ones are more specific,
targeted,
right? But if you because they're all outcome statements, then I have trouble reading it as a hierarchy, although they need to be consistent and not in conflict with each other. The other plans, Mr. Chair, you were on the Christchurch panel that has strategic objectives, and the panel put those out earlier. Auckland, I understand, has some strategic, at least did the RPS component first in terms of its
In that case, in Christchurch, with the replacement plan, those were issued and finalised early in the process.
Yep.
And following decisions, we tested against those.
Yes.
We don't have the benefit of being able to do that because that was an Auckland council which set the process up.
Very helpful.
Yes, and that is why we've been considering issuing some what we call interim guidance, which will be on the basis that here's our thinking after hearing the strategic directions. Not necessarily our last word, because we would like people to be able to debate those with us through specific hearings and chapters, and then we'll come back in the overall recommendations to confirm or otherwise. So you would find that helpful?
Very helpful. Because it gives it then all the parties to the plan, all the submitters can see where and then respond to that, but rather than go down rabbit holes.
And perhaps challenge us.
Yes.
And the ability to challenge us through the rest of the hearings. If you're supportive of that,
as a plan, right?
I think the quality and the focus of the submissions to follow will increase as a result, because we don't have to repeat some stuff. We can focus on where your directions sit and how that fits in with the submissions that we've made on specific parts of the plan. Thank you.
Commissioner Martin's got a question about the body language.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just not sure whether you're going to move on to another topic, Mr. Sinclair, or.
No, I'm happy to take questions.
Yes, I mean, I'm really interested in this topic, and what I've written down is that you've said that if objectives, whether they're strategic or non-strategic, are written as clear outcome statements, then it's important that they are consistent or at least not inconsistent.
Yeah, you don't want them pulling in different directions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my first question on that is that the need to be consistent and not inconsistent, is that in a silo vertical approach on a topic by topic basis, or is that across the board between topics? So is it okay? I mean, is it possible that, well, on the energy topic, for example, you'd want alignment between outcome statements that are at a high level and outcome statements that are at a lower level? Does that preclude some disalignment between, on another topic, residential or rural, there being some disparity between those outcome statements, pulling in different directions where they might reflect different higher order directions, such as the MPSUD versus the MPSFM and the higher the production land one that's coming out a lot later in the year?
So, these are the different higher order documents, as you just pointed out, and can be argued that they don't all pull in the same direction, but your requirement is to give effect to them.
Yes, so if you're giving effect to them through the provision of objectives, whether they're high level objectives or lower level objectives or outcomes, then it's possible that there will be some misalignment or disalignment between them.
Yes.
Yeah. And is that contemplated in the RMA? Because I mean, I haven't seen any guidance document from the government that says this is how you read the situation where there's conflict between FM and UD.
Yeah, no. As far as I'm aware, there might be case law on that, but if there is, I don't know about it. Okay. But from a planning perspective, that the RMA's set out what council's functions are, so it has to deliver on a large number of matters and through its plan, and it's only through, apart from part three, it's only through that national direction and the RPS that you get any refinement about how you should deliver on that. And as you just pointed out, they're not always consistent. So it's
if there's potential for misalignment at the objective level, that could flow through to policies and provisions, methods, rules also.
Yeah, yes.
And so I'm just wondering if that's fatal or not, and how that's resolved. Presumably that's resolved at the consent process when you test a proposal against these competing objectives and policy frameworks. You know, development that involves maybe intensification of residential development in the rural zone might have support for the MPSUD, but it might run afoul of the UDS, FM, and high production land provisions that are also in play.
Yes.
And that's presumably that's resolved on a case by case basis.
I suppose at a consent stage, it depends on how you put it in the plan, and it could be that someone saw submissions seeking that part of it, which is in those higher order documents, that's more directive, that rather than enabling, that those provisions should be given straight away.
So I guess what I'm getting at is important to have vertical alignment, that will fit the topic, but it's not, it's anticipated that there might be horizontal disalignment in the provisions, because that's a mere reflection of giving effect to the higher order document.
Yeah.
That's my first question. Second question, you talked about hierarchy, and you said it might depend on whether there's a scope for that. And I just wonder whether you'd read the description, part 1 of the district plan. Okay. It's on page.
I don't have all of the plan.
No,
here.
look, I'll read.
Yep.
I'll read it to you, and it's courtesy of Ms. Price's statement. It says the strategic objectives address key strategic and or significant matters for the district and provide district-wide strategic considerations to guide decision-making at a strategic level. It's the first sentence. The second sentence is it is intended that all other objectives and policies in the district plan are to be read and achieved in a manner consistent with the strategic objectives. Now, Mr. Quinn said he reads that as a hierarchy, an implicit or explicit hierarchy. Read it the same manner.
It's in.
Yes, it's in number of evidence.
So if that's in the introduction, then I wanted to defer to Mr. Quinn to tell you about whether that's actually part of the plan and actually how it should be read, because my understanding.
Well, I've got a hard copy of the plan.
Yep.
And that's repeated on every page. For this, but that may be just a function of the printout.
All right.
Several witnesses have supported that. Ms. Ratt, alternatively, has said that she doesn't like those provisions, that wording. She preferred a wording that goes along the lines of the objectives of this in the strategic directions chapter have the same status as all other objectives in the plan, but provide guidance across the district. And that's her requested relief to replace the provision I just read out, and which is in front of you. And I think that, I'm trying to put words into the mouth of Ms. Edwards, but I think that's the position of the officers. Or Ms. Edwards has said that there is no hierarchy, at least. I think that's what Ms. Edwards said on day 1 of the opening.
So, Commissioner, you'll be familiar with the Greater Wellington plan, in which
that was
they
2.5 years of my life I'll never get back to. I keep saying that.
How old are you? How old are you?
Say.
In that plan, there was objectives 1 to 5, and there was discussion with that about whether those objectives implemented the lower order, implement the higher order ones. Was there a hierarchy? And in the finish, I think the opposition was they got to a point where it was no. However, I suppose what's the when it comes to, if you're looking at these objectives, you'll be doing that when it comes to decision on a resource consent and looking at it in 104, and it just says refer to the objectives, policies, and which sort of, well, I suppose if the intention is to have a hierarchy and the strategic ones, that this is going to be the only place to be able to do it. But
I guess the question for you, the question I have for you though is, unlike Greater Wellington, which didn't have a statement like this, this plan does have a statement. Some people have interpreted it some ways, Mr. Twiddly, sorry, late in the day, and Ms. Red has identified it in a different way, and it's both. Ms. Red wants to make the wording very clear, and that there is no hierarchy. Other witnesses have said this implies a hierarchy, and maybe if that is the intent, it should be even clearer. Here's what I'll put it to you: is what is your position on that?
I have having a hierarchy potentially creates some problem as to interplay between the objectives if they're all outcome statements. Because even if you're very careful with the wording, you're still potentially going to get some inconsistency between them. But then you've got a strategic objective and a lower order objective, then you're writing policies to implement both.
Yes.
And then
within the silo of that topic.
Yeah, so it would.
So energy, for example, we know that there's objectives and policies in the energy chapter. We know that there's not, at the moment at least, anything in the strategic objectives chapter at the moment. So at least there's no question of disalignment there, is there?
In order to, I would say that energy activities, for instance, have included at a strategic level in this district, recognising its scale and contribution. Then, and because of the RPS, then that should be in there, and then that would be reflected in the lower order, the energy one specifically.
So bringing us back to the topic, I promise this is my final question. On the energy matter itself, if the relief that you're suggesting that acknowledge you didn't write the submission or further submission, if the relief is adopted, those words are included into the urban form development strategic objective, do they form a clear and strategic outcome that's not inconsistent with the outcomes in the energy chapter at the objective policy level?
I haven't looked at that in a direct one-to-one.
Based on your previous answer, though, that's an important consideration, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. When it, I suppose that's in the same manner if you're releasing interim guidance now on what those will be, then we could give better consideration back to what is the alignment of those lower order objectives with that higher order.
Is that right? I don't want to be critical, but I thought you might have checked that out in terms of supporting the provision of a higher order energy provision. Wouldn't you want to be certain that it's not going to pull in an opposite direction to the objectives in the energy chapter?
So the one I have, because some of those objectives I have referenced them in here. I haven't done it in a huge detail, but at first glance, just looking at it now, they don't seem to be that unaligned. But I'd be happy to come back to you when it comes to the energy chapter and address it at that point, unless you want to.
No. Yeah, I guess I'm just indicating. I guess I'm responding with a question based on your earlier example about the need for some vertical alignment.
Yes, but what is it? That alignment needs to be done in strategic first, then those I build in that. That 32 for that, then look at the next part, that do it in that downward or downwards. The progress doesn't speed up.
I guess I'm a pace of chasing. Yeah, that was all for me, sir.
Thank you. Your comments? John?
Commissioner Mann's covered off what I wanted to talk to you about. I just want, I always scratch my head a little bit as a lawyer when a planner says as a planning perspective. And you say that at paragraphs 20 and 23, and you sort of throw it off like there's some other bunch of rules that everyone else ought to know about, that planners know about, that if only they did know about them, then planners would rule the world.
No,
but I didn't get that memo. I get, sorry, I mean, that was really just an intro to the question, which is you've said at paragraph 23, and you were critical of the section 32 assessment in your prior paragraph, that reliance on the methods from an RPS is not the correct manner in which to give effect to it. And I'm just wondering whether your counsel for your client's got the legal authority to support the planning perspective.
If I could explain why I use planning perspective.
Oh, no, just
in my
whether you've
evidence.
got legal authority to support
And I
the
don't.
position.
The reason I say from a planning perspective is because I am a planner, I'm not a lawyer. So what I'm indicating there is this is how I understand that work. I would refer to lawyers in relation to legal interpretation, because that's not mine. And then,
Mr. Quinn, have you got any case law which supports how that phrase "give effect to" ought to be approached in the context of a district plan? I mean, the only case I found is the Equus Trust case, which concerned the Canterbury Recovery Plan, where I understood there that the analysis was very much around using Powell, that authority, and King Salmon as a give effect to really needs to be implemented at a district level by reference to the language that's actually used in the regional document and how directive it is.
Yes.
So that if you have a very directive part of a regional policy statement, like an avoid policy, then it really does have to be set out quite clearly how that's going to happen. But if you've got a much more open-ended provision in a regional policy statement, much like the ones that Mr. Sinclair references at paragraph 19 that promote the exploration, they can be dealt with in a range of ways throughout a district plan, and they don't necessarily need to be elevated up to a very strong strategic objective. That's certainly how I read it. Are you familiar with the case? Do you want to make some submissions on it?
No, like I'm familiar with the case in the sense I've read it. I don't have any additional cases for you now, and I'm happy to come back. But in terms of your outline of or understanding of how that works in practice, I would agree with that, we endorse that. And it ultimately comes down to the specific nature of the language used in the RPS, which then either limits or opens up how you go about it in terms of putting that in the district plan, and what are the options open to you in terms of giving effect.
So if for example, there was an objective in the regional policy statement that was very much the provision for and ongoing maintenance and enablement of energy exploration activities is a significant regional issue, and then you might say, well, okay, we've got to take account of that, and there's got to be some methods that are more directive than just some rule. We ought to put it right up the top of the menu, so to speak. But
yes,
and that's how Mr. Sinclair, that's how I understood the council had approached its reference to natural hazards and what's the other one that they picked out? Indigenous biodiversity. Those are the ones that the regional policy statement said, look, these are non-negotiables. These are no-brainers. These have got to be dealt with. But then there's all of these other things that are a regional issue. But how you deal with them is really up to you in the context of your district plan. And so, faced with that, how does a district council give effect to that particular provision? And presumably, it then has a choice as to how it does that within its plan. It doesn't have to load it right at the top of the document, does it?
no, it doesn't need to do. But yeah, have to give effect to it, but it's looking at the, I would thought, the significant nature of the activity, in this case, energy, but it might be infrastructure as well.
So what,
I referred earlier to my understanding of the law in terms of sections 62(2), which talks about the natural hazards and biodiversity. It's not just the way that they're framed in terms of avoid or that. It requires them in 62(2) to actually, in relation to those two matters, to set out quite clearly whose responsibility and all that for, and that's where that's the responsibility in terms of part of that natural hazards and biodiversity that the district councils need to give effect to. It doesn't mean though that that's the only part that they have to give effect to. I would suggest that they also have to look at the other provisions within the RTS and whether those, because it could be that there are some other ones that might be written in a manner that mention words avoid or
well, I mean, I suspect the response from council staff might be, well, we've done what we had to do because we've got these very specific chapters that deal with how we promote and enable those sorts of regionally significant issues. We don't need to headline them in our strategic objectives to achieve that obligation under section 75.
Yeah. As I said, I see it differently because there's a in Taranaki and in Plymouth. This is a significant industry. The section 32 report had the section 32 appendix 2 has one of those documents that Mr. Plymouth was referring to earlier, and that talks about significance of oil and gas industry. The blue, yes, the blueprint.
Yes, industry, last page. Our economy is a strong agricultural base and the nation's significant oil and gas sector.
So,
one other matter. In terms of in your discussion of UFD 21, you picked up on Mr. Twigley's response to a question I put to him about, why do you need to have energy activities up there?
Yes.
And you said, and I think it was along the line of questioning, how's that related to urban form and development? And you said there are two reasons. You repeated his answer to me, which was that if you look down that list that he prepared, not all of the items seem directly relevant to urban form and development. So you adopted that position. And you gave me another one, or you gave us another one, which talked about this being an energy activities as a system. And I guess I just wanted to understand that a little bit more. What were you saying? Because that's obviously a critical aspect of your reasoning as to why energy activities ought to be up, at the front desk there.
So I rely on the description, particularly set out in Mr. Price's when he talks about how these the fields are related to the major activities. You can't have one without the other. You need the connection points, pipelines, and that between them, and that it's through to the point where it's either delivered into a reticulated network around the country, or it's not just those energies, not just these particular plants.
So
it's a whole.
Are you saying that the fact that the connections, the pipelines, would traverse into the urban area means that energy activities are generally relevant to urban form and development?
Not that, but it's energy is part of the thing that you need to provide in order to be able to provide for urban form and development. You can't have one without the other.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair.
And Mr. Sinclair, I don't have any other questions. Thank you for your very
Thank you. And I've noted down our homework on, I think there's about 3 or 4 points for us to come back to
You
you.
want to read them back to us because we're keeping a list.
Now you're going to test me.
Yeah.
Okay. We were coming, well, first of all, I suppose working backwards, we're coming back in terms of any case law as these outlined in terms of Commissioner's job. There was a request to provide a copy of that the Queenstown District Lakes case Derby. Yes. There was. I've noted it down different spots.
It was a site visit.
Site visit matter, and I think there was an
extra
one.
Diagram in this.
That's right, yes. I think those 4.
There was also another, the key strategic background coupled by.
Oh, yes, yeah, the further page of other documents, other non-statutory documents.
Oh, yes.
So that was the 5th one.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're now hearing from the Energy Resources Bureau, Mr. O'Rourke. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and good afternoon, everyone else. I'm John Carnegie. I'm the Chief Executive of Energy Resources Aotearoa, and with me is our Policy Manager, Joshua O'Rourke. We rebranded earlier this year from PPANZ, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Association of New Zealand, and it was under our former brand that we submitted on the proposed district plan in 2019. Energy Resources is the industry body representing energy intensive firms in the energy resources sector. Our primary interest is in public policy that promotes a sound and efficient energy system for the benefit of all New Zealanders. And we have maintained a long-standing interest in Taranaki planning issues, given the importance of energy, including oil and natural gas in the region and surrounding districts. And in fact, as you've already heard, 2 of our members, Todd and OMV, are keenly interested in this process. Today, we would like to speak to our submission by focusing on the importance of acknowledging energy and petroleum and the strategic objectives of the district plan. We're not presenting expert evidence today. In terms of the change we seek, the proposed plan introduces a hierarchy under which the strategic objectives effectively take precedence over all other chapters, objectives and policies, which must in turn be read and achieved in a manner consistent with the overarching strategic objectives. Energy and petroleum activities are not afforded weight in the strategic objective on urban form and development, however, and we would like the strategic importance of energy activities, including petroleum, to be recognised herein. In terms of why we consider it appropriate to provide such recognition in the plan, I would specifically like to talk about the role of the sector in the region and how it contributes to well-being nationwide. Actually, before talking about the regional and local economy, I would just like to reiterate my friend's point from Todd about the particular relevance of this hearing here as opposed to hearings in other parts of the country. The energy and petroleum industry invests significantly into the regions in which it operates, especially in Taranaki. Many millions of dollars are required to discover a hydrocarbon field, and then many millions more, of course, to turn that into production. This investment pays for the development of local support infrastructure, production stations, buildings, roads, piping, reticulation structures, and salaries of staff and support workers. The petroleum industry plays a very important role in the Taranaki region. The industry accounts for around 30% of Taranaki's regional gross domestic product, and directly generates around 7,000 jobs for the region. That is a key reason why Taranaki has the highest GDP per capita in New Zealand at around $77,000. The petroleum industry also supports the development of other industries. Supply of reliable natural gas is essential for many industries, including methanol production produced by Methanex in North Taranaki, urea fertiliser for agriculture produced by Balance Agrichemicals in South Taranaki, and as a fuel to support dairy processing at, for example, the cogeneration plant at Fonterra's Whairoa plant in South Taranaki. These industries rely on a steady supply of reliable and affordable natural gas. Equally, contractors and suppliers are employed to maintain and provide materials for the sector. And finally, staff, contractors and suppliers, of course, live and provide services to and support local communities and schools. In Taranaki, the energy industry also plays a strong social role in supporting and sponsoring a range of community initiatives, including Coast Guard Taranaki, the WOMAB Festival, the Lenlai Centre Taranaki Rugby and Community Services, including scholarships and learning to swim programs, facilities such as the TSB Hub in Hawera, and conservation efforts throughout the province, for example, Paper for Trees, the Taranaki Bonga Project and East Taranaki Environment Trust, to name but a few. Companies in the sector also work hard to build and maintain durable and constructive relationships with iwi and hapu, landowners and the wider communities in which they operate. In terms of the national economy, the upstream petroleum industry is a significant contributor to New Zealand's overall economic well-being, contributing on average around $2.5 billion annually to New Zealand's GDP. So roughly 1% of total GDP, a not insignificant amount. Oil exports are on average worth approximately $1.5 billion per year. Typically, 42.4% of all profit from producing fields is returned to the New Zealand government in the form of royalties and corporate taxes. As a result, the government earns on average approximately $650 million in royalties and income tax from the sector every year. These royalties are, of course, paid into the Crown Consolidated Fund, which are used for expenditure on a range of things, including schools and hospitals. The industry generates around 11,000 jobs nationally at peak times, many of whom are highly skilled and specialised. Local workers earn twice the national average salary and create a 7 times multiplier effect per dollar spent in local communities. Natural gas is also crucial to the electricity system, as you've already heard, as it provides backup cover for renewable generation at peak demand times, or when it doesn't rain or the wind doesn't blow. Gas-fired power stations help ensure New Zealand's electricity supply is affordable and reliable and reduces the possibility of blackouts. By way of illustration, the gas-fired McKee plant can provide electricity to approximately 70,000 homes. This is roughly the population of Taranaki. Gas is also critical to a range of other economic activities that require heat, such as furnaces, milk drying, timber processing and steel production. The development of New Zealand's petroleum resources over the last 50 years has generated wealth, underpinned New Zealand's energy system, positions New Zealand to transition to a low emissions future, and has enabled the development of a range of industries. Almost 400,000 households and businesses use natural gas and LPG for heating and cooking. The byproducts of oil and gas are also used in a huge range of products and services, including cosmetics, medical products, plastics and appliances. They are essential in making our modern lifestyles possible. In terms of the continued need for the industry, hydrocarbons provide around half of New Zealand's total energy needs and is predicted to still account for more than half of all global energy consumption in 2040. Indeed, in the New Zealand context, the recent Climate Change Commission report recognises an important ongoing role for natural gas out to 2050, with 25 petajoules of gas forecast to still be used for electricity firming and hard to abate process heat. The recently released Business New Zealand Times 2060 model shows natural gas also being used in both of its scenarios, approximately 45 PJs and 65 PJs, excluding use for feedstock in each scenario. Clearly from these forecasts, the sector will be needed in the medium to longer term. So the question is simply how best to manage it as long as it is required. In terms of climate change, New Zealand has a capped emissions trading scheme, and this should be celebrated. This efficient tool caps emissions and ensures that the impact of activities are accounted for and managed via a carbon price. This will drive future fuel choices. So in light of the regional and national value I've outlined, our key message is that the strategic importance of energy activities, including petroleum, be recognised in the strategic objectives. I trust that the information I've imparted this afternoon has been useful in terms of an overview of the sector's role and contribution, and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carnegie. Certainly, we would appreciate that piece of paper you're reading from, because I think it was a very, very helpful summary, very concise, but very much to the point. So if you could provide a soft copy through to Ms. Bromwell, the administrators, that would be great.
Yep.
I don't have any questions myself. I thought that was a very clear position.
Yes, very good, thank you. Likewise, you seem to be singing from the same song sheet as Mr. Quinn as well, in terms of contribution to the economy.
Yep.
So we'll be seeing you at some other.
Yes, you most certainly will.
Yes, and just closing off, we've got to do this, Mr. Quinn, that you've seen the register of interest for the panel. We've issued that, and any concerns about that from your point of view?
I'm not sure we've seen that.
Yes, so that was circulated last Monday, just to clear off that there's no underlying conflicts that parties participate in terms of the work we've done around the place. So,
and I've said it, it's
no concerns for you. Just double check that back with us, that would be useful.
Thank you, will do.
Yes, appreciate you attending, and thank you very much. We'll see you again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We'd ask for a 5-minute leg stretch, so I thought we were looking for the bathroom, but no.
I'm trying to avoid it.
I think we will take 5 minutes. Sounds like some people want to. So back at 1:30. Sorry.
I'm just here monitoring this.
Let's get that.
Don't call it evidence.
So welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your perseverance. We've just been running about an hour behind since we started yesterday, and really appreciate you listening to that last exchange, which was pretty hardcore planning policy talk, which even I find hard to follow sometimes. But
and you're a planner.
Yeah, I'm a planner. Yes.
No, planning.
No, there's a bit of planner or a planning geek, so.
I'm firmly in the geek.
Mana whenua, punai nā mihino ki o koutou, i nā waka, toko maru, o tia kura haupo nā mihino ki o koutou, nā hapu, te rohi nei, te mana whenua ki konei nā katuwiti, nā mihino ki o koutou, ki te tautoko ki te nei, kaupapa, i te rānei, o reira tēnā koutou. Ko au, wānari woki tako ingoa, nā mihi nui. I rauranga tira mai. Kia ora everybody. I'll take a seat. I'm sort of trying to work out what we're going to talk to you about. Maybe I'll be up and down.
Just work on it, however you like. Yeah.
Okay. Just to introduce myself, my name is Anuru Wolf, part of the relationships team. And we're here to talk about our Ngā Kaitiaki and the Kaupapa Māori framework. So I'll let my colleague introduce himself, so then you know. So, okay, tangata whenua mai, tēnei te muti kia o geez. Ngā maunga ko mai hau, ngā rātai ko taranaki ko kōku kairua, ngā aua, ko waihau, ngā rātai ko taikāti, ko waitau, David Moritaku ingoa, he kai topu Māori te kairua mai. Kia ora tātou, my name is David Morey, the Māori Policy Advisor for the Council.
Ara rangatira mā, ko tō mana ki tēnei whare, tēnā koutou, ngā mei nui ki tau kāinga, Ngāti Tuati me Te Atiawa, tēnā koutou. Ko au, ko Sean Zulchers angi au, in this trio, I'm the Pākehā Liaison Officer. Most recently being the Independent Planning Advisor to Ngā Kaitiaki. I'm scared to call it evidence based on your gentleman's approach to some of that, but I do have a statement of something here, which you're more than welcome to have. I am a planner, I'm definitely a planning geek. There's no sort of question about that. So I guess what I've done here, and if it is of use, is I've reflected, I guess, on our journey together as Ngā Kaitiaki, the issues we traverse and the way that we traverse those issues, and I guess reduce them down to, I guess, the 4 key themes that repeatedly came up irrespective of the topic of the plan that we were looking at, just to, I guess, to set the scene for the next 10 months together, are really the basis, I guess, for some of the opinion that may come through later. So you're welcome to my statement of, well, things.
I love it. If you're a planning geek, I'd certainly like to read that.
Yeah. Oh, hang on a one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just
this is an introductory. Yeah.
Something around.
It's really wonderful being in this room with members of our Ngā Kaitiaki Hoku that have been working together with Council since 2015. But I just wanted to be able to set the scene as to how this Roku got together and just the pathways that caused all this to verge into the district plan Roku, working together. So I've got a couple of slides to share with you. The first is showing that the council and iwi were on 2 different pathways. The bottom one showing that the Crown and iwi were on their own settlement timeline, and throughout the period from 2002 to 2022, points where the iwi went through the settlement process took place. And right in the middle, the yellow orange circle was where we started Ngā Kaitiaki Roku. So the district council started its engagement with Māori back in 2002 in the iwi liaison subcommittee. That then moved into the Wahitapi reference group in 2007. Then into the Tangata Whenua Forum in 2011, which had a number of the members of Ngā Kaitiaki a member of. It was a forum where our hapus participated in the resource management and iwi Māori issues with council. At that same time, Committee Māori was formed in 2013, and that was a committee at a governance strategic level with our iwi chairs, talking with the heads of council. So, and then in 2015, Ngā Kaitaki became the new entity, which was really a formation of the amalgamation of two groups, a Wahitapu Reference Group and our Tangata Whenua Forum. We've now proceeded past 2015 to Huinga Taumata, which is our governance group, Māori Standing Committee in 2017. We're still going through a mana whakahonua rohe, which is in development at the moment since 2018, and He Punawai 2019, and hopefully next year our Māori Ward 2022. So, so we've been tracking differently, but in some cases having points that touch together. And in terms of this, is we had the Ngāti Tama, Ngāti Mutunga, Te Atiawa and Taranaki settlements go through, the ability to put some capacity in towards district planning space became an easier discussion to have, because all energies were focused on negotiating with the Crown. So we still have one iwi still to go through the with Ngāti Maniapoto, which is still looking at building our relationships with this one. Got a second slide. It's a bit colourful. So I'll just explain what I was trying to show on this diagram. We have the Tangata Whenua Forum, the TWF, which was operating in 2011, primarily looking at issues regarding RMA and emerging issues within our community. At the same time, we had the Wahitapu Reference Group working together on with protocols around our sites of significance, and each hapu were working towards individual plan changes at that time. So we then moved towards, well, the issue that emerged next was the district plan review, and to need to pull together another committee, and it was much easier. We had choices regarding setting up a new group. We already had two other groups in place, the Tangata Whenua Forum and the Wahitapu Forum. So we had the need to sort of stop and pause and reflect to see where we're at, because we were effectively had the option to create a third group just to deal with the district plan. Or we have the option to merge the groups into one. So what we went down, the pathway we went down was creating the Ngā Kaitaki Rōpū, which are memberships from both the Wahitapu Resource Reference Group and the Tangata Whenua Forum. So the Ngā Kaitaki Rōpū was there to look at, still continue the same thoughts that the kōrero from the Tangata Whenua Forum being Te Ao Māori perspective, to look at early engagement, and through there we've got a discussion around an independent planner. But before we set up the group, we wanted to look at what was different about the Rōpū. We had to look during that time of pause to look at what didn't work. And one of the points that we needed to work on in terms of improving our engagement with Māori was to start our engagement early, and which became a key focus with this Rōpū, is that early engagement into each chapter of this plan was important to get our input in. It's important for our community to have their input into the plan. Also around addressing capacity was also highlighted, and that capacity meant getting an independent planner to be able to support Ngā Kaitiaki to be able to articulate and record the issues that they needed to be seen in the plan. From there, creating a term of reference and to invite iwi and hapu to participate in this group. Concurrently, we also, at the same time, still working with our wahi tapu work, built some capacity within the rōpū, made a look towards an agreement that our wahi tapu work that we've done in the past will be merged into, instead of having separate independent plans for the wahi tapu work, that we merge it into the district plan as one large grouping of sites. So we continue to work on correcting and amending the sites within the previous plan. Agreed to look at a joint approach to that plan change. Work with an archaeologist to support iwi and hapu in terms of the identification process, and develop a wahi tapu GIS viewer for each of the hapu and iwi. So they're able to manage the information and sites that they have identified within our plan, because that corridor belonged to iwi and hapu, not to the council. From there, we formed our group in 2015. Invitation went across to all iwi and hapu to participate, and we had 41 wānanga throughout that period. And it was about building trust. It was about building trust with our community and with us as a local authority. It was also about ensuring that our planners understood a Māori worldview, and that came from the trust that was being built by having these wānanga that we ran here, and to ensure that we had that they had the right support in terms of their capacity to be able to respond. That our planners also had the right support in terms of the information that was being shared by iwi and hapu, and that we understood our protocols and our boundaries. We also worked towards best practice in terms of what we're able to share in terms of that space, because each hapu and iwi are at different levels of engagement in terms of council, and we're able to share that amongst ourselves as a forum, and to deal with issues that were emerging on the day. So any live issues that were happening, we had a forum there that we're able to discuss those things and just see how we can work towards improving council's relationship with their community. And it was an opportunity for iwi and hapu to be able to learn off each other. So we saw that within the district plan side, Ngā Kaitiaki's position, role, or one of the outcomes was about removing barriers to growth from their worldview. And also things that may not fit into the district plan space fell into the new space of the long-term plan, where there are projects that emerged from our corridor that actually progressed into the planning of the long-term plan. And it's that's a lot about what we did. We sat and we discussed each chapter of the plan. we went out on sites and looked at where the barriers were and asked what's the best way of changing those things, removing those barriers, working out better solutions to ensure that we get those ideas transmitted or communicated to planners, so that when it came to the time of it's time for submissions to go out, that a number of the ideas that iwi and hapu had have already been communicated across. What we wanted to do as an outcome was to ensure that we've improved our engagement, to look towards that iwi and hapu engage in the submission process. Our previous history showed us that that didn't happen. That the process that we take, given the window to look at engaging into plans, and amongst all the other work that our iwi and hapu have to do, it wasn't a higher priority. But this process made sure that we're able to work that all the way through in our discussions with the planning team, with iwi and hapu, to ensure that those ideas get spoken about, get socialised, get understood, and built that relationship between council and hapu. And a very strong understanding of Te Ao Māori and the Māori worldview. So when it came to the stage of plans going out for public submission and asking for iwi and hapu to support or to submit to the plan, they actually understood what the plan was about. They understood it because they helped work with their planners to prepare it. That was the function of kaitiaki. And the previous timeline I showed before is where it's now starting to prove those same members who within our hapu and iwi that over the last 5 years have become very good at planning as planners are now moving into the water space. And Whenua is the next area that they are taking their school levels into, and providing that continuity in terms of continuing that relationship between our local authority here and our community. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Kia ora. I'm here to speak to the type of Māori framework that was developed during the drafting of the proposed district plan. That framework would be comprised of the least most important type of Māori principles associated with Whakatauki, just to lift those principles off the page, bring them to life, and some associated high-level outcome statements. So the question is, why? Hopefully this slide explains that from my perspective. Look, you had two parties around the table. You had Ngāi Kaitiaki, and of course they brought to the table their expert knowledge, expertise and knowledge around Te Ao Māori, tikanga Māori, Kaitiaki tanga, Te Tai Ao. But they also brought to the table their knowledge and experience of the district planning process and district plan, albeit as users. Similarly, you had MBDC, who were there with their knowledge and expertise around the district plan and resource management planning process. But they too also brought their knowledge and experience of Kaitiaki tanga, mainly through their previous engagement with the Whenua. And as part of that process, to me, I would have seen Kaitiaki tanga tikanga Māori as being the driver into influencing the drafting of the draft plan at that point in time, because that's what Kaitiaki were bringing to the table. Similarly, you've got these reciprocal exchanges happening. So you've got Ngā Kaitiaki sharing their knowledge and experience of Kaitiaki tanga with MPDC staff. Similarly, MPDC staff are enhancing the capacity and capability of tanga the whenua in terms of their understanding of planning processes. But from my perspective, in February 2019, what I was seeing was a conversation between two parties through district planning lens. That's what I was saying. And so it was after, I started here in September 2018, so in February 2019, the suggestion was made to EV liaison lead and district planning lead that I think what would be a useful tool would be to develop a co-combined framework. And so the purpose of that framework is threefold. One is transparency, is bringing to the forefront that knowledge and expertise of Kaitiaki, in terms of Te Ao Māori perspective, bring that right to the front, right to the forefront. Consistency in terms of applying the perspective across the whole district plan during the drafting process, and measurability, or more like being able to assess progress from Ngā Kaitiaki perspective to ensure that whatever feedback and comment that they were providing was being recognised by NPDC and, where relevant, being incorporated and reflected in the drafting provisions. Now, there were some assumptions at the forefront of this exercise. One would be a desktop exercise. Keeping in mind that Ngā Kaitiaki and NPDC had begun this journey back in 2015. So there'd already been 4 years worth of work put into this before this. Some guy dreamt up this Kaupapa Māori framework at this late stage. So timeframes was a constraint. So what was also proposed is that a full framework would be drafted, presented to Ngā Kaitiaki for their approval, and then applied to the district plan as it was being drafted at that point in time. So let's see where. That process, we started off with essentially as an environmental scan. One part of that scan was doing this comparative analysis between the draft strategic objectives that were in place at that time, and then getting a sense of what the needs, issues, and opportunities iwi had identified. And the main source of that information was through the iwi management plans of Taranaki, Te Atiawa, and Ngāti Mutunga. Again, just to get my head into this space and this landscape, to be able to identify the most relevant kaupapa Māori principles to drive this framework. The second part of the scan, again, was the collation of all the feedback that Ngā Kaitiaki had provided over the previous 2 to 3 years. My understanding that was collated and tabled in January 2019 as a result of Ngā Kaitiaki not seeing their own feedback being incorporated into iterative redrafts and provisions of the draft plan. And the third part of the environmental scan came off another piece of work. Taranaki District Health Board had made a submission on the draft district plan, suggesting that a health impact assessment framework be applied across the district plan. Stupidly, I picked it up and had a go at assessing the feasibility of doing such a task. But as part of that work, got to look at a lot of the research data and information around Māori, around Tangata Whenua here in the district, across numerous parts of across numerous sectors. I think what I was most interested in was trying to find out what is the exact nature or contribution of a district plan to well-being, wellness outcomes valued by iwi Māori. That's what I really wanted to get to the heart of. Did I find out?
Was there any? Okay. Awkward silence.
And that basically led me to drafting the kaupapa Māori framework. That took a couple of weeks. What I'd like to do now is sort of unpack the framework itself, just to dive a bit deeper into what that is. So where did the kaupapa come from? Appreciate. No, that'd be unfair. Rangatiratanga had to be there at the top, drawn from the Treaty of Waitangi principle of tino rangatiratanga. I felt that it needed to be expressed upfront that Ngā Kaitiaki were at the table because they were representing rights and interests that had been accorded to them under the Treaty of Waitangi. One of the reasons they were at the table. The second kaupapa Kaitiaki-tanga, again, is an expression of rangatiratanga. Same thing. This is Ngā Kaitiaki. They were here at the table in their knowledge and expertise as Kaitiaki, looking after or taking care of those rights and interests in Te Paiao. More so, not just those things that they value themselves, the wāhi tapu, rā momo mea, but also the obligations and responsibilities kaitiaki have in general across the in terms of the environment. Ukai pōtanga, that principle refers to the nature of the relationship between a mother and the newborn child. And I wanted to use that concept to describe the nature of the association and connection of tangata whenua to their wāhi tapu urupa i rāmea. But I had to take that another step. And what I wanted to demonstrate is, as a result of that intimacy, that contributed to a stronger sense of ko waiai, who am I? A sense of identity as tangata whenua here. And then taking that another step forward, and that when my sense of identity as tangata whenua here is empowered to my connections to my wāhi tapu, I have a unique contribution to make to this community, to this district. And that was a complicated while to unpack. And then ko taritanga, again, bringing everybody back together on the understanding that there are some things that iwi and hapu can't achieve on their own and need to work with others to be able to achieve. But what you should look for is the common interests between the different parties that can be achieved and working together. The outcome statements were there really to reinforce the notion that the district plan is not an ends to a means. It's a means to an end. And that end is the district plan should be able to contribute towards the achievement of those outcomes valued by tangata whenua. So this relationship, this working together wasn't just a matter of trying to finish this district plan. It was kaitiaki putting their stake into the district plan to ensure that they could achieve the outcomes that they valued over and above this district plan process. Well, yeah. So the first focus of the kaupapa Māori framework after we put up were the strategic objectives. I'd like to think there were two things achieved as a part of the kaupapa Māori framework analysis. One was these were the strategic objectives in February 2019, where you will see 3 of them are under tangata whenua section, but there's a couple that were sitting in other sections of the district plans. So one of the first things that happened was they were all those strategic objectives with direct reference to tangata whenua were all pulled under the tangata whenua section of the district plan. Second part of the exercise was then to apply the framework to the strategic objectives. And this is where we sort of began to work through this iterative process with this knowledge and understanding of the principles, how we could start to begin to redraft and rephrase the statements so that they align together. And that, again, like I said, that was an iterative process that led us to the current ones that are there today. Our second focus was then next step down, policy objectives. So again, using this iterative process, these were the original provisions in February 2019. As being the knowledge holder of the framework, I had a crack at sort of redrafting those, what they might look like if we brought our kaupapa Māori lens to the provisions. Put that on the table, and then it became an iterative process between the district planning team and myself as we worked through that process. In April, another lens was applied to this process, and it was the legal lens, and that was a really interesting one, which I'll speak about in the last slide. But in the end, have arrived at what are the current provisions. It's worth noting that the kaupapa Māori framework was applied across the whole district plan to start with. We didn't just focus on, say, the sites and areas of significance, the Māori section. It was applied across the whole. I sound like I'm talking fast, but.
No, you don't go ahead.
Right, great. Well, here's the slide.
You just say applied, what does that mean in sort of a functional sense? We say you applied it over the district plan. Did you test every provision in relation to it?
Yeah, basically. So, to summarise, what were some of the challenges? We're 4 years into this process, so if you could imagine that if we'd started this process right from the outset, where we might have been by become February 2019, we might have been in a completely different space. Both parties, Mount Paitaki and MPDC. Ordinarily, when you undertake an exercise like this, it's a co-design process because you want both parties at the table to go through that development process, so they too begin to get a sense and feel of how the framework would be used and applied. We didn't have the time, and that didn't take place. As a result, both parties didn't really develop capacity or capability to be able to apply the kaupapa Māori framework per se. Ngā Koaitaki and NPDC tended to run their processes ahead from the beginning, while the kaupapa Māori framework effectively became in-house tool and was used generally in-house. That also impacted on ownership of the framework, where again, NPDC basically took ownership of the framework, where ideally that would have been something that Ngā Koaitaki would have picked up and run with. The third point is around the statutory framework. So when the statutory lens began to be applied to the provisions, what happens is the kaupapa Māori framework tended to get pushed to the back slightly, and it became less in terms of influencing the drafting of the provisions and more about, it became a consistency framework in terms of language, phrasing, wording throughout the district plan. And finally, it's the framework basically drove the sites and areas of significance to Māori section of the district plan. Didn't get applied across the rest of the district plan. So now you've got a situation where the best provisions, say for example in terms of engagement with Tangata Whenua, are expressed in the SASM section, but you'll find that other sections directly related to engaging with Tangata Whenua and other sections of the district plan are worded differently. So there's a certain degree of inconsistency in that regard. Benefits, look and feel. I felt proud of the district planning team and how the challenge that they had before them in trying to pick up this framework and work with it. And I feel that as a result of working with them, how they begin to get a feel and understanding of a kaupapa Māori approach. And similarly, that consistency of wording and phrasing, at least in terms of the SASM sections. Moving forward, we could look even at this late stage to ensure consistency throughout the rest of the district plan if the provisions match up or align with the SASM one. It would be really useful if Ngā Koaitaki were to have the opportunity to pick up the framework moving forward, particularly in its aspect as an assessment tool to determine how well the district plan is actually responding to their identified needs and issues moving forward.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else to add? Over to you, Mr. Zilchi.
Relatively dry planning jargon.
Yes, well. No, please take us through what you like to say.
I'll be brief. I mean, ultimately, the prevailing issue in every topic that we discussed was the scope, the limitation of scope through the lack of a rule, the way the definitions have been drafted. That is a controlled discretion. I guess limiting the impact that cultural advice has had on the general statement, management of resources in this district over time. And as we were going through the plan, it was really about establishing or ensuring that that scope is included or available within each chapter of the plan. So as I'm sure everyone has experienced in resource management planning, typically cultural matters get stuck in a cultural box and it's a difficult place to come out of in a resource consent type process. So really setting that scope through the types of rules and definitions, in particular matters of control, is critical really, and there's no two ways about that. The second key theme, I guess, has been, in all of our discussions, it's been around the prominence or the importance of the natural environment and that the built environments exist within the natural environment. So I think there's definitely some sympathy for that approach in the direction of travel for legislation at this point in time, environmental bottom lines, etc., which is where some of that's heading. So I guess listening to the last couple of days around hierarchies and weighting, etc.,
that was the advice from our Kaitiaki, that in terms of the weighting of provisions and the type of language that is used, that's how that sits in our view. We also talked a lot about the use of very precise language, where there has been ambiguity in provisions, inappropriate use development subdivision. I guess it's been the experience of the team, and we talked about it at pretty much every one of those 41 hui, is where the interpretation of that ambiguity is definitely not landed on the side of understanding Te Ao Māori. So extensive wahi tapu, the importance of freshwater, the list goes on, where there is not that real clarity in terms of the provision, then that ambiguity has certainly not been beneficial. I guess the last point, and it's a key point, is that consultation is different to engaging cultural expertise to inform a resource management process. And really the advice that tangata whenua bring to the table is cultural expertise, and engaging that cultural expertise through, and again, we've probably all seen it, the types of consultation that occurs in the industry. The world's moved on now. There's some very clear directives and high-ordering planning documents around the engagement with the value of cultural expertise in planning, and I think that this plan really needs to reflect that. So the scope and the cultural expertise go hand in glove, and I guess the weighting exercise again touches on some of the scope. So as general themes, those repeated in every aspect of the plan, and I guess it's reflected in the submissions of the team, where some of that's landed and where some of it's missed at this point.
Thank you very much, Anaru and David. I just an overarching question. Kaitiaki is a submitter on its own right? No. Okay, it's something that I got wrong. So there's no submissions from. Oh, okay.
So once the plan was notified, really the role of Ngā Kaitiaki was finished, yes. And at that point,
the iwi and hapu
When did the work of the Kaitiaki finish?
What was our last date? Oh. It's about September 2019, top of my head. Yeah.
So again, I'm a very visual, spatial person, so I really enjoyed slides as you presented it, particularly as the journey was evolved in terms of provisions, and seeing how you referred to slides are very helpful. So we'd like a hard copy of those for our key folder, because it did tell a fascinating story, and David, in terms of the Kaupapa Māori framework, I think there's a bit of a paper in there to write up if you haven't done that already, because I found that really, really interesting as a planning practice matter, and certainly followed the logic in a way. Perhaps for a comment that he did start a bit later and under some time pressure probably might have helped, because if you had a long time, there's always that sweet spot between doing the business that has to be done around some time frames. But I certainly enjoyed that. So that's just some introductory comment from me. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions, but that introduction has been just very, very helpful. But thank you all for that. So, John?
I just had one question, because I'm understanding this is an introduction to development. Interested in any of your thoughts. When we go away as decision makers, we're going to apply our particular lens, planning, anthropology, legal, and others. And just thinking about how you apply the Kaupapa Māori framework and those principles, and so you develop the plan in a certain way, and we're going to view the submissions and requests from us in a slightly different way. I just wondered whether you had any thoughts in that regard. Certainly, like this hearing, you might have heard some of the submissions, which I call tinkering with the strategic objectives. And based on what I've heard from you, a lot of thought has gone into preparing a coherent set of strategic objectives for the district. And then we have a number of submitters that all have had this work, they haven't come from the same paradigm. So it's really if you have any thoughts in that regard. Or even perhaps even some advice for us.
I think it's probably realistic and practical to at least get a sense of the look and feel of what the intention behind the kaupapa and the accompanying outcome statements were intended to do. Because then you might be able to recognise expressions or demonstrations of those kaupapa as you start with the strategic objectives and then work your way through the various sections of the plan. That would be over and above what actually happened when we applied the framework, but I think it would be particularly useful if you had it in the back of your mind. We hadn't done that type of mapping exercise to demonstrate just how those principles can be seen throughout the district plan. Maybe that's something you can do from the I will. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the integrity and the reliance or interplay between provisions, particularly as they relate to scope and engagement of expertise, is really important. And if we start to elevate certain issues that run contrary to what some of how these values are applied, then it does start to undermine that framework, and I guess undermine the advice that we've relied upon to reach the conclusions we had.
Maybe, yeah, just one. Anaru, David, Sean, thank you for that. My question's going to be from one planning geek to another, and it's really taking a lead from the Sedgwick's slides on the first day, where she explained to us that one of the key challenges for the plan was to ensure that there were opportunities for active participation in the plan, and that's reflected in some of the Tangata Whenua strategic objectives, and recognising that Tangata Whenua as the mana whenua are the appropriate persons to comment on issues that come out, particularly in the consenting process. And I was interested in your paragraph 17, Sean, where you said that getting advice is more than just a tick box Section 95 assessment to determine who's an affected party or not. And I accept that. And you've interestingly said that perhaps another way, or maybe even a more optimal way, is to ensure that matters of discretion, matters of control, and the assessment criteria encapsulate the important things that are important to mana whenua that they can comment on. Have I understood you correctly in that sense?
You have. The plan and the provisions set the expectation in the development community about the type of information they need to provide to be considered a complete application.
Yes.
And where an application is silent on things Te Ao Māori, then that's your first opportunity to start to rectify that issue through the engagement of cultural expertise, ultimately leading to a more complete understanding of the impacts of an activity, and then leading to, or having a better chance of leading to stronger 104 decisions.
Yes, I mean, I've been in a position of reviewing Section 95 reports for various councils around the district, including in Plymouth, and there has been a bit of a tick box approach in the past, I must admit, and that's my observation. The reports that I've seen recently relate largely to the operative district plan, because the proposed plan, apart from a few limited occasions, the rules don't have immediate effect, so they're not triggered in a Section 95 sense anyway. But I wondered, notwithstanding the importance of matters of discretion and matters of control and assessment matters, was there any thought given by the collective of providing statements of notification in a plan where it was important to signal where applications could proceed without any notification versus applications where it was essential that in certain groups, maybe Tangata Whenua was critical? Was that Was that dialogue and discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it and majority of the issues and the tables of feedback we provided. Some of those were specific recommendations to the team. Make that statement around notification, around settlement, et cetera, et cetera. I mean,
Because the reason I asked that
very
is the plan seems to be silent on, I may have missed it, but there doesn't appear to be any statements of notification whatsoever.
It's currently silent on those.
Yeah, it just relies on the Act provisions for 94.
And the matters of discretion signalling what's important out of section 88 and 95. I think that's useful.
So one follow-up question about your comment about consistency, consultation versus true engagement. I've had the pleasure, I suppose you use that term, of sitting on two recent hearings, one for plan change and one for a resource consent application. And I've noted in both those hearings, as a decision maker, there was some quality engagement, albeit one of them was a bit late, but the input and the quality of the cultural impact assessments, values assessments was very high. And I've also commented during those hearings that they were actually prepared by the hapu and they were presented by the hapu rather than being prepared by a consultant. I know there's probably help from professionals, but that to me led to me being able to make decisions in a much easier way because I was confident that there had been true engagement in both those areas. Tangata issues were pretty important. So, and leading the way in terms of the way I've seen things happen in other districts and regions. So I think the district's certainly on the right track, both in terms of the relationship, the quality of information, the fact that engagement, early engagement on key matters relating to Te Ao Maori do generally lead to better outcomes. And the proof is in the pudding with those recent hearings I think. So if we just maintain that sort of process and try through the plan process as much as possible to encourage that early engagement and true engagement rather than just a consultation tick box. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I think we've got 4. Looking at my notes here. There's 5 presentations that are going to take probably about an hour. Do people feel like a break for a cup of tea? And we'll start at 3:30, or do you just want to carry on? What's the feeling? A cup of tea. So look, I think it has been a long day, so I think that would be appreciated. So just after past, we'll come back and continue on. Thank you.
There was one that was sent through to Julie.
Yeah.
That's an older version. And the latest one.
Thank you for that.
I think she's very good treatment.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. In your, have you actually prepared a statement you've read from today?
Yes, this is pretty much what we've gone over and produced. Yep.
So that's coming today, isn't it? Last week, of course. Yes. Thank you. I've got a tab full of evidence here, so I'll find that. Thank you very much.
I'm just interested, you're talking about under your number 3, engagement in the review process. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but you talked about to ensure the provisions of plan are implemented consistently, engagement with Tangata Whenua throughout the resource. You said the consent process must be consistent. I'm not sure there's much of a distinction between the resource management process or the resource consent process, but I'm just interested in your perspective in the context of being kaitiaki, in the context of third parties seeking resource consent applications from your council. Is there a system in place where mana whenua are notified of applications as they come in and given an opportunity to comment on them, or is involvement only as a consequence of notification or direct engagement with a potential applicant?
So do I have, are you asking how much of that information actually flows down to Hapu?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. When a developer puts in an application to do a subdivision, for example, hypothetical, would you expect said developer to engage directly before the application is launched, or would you only hear about it after it might have been notified?
On most of the occasions after being notified.
So the council does not have a system where it reports to mana whenua applications that have been lodged in various areas of the district.
I don't believe we have a current robust,
okay,
foolproof, functional
Don't hold back. I look at this, no one is perfect. I mean, I look at it from the experience in Tamaki, where the council have a system now of, if you're a developer in a particular area, you effectively cannot lodge a resource consent unless you've either nominated to the council that they undertake consultation with Mana Whenua, or you can put in your property address. And although it's hotly contested in Tamaki because there's so many shared interests, but you can effectively generate an email to up to 17 representative agencies that a developer can then effectively just consult with directly and provide a copy of the application. And then that feeds back into that whole process. So, I mean, that's a very sophisticated process that's developed in Tamaki. I'm just interested if there is anything of that nature in Ngāmotu, because unless you know what people are seeking approval to do, how do you ensure the provisions of the plan are being implemented?
That's right.
Okay.
And so the earlier consultation, the better.
Yeah,
I guess in terms of putting a quality resource application forward. Yeah, in hindsight, I mean, unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world.
No. The other thing that tends to develop is when you get, and if your kaupapa has flowed through into all of the various activities in the district that might have cultural flavour or concern, then the way the provisions are written effectively must oblige an applicant to go and talk to Mana Whenua in order to be even able to put an application together. So that's another technique, just having a look through some of the provisions.
I guess the applicant's got to be willing to do that too.
Yeah. So to some extent it's a stick and a carrot approach, isn't it? So the stick is some provisions in a plan that say your application will be rejected unless you provide a cultural values assessment with it. Then that very much is a stick approach. And I guess the carrot comes from the reaction that Tangata Whenua will have to that approach in terms of it sort of becoming an enduring process that serves both parties. Just some observations from the top, but I very much take your point on board that all of this wonderful volume of words is great, but unless it's administered and implemented in the same spirit with which it was prepared, it's not really worth much, is it? That's right. Yeah. It's less of a question, more of a lecture. So sorry, but I'm just interested in that.
I wonder if I can follow up from that. So I mentioned earlier that I've been involved in peer reviewing some planning reports in this district under the operative plan, obviously. And I noticed that where there's a statutory acknowledgement area, council processes that the application is forwarded, I think, to iwi and hapu for comment as part of the process. And how those comments are then considered and discussed in the notification report and the 104 report depends on the provisions in the district plan. And that's the comment that I had, the conversation I had earlier with Sean about the importance of having the control and discretion welded down, so that they have a basis to be.
And that consistency too.
Yes.
Consistency.
Yes. So what I'm uncertain is that the council policy is limited to asking for comment from iwi and hapu just on statutory acknowledgement areas, or whether it extends beyond that. And I don't know if you know the answer, but it's a live question for anyone else who's presented. I did have some questions on your evidence though, and the two questions in relation to heading 5. Sorry, not heading 5. Scrap that. TWA. Yes, and so there's evidence from Koinga Ora on day 1 of the hearing that related to proposed was A, about sharing responsibility for making decisions with Tangata Whenua. And the submission from Mr. Campbell from Whenua sought to add the words where appropriate. It's qualified, and he was saying that he wanted to add that because Tangata Whenua may not want to share decision making in all aspects of decision making. I just wondered whether you shared that view. You had a different view.
I think we should let them make that decision.
Let the council make it.
No, let Hapu, let Mana Whenua make that decision. Yeah. I don't think that should be in the plan. It should be.
Should there be any guidance in the plan to assist? And this is guidance to all plan users.
Yeah, I think Mana Whenua should have the right to choose whether or how far they want to be involved. Maybe they don't. Maybe they only want to be a little bit. Maybe they don't want to be the. Maybe they don't want to be the decision maker. Maybe they do. I think that should be left up to them. Yeah, on their capacity.
The second question I had was in relation to HC1, and this is about heritage and cultural values. Yep, heritage and culture, and I think you had asked for the addition of the word areas and the sites.
Yes.
And does that go back to the SASM sites and areas of significance to Murray? Is that the A, the areas that is coming through into that?
Yeah, we have a number of sites at the moment that we're working with that we know is a site registered here, but we know the extensive parts that aren't registered. And actually, that's just where the Papakainga was. Where was the Urupa? So in some cases, there's a Urupa here and there's already houses on top of it.
So it's not just the site, it's the surrounding
Just
area.
the registered sites, but the surrounding areas, you know. There's other archaeological features within those areas that are not quite close in some places.
That's quite a tricky area of plan making. I'm aware from sitting on the Christchurch placement district plan and also the Hastings district plan, where I think there's been some case law recently about the issue of you might have a site that's you can identify, but it's this area of influence around it or of interest. And that was certainly with Ngaitahu in the South Island, Christchurch, that was quite a big part of our plan decision making, actually how far, and there was quite a lot of discussion through the hearings processes. And I'm aware that in Hastings district, it was the last matter, I think, before the plan was finally made operative settled, and I think there might have been an environment court case about that. So that is a tricky area that needs discussion. So we'll welcome some further dialogue about that as we work our way through the plan.
If there was that extra word in that, there's an extra conversation.
It's how well it's defined in the plan. I mean, does the register of sites of interest significant to Murray include the curtilage and wider area? Or was it just the site? Because otherwise there's an issue of discretion and there's a little bit of uncertainty in the plan as to what's in and what's not in.
So there's all these setbacks too from sites. There's all these setbacks too, but sometimes they don't go as far enough.
But my question to you is, does the register include the site and the surrounding area, or does it just include the site?
It'll just include the site name mainly, and then it'll just give us those setback rules on that.
So we'll look at that in some detail in the planning process, but at the moment, from a strategic objectives point of view, we'd like to see the word areas in there. We've got some evidence about that and the reasons why.
Yep.
And we'll certainly obviously hear back from the council planning team before we have to make a call on those matters. Yep. So apologies for not finding the evidence, but it just come in and it was buried behind something else. But I did read it beforehand, so it was very familiar. I don't have any further questions for you, but certainly appreciate you coming along and Oh, sorry, madam.
I did patiently wait. That's what I'm going to make a better and that's good. That's one. Or a couple for covers. Right, okay, the next. If I'd say you explained in your submission how you'd had involvement through the Kaitiaki Hall. And I just wanted to confirm you felt comfortable that you've had involvement in the development of the plan before it got notified.
Yes, yes, in terms of our invitation to participate, it was free and open every time.
What was the particular characteristics of the process that you enjoyed? Because we can easily focus on the negative things. But what were the things that-
I think the opportunity, to be at the table was the first and foremost opportunity that I was hearing from my rangatira, my tuakana. And that was the thing that I was hearing from them was they don't need to bang down the doors anymore. The doors are open and we're sitting at the table. That was the first thing for me was that we had this opportunity to be at the table. And the second opportunity was to really rub shoulders with mana whenua around Taranaki. We were able to share what that hapu was resolving and how they resolved a certain take or issue. And then we were able to learn from that. Oh, we did this here and we did that here. So that whanaungatanga, that connection, that networking of having all the hapu in the room and then collectively bashing out subject by subject by subject was hoedown. It was awesome. Yeah. And like I say, 41, I didn't realise we did 41. And I thought it was calling them wana. You know? We had like 5:30 to 6:30, 9:30 home time. So.
A meeting is 10 minutes, so a week is 2 hours and a 1 and it's all day. But just in terms of you've suggested some addition of a word or two in some of those strategic objectives, and just cognizant of the earlier presentation about the time and efforts that's been brought forward to pull those together as they're currently written. This is a bit of a provocative question. In terms of those changes that you're recommending, how high on the Richter scale are you about strongly wanting those changes to be made? Like 10 is the highest, 1 is the lowest, and 5 is I'm reasonably comfortable with. Where are you fitting on the Richter scale?
I'm not going to have another opportunity at this, so I'm going to say 10.
Okay. Maybe it was the wrong question.
If I could just go to one of them in question, which I made a comment on. It talks about it's not the areas one. It was specifically
natural environment.
Yes, yes.
Any4.
Yes. That the world is critical. The word is critical. Any4, where are we? Where's the word? There it goes. Yes, the district's natural environment is critical to our district, not contributes to our district. It's critical. Our whakapapa comes from the land, our whakapapa comes from the receiving environment and the natural environment. When I talk about our awa, well, our awa is us, because our awa is named after our ancestors. They are a part of us, they are part of our everyday life. So it's critical to us that that natural environment to our district is a sense of place and identity, and it's recognised and provided for. So that's how critical it is. Uakura Matapu is the name of our river. It was named after an ancestor of ours. So it's critical that the natural environment, it's not contributes to, we know it contributes to, but it's actually critical to us that that natural environment stays in place.
Even though it's been altered from when the ancestor Puna was around, and it's not the same. The fact is that it's not natural in a pristine sense. It's had some influence over it over the many, many years humans have been here.
The point of these objectives is the way they're expressed is that they're intended to be outcome statements. So you understand that? So that in that sense, all it is expressing is that the natural environment contributes to the outcome, which is this thing we call a sense of place and identity for the district. And I wonder whether replacing that with critical to actually still keeps it as an outcome statement. It's a statement of fact, and I don't think anyone's disputing that, but I wonder whether casting it as an outcome is changed. Like that outcome is changed when you make it critical to it. I don't know, something I'll just think about. It's maybe something we don't want to spend too much time on, but I mean, these have been carefully crafted to state almost state a future position that everyone wants to achieve, and the rest of the plan is this machine to get there. And I'm wondering whether critical to actually still keeps that sort of focus, but it's something I'm sure we'll have to think about. But that's one of your ones that's at the 10 on the Richter scale, is it?
I think you said they're all 10s.
Oh, that's
I don't think I'll bother asking that particular question. Which ones are 3s and which ones are 5s? Well, you're not in Colin, I can't wait to that's it. My name, the Capucho. Get the name. Mr. Holdsworth.
Mea tūtahi mihi kawana kia koutou ngā paniwhao te rōpū nei. Aha ko he wāroa tēnei rangi I nei rangi. Tēnei te mihi mai oha kia koutou ki te tau mai ki te whakarongo atu kia mātou. Te mea nui I tūau ki te mihi atu kia koutou. Ko au tētihi o ngā kāwai rangatira wahine o Ngāti Rāhiri. Nō reira, te rei te take tūana au ki te mihi atu kia koutou. Me te poto kōrero, ko wai wā I roto I te whare kararehe. Nō reira, ko tō mai rangi mās tōku ingoa, ko tēnei tōku aene, me tēnei tōku karangarua te mihi atu kia koutou. So just wanted to welcome you today, and I called you all taniwha because I know that you guys can be a bit intimidating for them.
Steam would bring it.
I was wondering what the Terrero was for.
And so, well, I'm a geek with many hats, so I like to say that I'm a rangatira of many. So I know. So that like when I went to university, we talked about you have an undergraduate, so you have a BA in bugger all, MA and mucking around, and a PhD and putting hangi down. So I'm not quite into the PhD part, but I have been considering it a bit. But I come from a long line in Ngāti Rāhiri of very strong women who used to do this all the way through. So I'm just merely the next generation to come here and to mihi to you. And as I alluded to, and to also help you guys know who's who in the zoo. Because just looking for the names, I already see that there's a possible relation here. My grandmother is a child, and the Dacia's kind of kicking. So
I was wondering when I was going to come across some of the rallies.
How's it going? So yeah, the Chards and the Marshes, if you're from North Taranaki, the Jokers in our family, you're a cousin. And they'll say, oh, but I have white skin, and I'm normally going, yeah, hi, how's it going? So it is our honour to be able to present to you today in our capacity as Ngāti Rāhiri. And so I'm merely here as an advisory in terms of tikanga. That's my thing. I went to university too, in the big smoke in Hamilton, and come home. And so here today we've also got my mother, Chris Marsh. She's the one that's mentored me all the way through this. She keeps going on about she didn't finish school, but the knowledge she's amassed over the 30 years we've been involved in oil and gas companies, RMA, anything to do with that, I've known that since, I feel like it's from the womb, even though it wasn't, but my mum's been involved in all of that, so it's naturally progressed onto myself while my brother's disappeared into the ether. And he also is my cousin, Keith. And so there's no planners here, but we have a surveyor, a mātauranga Māori, and then me over here. So I just wanted to welcome you and thank you for your time. I know that time is precious. They have been long days, but we really appreciate your time.
As Chairman, Commissioners, Tangata. Good afternoon to you all, and greetings from us all here. Tumai has eloquently introduced us to you and our hapu. We, three of us, have been tasked by our hapu to represent them during these proceedings over the coming months. We're all proudly and staunchly Ngāti Rangeri. You should have a copy of what I'm presenting here today, revision 2 at the bottom. And we've also put in a paper of our submission the other day, which has been circulated, and I understand that can be taken as read, so there's no need to go through that.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
We note, Mr. Chairman, if we can go back to that original paper, that we've also called it our aspirations document. And we have got an aspiration in there of where our hapu is heading to. We also have an aspiration of where this plan is going to help us get to our other aspiration. And we aspire in the end that this plan document recognises our right to be here for a start. It recognises our right to a partnership with council, and we've had that going forward with Ngā Kaitiaki. It recognises the mana whenua and Kaitiaki responsibilities that we hold over our roi, and it helps us protect what very little we have left of our environment, and that's the natural environment and our cultural environment. We recognise that we're not going to do this ourselves. We're going to need a plan to help us do that, and we respectfully and humbly ask you to help us reach that aspiration as well. We fully acknowledge that you and your fellow commissioners are experts, even geeks apparently, in the field of this plan change. We are not. But between the three of us, we're experts in the history of our land, the consenting and hearing processes that we've been involved with for the last 25 or 30 years, and through pumarangi, the tikanga and customary values. We respectfully ask that even if we don't use RMA speak during our submissions, you understand where we're coming from. And when we see something that has been written that makes sense to us, that's what we say. It makes sense, and we will support it. That's not RMA speak, but to us it says it all. It makes sense. Just as a follow-on, Mr. Chairman, if we ever get to stray off topic or get out of the scope of what we're meant to be doing, could you just shuffle us back into the right place, please? With respect to the strategic directions, and we've only submitted on Tangata Whenua, natural environment and historic and cultural, we have read and understand the Office's Section 42A reports on these matters, and we just happen to agree with the rationale behind the recommended decisions and the recommended decisions themselves. Simple. We agree in this instance. And we agree because we've been involved with this district plan for the last 4 or 5 years. And this is a wonderful start to the plan. And we must congratulate the council officers on the work they have done to get this plan started. We appreciate it very much. Unfortunately, and for some obscure reason, we did not originally submit to the urban form and development. I suspect it's because when we saw the word urban form, and we are a rural hapu, we pushed it to one side. We realised that mistake. That is on us. And finally, we hope that the council allowing us to participate in the planning process to date will somehow improve the relationship between us. It has been very rocky over the years before this planning process. It has changed during this planning process, and we can see the light at the end of the table. So thank you, council officers, for involving us today. We hope we can have a better relationship in the future. That's it, Mr. Chairman. We hope that all the other hui will be over as quickly as this one for us. It's a simple for us to say we agree with what's been said. The previous speaker has come up with some good ideas. If people support our views, but enhance upon them, we will support their views. We cannot support the views of the oil companies that came up this morning that seem to think they belong in our roi more than what we do. And that's coming through on some of the submissions. So we will not support those people. Yes. So thank you for listening to us. Happy to take any questions you have regarding our original submission or our verbal submission here today. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much. Oh, and just one extra one, if I can, and it's not our scope, could we take this opportunity to thank the hearing administrators for the work that they have done to date? They've kept us informed all the way along, and we have got no issues with that. So just a thank you for the hearing administrators. Happy to take any questions.
Well, I'll toko that. Certainly, you've got some very special people here at NDC, and I've had some involved with them before, so they make everything easy for everyone, but there's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes. So I appreciate you recognising our hearing administrators. But I do have some questions, but I might leave that to the end and just hand over to see whether the commissioners have any questions.
Given the level of support for the three groups of strategic objectives, seems pointless me asking you any questions about the degree of support. So thank you. That's a very clear statement.
Thank you. Little John.
Thank you for mine, Kristen.
I just have two questions. One is we've received submissions and evidence from Te Kota i Tango Te Atiawa Trust, and just wondered whether you supported those submissions and the evidence.
Absolutely. The significance of us being here today is that 90% of the oil exploration is within our roi. And so we have got a special relationship with the oil companies and our area that Te Atiawa in general probably hasn't had the experience that we have. And we felt it was necessary to come along to ensure that our interests are looked after specifically. Absolutely agree with Te Atiawa and everybody else. Ngāti Mutuma as well, agree with their submissions.
My second question is, I'm not sure if you were here a little bit earlier when we had New Plymouth District Council's Māori team, engagement team, doing a presentation, and particularly there was the presentation in regards to the principles that have been used to inform the kaupapa Māori principles, not only to inform the engagement, but also the input into the development plan. I wondered whether you might have heard my question earlier around, did they have any advice for us as a panel in regards to how we might, as part of our decision making, reflecting on those principles, because seeing how they've been applied across the whole plan. We have a slightly different lens, so I just wanted to hear any advice for us in making our decisions.
If I can give you a quick view, and I'll leave it to Tuamai, but I was involved with those principles right at the start, and I agree that they should be introduced throughout the plan, and that will come through in any future submissions that we make. Today, we just have to agree with everything, but in future, we will be looking at those, but I'll leave that for Tuamai as well.
So the underpinning fundamental principles that we work on are those ones that were listed upon. And so I think we're at a unique time, and especially in this council, where Te Ao Māori is, I don't want to say finally, but finally getting the recognition we've been sitting and waiting for years. And that we aren't that little box in the corner, that we are something that does go right across all planning. And it's not as a means to say it's a them and us thing. It's as a bicultural treaty relationship partner, we work together. So I think this is a good start with having our group. When I was still at high school, coming in here as a district youth councillor, being Māori was the furthest thing from, I was Melissa Marsh, and I happened to be from north of Waitara. There was no tōmairangi, there was no Māori effect. That was called when I went home. So the fact that we have these underlying principles that are able to come in and to help frame our region as a whole, our district as a whole, I think that's of the utmost importance, not just for Māori, but to everything that we do to protect the environment, to protect our tikanga. Essentially, the flow and effect into the community in general is massive. And I think that the earlier we are able to recognise that and to see that it's not us trying to take everything over, that it would work more harmoniously, and this would be a very more straightforward process.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just really a comment about your opening statement about expertise. There is no doubt in my mind that as a decision maker, in terms of agricultural matters like tapu, sites of interest, it's the hapu, the members from those places that have that expertise. So in an RMA sense, we hear from experts, they might be transport experts that got a qualification in transport, engineering or planning. When it comes to the requirements for decision makers to take on board the matters important to Tangata Whenua, it is the expertise comes from the hapu. It's not, for me, it's not a hired expert that may have a degree behind their name that comes in to talk for the hapu. The quality input at an expert level comes from hapu and from people that relate to their place. So certainly don't ever apologise for that. And the fact you've come to introduce yourselves, and we'll see you again through the hearing, is really, really important. So it's that mana of having expertise, and the expertise recognised is really, really important, I think, and the world is changing. And I think from what I've seen in resource management practice around New Zealand, Taranaki is leading the way in this area. So appreciate that. Just from a personal note, the Kazi comment, I'm certainly interested in your rohi. My mum's family, who are Jakes's, came from between Inglewood and Eltham, and two of my mum's aunties married two Chard brothers, so that's the connection. And
I don't know or not actually.
Yes, so
Interest register.
I'm just thinking about the interest register. So they're north of Kuranui, so that the Marae there,
I'll put the other here.
yes. But do you have a marae yourselves? Was that?
So in the past, up until I'll say today, Owai Marae in Waitara has been the paramount marae for all of us.
Yes.
And being the principal marae of Te Aotearoa.
Yes.
However, there are other marae in the region. Ngāti Rāhiri, I like to call my parents' house our marae.
Yes.
And everyone kind of shows up and we have kai and we discuss things and we go again. So Ngāti Rāhiri doesn't have a marae proper, but we've always talked about having that.
Yes.
So it's one of those aspirations that are on the to-do list.
Mr. Chairman, when you drive out north of New Plymouth and you see that wonderful big petrochemical plant on the left, remind yourself that that's where I'm wearing it.
Yeah, that's when Ngāti Rāhiri proper first started, where that light showers.
And just to be absolutely upfront, our company does advise that client, so I've declared that in our statement of interest, but certainly not, and I'm stepping back from any submissions associated with that particular place. So just so it's good to have that on the table.
And to further from that too, I've just started teaching te reo to staff there
Okay,
as of last week, so yeah, you can't get away from it though.
that's right. Small world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Benson.
Mai tātou. Tēnā koutou e te pai a ki ana i te rā nei. Ki ngā whānau hapori, kua tama he tautoko i te kōrero, tēnā koutou e ki a tēnā koutou piki a koutou. Me nā tangata whenua ko te ati awa, nā te rahiri. Mati te whiti. Koina te kōrero, nō reira, nā mihi mai aha ki a koutou, nā tangata whenua ahi tēnei wā. O te raki nā whānau katoa o te kaupapa nei. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko tāna ki te maunga tītohi e whakakotahi ai a tātou katoa, roiri au nei i te kupa nei. Mai tītopi ki te rau o te huia, ko ngāti te tini. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā o tātou katoa. Ko Whenua he ko i nei nā mokopena o Ngāti Mutunga, i te o ngā mokopena o Ngāti, ko Uncle Barry Marziku ko nei, Puri Moana Hami ko nei, e ko tēnei ko tātou pautai au, me harora wā te uta. Wira tītahi whānau whāngai o Ngāti Mutunga. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia koe Dion, I feel a bit weird doing this mihi when I was sitting in the corner, but anyway, wira tāku. So yeah, that's us, Ngāti Mutunga. We are descendants of Miritangi Atua, Uranui and Ōrairo rivers, and of Mutunga Atu Puna also. So I'll hand it over to Marlene. She's one who's produced the evidence for us today on our behalf.
Kia ora koutou, thanks for that anyway. I sort of drew the short straw because I've written the original submission and the submission you've got, yes. But you should have them.
Yes, we have.
That's yes. All right. So my name's Marlene Benson. I've worked with them for Ngāti Mutunga on off for about 30 years as a land researcher and involved with the first Waihi Tapu review back in the 1990s with Huri Vaiana. I currently am employed by Ngāti Mutunga as a part of the environmental team, Glenmarie. And I was one of the iwi representatives from Ngāti Mutunga who attended the Kaitiaki group from the beginning. We know you've got it in writing, so we just thought we'd do the highlights, what we want to highlight.
Thank you.
So the first one I wanted to talk about was our participation in the Kaitiaki group. And we want to acknowledge and recognise that it was a genuine effort on behalf of the New Plymouth District Council to engage people, to engage us early and to engage us in a way where we could influence the plan. Like other people have talked, one of the key things I found that was most useful from it was the relationships we had with each other, being able to catch up and sort of gossip about all the planning problems we had in the inter, which were quite big, but also the relationships we formed with the council staff. And I think that when you look at the plan now, the quality of some of those relationships that we made with you, you can see in different parts of the plan. Okay. Now, I certainly agree with David, it was not a partnership. It would have been a really different plan if we'd sat down at the beginning, knowing what we knew at the end. And I think that that shows up most clearly in that the things we said ended up in some parts of the plan, but not in others. Yeah, and I think that's one of the key things we're going to talk when we come back to make our submissions, is where we think that we didn't actually get, it didn't get recognised. The other big thing we participated in was the Waihi Tapu review, and that's because that is really important to Ngāti Muringa, protecting our Waihi Tapu, and that's the main reason why we kept coming and why we keep talking to the councils, and we're quite trying to keep engaging with people. And I think it's a critical issue, and I don't think people understand that the problem is we're not starting with a whole lot of sites that are in good condition. We're starting with sites that have been bulldozed. We've got sewage dispersal fields on 3 of our power sites. You know, they're constantly under threat. So that makes them so much more precious, and it's so much more important to Ngāti Muringa that we stop that damage that's been happening over since the land was confiscated. And I think the importance of that is the physical part is, if you keep doing the physical damage to these sites, you're actually wiping the visible presence of Ngāti Muringa out of the Robi. And that's something that is really important to Ngāti Muringa as a whole. It's also quite important to some people in our community, but it's really important to rangatahi when they can actually look up at a hole and see what, you know, their tupuna did. They can see the skills of their tupuna, and also they can, it's a reminder that this is, you know, the place of Ngāti Muringa. And also, having climbed up those hills, I think we get a bit of a reminder of how fit everyone used to be, and how, particularly me, how fit and old we've got since. Anyway, I think that that's a critical issue to us through the plan, and we're going to probably keep nagging you about it, and by the end of it, you're going to be probably a bit sick of us keep saying, look, we don't think that keeps them safe. I've sat through a lot of the talk over the last 2 days, so and particularly about the strategic objectives. When we were doing the kaitiaki group, what we thought, and there's a lot of pretty words and there's a lot of good phrases in those, but when we got the plan as it was notified, we didn't see that getting down to the rules, okay? And I think it's really good that you've got that thing about cross-referencing and making them you know, making that they're the rules that are supposed to be achieved through the plan. But when you're doing a resource consent with someone, when you're sitting down and trying to get that relationship with them so they understand why you don't want them to damage your site, or why you don't want them to damage your waterway, they don't ever talk about the strategic objectives. They talk about the things that are in the rules and what they let people do or what they don't let people do. So unless those strategic objectives that we agreed to and we thought were really nice get down to the rules, then I think they'll waste time. I don't know if that's proper from a planning point of view, but that's how you feel when you're the person using the team. Okay. The other thing we wanted to talk about, I think, in the natural environment, which other people like Tani have talked about before, probably better than I'm going to talk about it. We want that word restore in there. We know that that's a high benchmark, but we and other people in iwi and lots of other groups in Taranaki are actually involved in restoring the natural environment, and it's not as aspirational as you think. You know, we're doing large-scale predator control in North Taranaki. We're working with Ngāti Tamara and Ngāti Maru. That's really important work for Ngāti Muringa. It's getting our Tonga kiwi species back in there. So I don't we like the word restore in there. The other, I think if you just sustain something, what you're doing is that you're settling for the status quo, and that's not good enough with forest, and it's not good enough with other things in the Ngāti Muringa Rohi. Like we've got a real problem with the sewage from the septic tanks going into the Uranui River, and so we've had to put a rahuri on the river. Now, we don't want to sustain that level of environment. We want it to be restored. And we do see a connection, strong connection there between the urban environment and what is happening in the in our rivers. I think what I want to say next. I think the other point, probably the last point we want to make, is that we really support the addition of having the objective about Te Mano Te Wai in the plan. We thought it was put in at because it was added at the end, it definitely you don't see it reflected. I think the hierarchy that's in Te Mano Te Wai is actually really useful for how councils work, because it's about urban areas do have a profound effect on your water quality, and it's about the decision making about valuing the water first and then putting people second. On the whole, we really support the strategic objectives. Not everything that we wanted got in there, but I think that you can niggle about words, but I think the feeling and the spirit behind them is good. And we've made a few suggestions about changing words at different places, but yeah, on the whole, we're happy with how they are. Stop now. Wow.
Thank you very much for that, and I would like to acknowledge your very thorough statement, which we received last week, and also it's just hearing about the way the plan is developed and evolved. And planning is it's an ever-evolving process. So if we can make some step change along the way, we'll never be perfect. We'll be work on things in process. So it's a point in time. Certainly having you at the table here talking to us at the strategic directions level is quite important. I do have a question about that I've asked other submitters about our proposal to perhaps issue some interim guidance at the strategic directions level about what our thinking is. What we've heard all of the submissions on the strategic directions chapter, because while it won't be the last say, people can actually think about it. Let all the submitters know our initial sort of thinking and leanings around issues, and whether maybe we would find that helpful.
Yeah, that we would, because and that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll hand over to the other commissioners now. We've started with you.
Yes, thank you, Sue. One comment and one question for me. The comment about the importance of words and what the functional relationship between strategic objectives and rules is. That's really the guts of what we're here about today, because it's important to make sure that there's a well-documented process between the development of rules, methods, policies, lower order objectives and higher order objectives, and that they flow in a vertical sense. So whilst there might not be discussion when you meet with a resource user about objectives and they're focusing on the rules, you can be assured that those, well, hopefully you can be assured that those rules are underpinning some well thought out, well crafted strategic objectives. So that's how it should work in a perfect world. Hopefully it does. That's the comment. The question is in relation to NE5, the natural environment question, and some submitters have questioned whether restoration is always appropriate, and they've said sometimes it won't be possible or feasible, and in some cases it won't be appropriate. And they've also raised questions about restoration to what's the baseline that should be restored to, and so they've sought to put in a qualifier that leaves the word restoration there, but puts before it the words where appropriate. And so there's still a goal for restoration, but it's qualified in terms of situations that prevail in relation to a particular environment that's under consideration when a resource consent comes along. I just wondered whether you had any thoughts on that approach.
I think that's sort of one of those weasel phrases that lets people get out of doing anything where appropriate. So you can sit there and decide, you know, what's appropriate to someone. You know, I don't think if you put that in there, it means anything. And you can always make it better. You know, I don't think that restore in there is to make it back to what it was, you know, before the damage was done in the next 10 years or the life of the plan, but you can always get towards that, and that's what we're talking about. What we had a problem was the phrase sustain, because we felt that implied that you were having to keep it where it was, okay, and we don't think that's not what we want. That's really important. And yeah, there's amazing restoration projects happening in Taranaki. If anyone can have restore in their natural environment thing, I think it's in Taranaki. Yeah.
What would you say to, and this is a devil's advocate's question, what would you say to people that say that if that where appropriate qualifier wasn't there, then restoration has to occur regardless of what the prevailing situation is, and therefore if you don't restore, then you're failing and the consent may be declined. What would you say to that line of argument? Because the converse to that is with that qualifier there, there's still an aspiration for restoration, and the proof has to be that it's not appropriate, that it's not feasible, that it's not possible.
To whom?
To the decision maker. To the decision maker.
I don't know that we think that, yeah. I don't want to be rude about the district council. I think that's really hard, and I know that you're getting into planning, and I'm not a planner, and we're not, you know, we don't profess to have any expertise in that. But yeah, we still think that there should be I can't think of an example where you wouldn't want to restore it in some way.
Can you think of examples where it might not be possible or feasible to restore? You might have an aspiration to do it.
Need some help?
I appreciate these are quite academic questions and the absence of any specific proposal.
Yeah, and I think that's what's making it so hard. Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons you have to have the at the table, so you can talk through these things.
Yeah.
Because restore means different thing to us than what it means to you.
Yeah.
It's just that this particular submit is saying it without those words. It's a binary situation. Either you restore and it is a take or you don't and you fail.
It's time to grab you. But
I think I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's probably as far as I can take that.
Just the follow-up question. I think we've all got our own experiences with the real world, and in some circumstances, restoration right where you are doing activities possible. You can work out a plan for restore, recognising that it's never going to be the same as before we all came along. Some circumstances, there's an offset that might be able to be achieved, that restore of the place not practical, feasible, possible, but you actually might be able to do something maybe even better somewhere nearby. So it's that principle of which, and there's been some new provisions come to the RMA last year in 104, 1A, which talks about being able to offer offsets, which in the real world can be more practicable and sometimes better than what you could do in a restore sense. So the words are important, and I know staff are recommending restore, but I do want to have, you know, a robust discussion about that. And today is probably a good time to have the discussion.
I guess
It's difficult because you do want to treat every situation individually, and we appreciate that you're trying to write a plan that can cover all situations, which is very, very difficult to come up with words that are going to be okay for everybody. Yeah.
So if from a planning point of view you have sustain, what does that mean to you? I'll ask you a question now.
You asked for it. I did. And I suppose because I'm not a planning geek, I can give you an answer. I suppose I struggle with the word personally sustainable.
Yeah.
When you put sustainable management beside it with the way Section 5 deals with and qualifies it, I do get it, and I can actually work my way through that. But the word sustainable on its own, or sustain on its own,
It was just sustain.
is quite a difficult concept for me personally. I always want to put something around it. So,
and I guess why I'm shying back of the thing about mitigating and things like that, because that's usually what happens, what we get offered when someone wants to not only not restore it, but or sustain it, but make it worse.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I'm a bit uncomfortable with.
And look, for you as a submitter, you should give us your view. We're here to. We're literally here to hear that. But we do have to make some recommendations with help. Help from submitters, help from the reporting team. We will end up landing somewhere because that's our job.
I think it's starting moving is thing that we can't put up with the status quo, and that's why because the status quo means that eventually all our forests are going to die, our water's not going to be undrinkable. We've got rahui on 2 of our rivers already, and there's no sign of either of them being able to lift that off it.
Do you equate status quo to sustained? So I mean the wording of NE5 that's in front of us at the moment, a well-functioning natural environment is sustained and restored and enables people. So it's sustained and restored, and the submitter, this particular submitter, is asking to read sustained and where appropriate restored. So the aspiration is to sustain and restore, but only restore where it's appropriate.
So and I think we're a bit sick of people being able to make judgment things on where appropriate, because we always come out on it always seems to come out on the wrong side of what we want.
I understand that. My initial question to you was, without those words, and I'm just playing devil's advocate on this, does it create a binary situation for the decision maker that either it's restored or it's not, it's a pass or a fail? I mean, does the qualifier provide them to take into account what's prevailing on the ground, the feasibility and practicability of sustaining and the desirability of sustainable forests?
Is there another way you could make that? I mean, I don't know, I'm not a planner, without being such a judgment call about where appropriate.
This is an outcome. This is a goal. It's at a high level. There'll be policies that will give effect to that. They'll direct how that's to be achieved. And there'll be rules that give effect to those policies and zones. So, but that is the aspiration to sustain and either where appropriate or restore. So
what if it is an aspiration? What's wrong with restore?
Yeah, I mean, so if you dig into the entrails here, I know we've probably gone, but I mean, I'm assuming.
Exam I've ever been to.
Welcome to the courtroom. The dragon's den. Because these things don't, these provisions are not going to sit in a vacuum. They're not going to sit there and we're all going to stare at them and go, oh, aren't they lovely? They've got to actually make a difference in the working of the plan. And so I just encourage you as you go forward through the hearing process to look where in each of the chapters these things can, where you're going to look back to them. And I mean, the critical one, as I see it, and you suggesting it in terms of the language, if you get right into the eco chapter of the natural environmental values, the word that is used in Eco 1 and Eco 2 is maintained and where appropriate enhanced.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what the plan says at the moment. Okay, and yet we're talking at a high level. When you then get down to the policies, there is a specific policy which says, and this is the only place where restoration is actually talked about, is Eco P7, encourage the protection, enhancement and restoration of Indigenous biodiversity. And there's 6 specific tools there that the policy identifies as a way of doing that. And then, you get through into, because this is ironically a chapter about how and when you can cut down native functions, but there is a subdivision opportunity which is specifically provided for here where you can look to protect bush as a part of the subdivision entitlement. So I'm just saying that the language flows down through the plan. Restoration is a technique that's put into these lower order provisions, but it's in the context of it being encouraged rather than being an absolute.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Anyway, it's just something to think forward as we work through these provisions.
Example.
Yeah.
You can speak up and have a say. So,
Hurimoina was saying that it was about the idea that the outcome should be positive, not just static. Does that explain it better?
Yes. Progress looks different to different people as well. So.
I mean, that's interesting. So we're in a statutory paradigm at the moment where sustainability is the gold standard. So what we're actually asking this plan to do is to, and it's not unlawful for it to do it, but actually ask more of it. And it's interesting because that's probably where the statutory paradigm around the relationship with the natural environment is going to evolve to over the period that this plan will probably be there. So I mean, it's almost a little bit ahead of its time. So we've just got to be careful about making sure that we record those aspirations, I think, in the most in the clearest way possible. I don't think any of us here are in any way averse to the notion of restoration. I mean, we've lived the sustainable paradigm and haven't seen too much good come out of it, frankly. So we're too looking at opportunities to really to open this up.
And you don't know if you don't try it.
Oh, exactly. And the risk of not restoring the environment.
That's what you've got to look at. Yeah, that's.
Anyway, good. We're looking forward to this.
I'm not.
I
just wondering who's the geek now.
I just had one question, and this is in regards to Manawatu being included in a new strategic objective that's been proposed. And I've asked this question of several submitters, and I'm going to ask it of Ms. Mako short, so she can hear what I'm saying. When you see the words Te Mano Tuai, and it's only 5 words, but it has a lot of meaning. So I'm thinking specifically from the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water, it includes it's called a concept, which is a description of what Te Mano Tuai is. There's a framework and a hierarchy, and there's a set of principles, and then there's a number of tasks throughout the National Policy Statement that directs local authorities like councils, a number of things, consider how Te Mano Tuai might be applied locally, thinking about integrated management, kitai commuter, all of those types of things. When you're thinking about this particular strategic objective and having those 5 words in it, what do you think they mean?
This has just, Te Mano Tuai has only been in since, it's a new one, and a new for this plan. what we think it means is that you have to honour the relationship between what happens on land and what happens in the hour, which doesn't happen in plans because plans like to split it off. They like to say the TRC's in charge of the water and the FEDC's in charge. And we constantly battle against that because what happens on the land and we've got impacts onto the hour. And so I see that Te Mano Tawai is going to make people make better decisions about what's happening with their stormwater and what's happening. And also the council is a huge user of drinking water, and Te Mano Tawai should be the basis of their behaviour when they're taking that water. You know, they should make sure that they're looking after the hour before they take the water for us to drink. And I know that's a resource consent with the regional council, and that's why it gets really silly, but it's something the New Plymouth District Council is doing. So when you do all your planning in your subdivision, you need to think about the effects that is having on how much water you need. We've got particular problems with stormwater, and I really think that, they sort of don't connect the stormwater with the rules about stormwater with the so yeah, I think that hierarchy is really important for council.
Because the reason why, because this goes both to the policy geeks, when you use those 5 words, it means lots of different things as a package. Without asking the geeky question about it, just saying, what do you think it was? Because that might help in terms of unpacking that to have a strategic objective that does actually truly describe what you're doing.
We've done some work about how you monitor freshwater use in cultural house. We've been working with Anne Ruru, and we found that a really useful way of sort of integrating what happens on the land and what happens on the water in a way that you can produce a cultural impact assessment that the council finds useful. Yeah.
Is that the individual like the road?
We finished, Commissioner? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We found this discussion very enlightening, very interesting, and we look forward to taking you back again. So thank you very much. The last but not least, I think we've got Gabriella Russ.
Kia ora tātou, kia mei te kōrero ko te tito hea ka mengia te puna koropupu. Aha kua tuku te whakai kore nei nuniti ka koropupu, ka koropupu ti he mauri ora. I tēnei wā, e tautoko ana hau ngā mihi kua mihia, i tēnei aiai, ki au koutou, ngā kai waka wā o te wā, o te tepu, nei rā te mihi o nei kaimahi, o nei kānohi o te Atiawa iwi, o te rōpū o te kotahitamo o te Atiawa. O te rā ki a koutou o pinei rangatira, o punei whanaungatanga, ko tai mai nei ki te tautoko te kaupapa, he mihi aroha ki a koutou. Kia kaha rā tātou. Kia ora tātou. Kia ora everyone. It's pretty nerve-wracking, isn't it? First time we've done this. Kia ora, yeah. So, first time we've been involved like this, so I was sort of sitting down the back, listening to everybody and just taking a few notes. But so for the record, I guess, my name's Dion Tuda. I'm the Pouwhakahaere or CEO for Tahitanga o Te Atiawa Trust. I've held this position for nearly 6 months. And it's been an interesting time learning about this particular kaupapa of district plans and so forth. I'm here today to support my colleague, Sarah Mako, in her submission today. And at the risk of repeating some of the wonderful messages that I've heard here today, I thought I'd make a few opening contextual comments around, for the committee's consideration around the organisation that we represent today. So Te Kotahitanga is the post-settlement governance entity for Te Atiawa Iwi, following the passage of the Te Atiawa Claims Settlement Act 2016. As an organisation, we're only really about 6 years old, and in many ways, I think of us as a startup business. The organisation was mandated to receive settlement assets from the settlement of historical claims arising from the Crown's wrongful confiscation of the entire Te Atiawa Iwi estate in 1865, an event which undermined our rangatiratanga over our land and placed control of our whenua and therefore what could be done with it into the hands of others. That fundamentally remains the situation today, but while legal control of our whenua was stripped, our love for our whenua and our desire to maintain a connection with it endures. But as a result of the settlement, we now have a small collective opportunity to become landowners again. And it is a small but valuable opportunity that we are looking to take advantage of for the benefit of our whānau moving forward. Te Atiawa Iwi itself is a collective of strong and fiercely independent hapu, some of whom you've heard from today. And Te Kotahitanga is simply a vehicle to achieve the collective aspirations of Te Atiawa Iwi. And our aspiration, similar to, well, I believe similar to every Iwi, is to have our kōrero acknowledged, our whakapapa endure, and our way of life respected, so that it might flourish for our children. So my primary concern of this process is how does this plan, how does this district plan process and the rules that it will establish, how does that assist Te Atiawa and my Ngāti Mutunga whanaunas, and my Ngāti Tama whānau, my Ngāti Maru whānau, and my Taranaki Iwi whānau? How does that help us to sustain and advance our identity? Now, to be more accurate, our collective identity, numerous identities, not to the detriment of anybody else in our community, but alongside everybody else. Different maybe, but equal. So, kia ora. Kia ora. Kia ora.
O tēnā tātou, ngā mihi nui o te wā o Puanga, i ngā kai komihana, tēnā koutou, iti iwi, tēnā tātou. He urio no ngā rohinerangi me Ngāti Rangiti me Ngāti Whutikaukaka, he pautai au ki te kotahitanga o Te Atiawa Trust. Ko Sarah Mako ahau. So I'm not a planning geek. I'm definitely not a planning geek. And so what I've done is I've obviously spent the last couple of days in the hearing, so I'm just trying to preempt all the questions. So hopefully, so I've just made some notes. I don't know if you want this now, but it's significantly changed since.
Well, if you've got something to hand around, that would be very helpful.
So thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. So just a few acknowledgements, obviously, to Puanga, or Matariki, as some of you may know it. to you also, the hearings panel, to mana whenua Ngāti Spiti. I also have Ngāti Tūpari Kino written down as well, so I might get a little split. But as you walk through the main doors into the foyer, there's a piece that's just, you could describe it as a waharoa, and that tells the story of Ngāti Tūpari Kino and Ngāti Tūpiti. So just to share that today. Also to the other hapu iwi that are here as well. Also, we just want to acknowledge the passing of the mama of Julie Healy. Julie's the interim chair in Ngāti Spiti. So she passed away just over the weekend as well. So I trust that my evidence has been taken as read and if useful. I'd just like to highlight the key points of my evidence. The submission of Te Koteitanga, the section 42A report, and briefly summarise my position on some of the relevant kaupapa that have been raised over the last couple of days. So obviously Dion's given an introduction to Te Koteitanga or Te Atiawa. And with us here as well, we've got Pat Bodger from Manukurihi Hapu, so one of the Te Atiawa Hapu, and also Donald Harris from Ngāti Tīwiti Hapu as well. We've got other Hapu members in the audience as well, and obviously you've just heard from Ngāti Rahiri as well, so probably don't need to go any further. Just carry on there. So in my opinion, the hapu are the cultural experts. I've been lucky in my 2 short years with Te Koteitanga to be in the company of the hapu, to be guided by their leadership, listen to their kōrero, be exposed to their mātauranga and to learn about their haputanga, their tikanga, their kawa, and have had an opportunity to form those relationships. Also with our whanaunga iwi as well. So of course I don't whakapapa tū Te Atiawa, still forever searching for that whakapapa. I have a link there, but it's on the Pākehā side. Who is a little bit naughty. Anyway. So I just thought if it was useful that Patsy and Donald, if Donald wanted to speak, that Patsy and Donald could provide you with some context for their hapu as well, just in terms of their experiences with the operative district plan and the proposed district plan to date, in terms of those matters that have legal effect, if that would be, if that's
that'd be fine, yes. Should we do that now?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Ngā te puari o te rangatira. And tēnā koutou te whānau o ngā hapu o Te Atiawa, me ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira o ngā motu. Tēnā koutou. I'm here sort of just to give you some experiences, what Manukurihi has experienced as part of the I guess their journey in regards to this plan. And we first became involved in the kaitiaki process. And we were sort of quite a fledgling sort of hapu at that particular time, and just sort of really new to this whole process. And that process sort of was really quite inspiring. It sort of gave us the opportunity, and as Sarah pointed out the other day, that it was a tangata whenua, there was a big gap where tangata whenua was absent from previous district plans. And I guess this gave the opportunity for tangata whenua to actually sort of participate and take the opportunity to do that. And it also, as you heard David mention earlier, it's about having the input and ensure that the cultural values were embedded right throughout, the plan itself. And so, additionally to that, was also allowed those who sort of hadn't been part of anything like this before to actually sort of have that whakawhanaungatanga among our sort of whanaunga from other hapu as well. And so that was a sort of a real, I guess, wānanga Anru, and it was really positive and sort of really, and it was, and I guess the experts, and we sort of really, and sorry, Sean, but yes, you were our sort of planning geek at that particular time, and I think with your leadership as well, sort of helped steer us in that direction. And I guess to add on to that, I think the regional council was quite jealous because they then wanted to sort of copy that same concept and that same plan. So hence, you know, that a similar committee has been set up with the regional council as well. And I guess at that particular time when you know, Kaitiaki was sort of being established, movement was very slow and not, you know, it was just sort of compared to what it is today. If you go out to Waitara, it's like an explosion that sort of occurred out there. That, you know, sort of had the settlement, we had the Waitara land bill, and sort of since then there's been a whole lot of growth and development that's occurred out there. And I guess it's just sort of gathering momentum, not only with subdivisions, but also with other activities like the stormwater discharge, you know, sort of, and everything else that seems to be happening. It seems to be all gathering at quite a fast pace. And of course, then it becomes a capacity issue. The other thing is, and I guess what I'm also here to talk about is the sort of, as I mentioned, that the challenges of the housing and sort of the growth, and especially due to the rezoning of lands from rural to residential, private plan changes, and the increasing number of consents for subdivision development, with housing numbers per site ranging from 2 to 200. And so that's in Waitara alone. So there's been a huge growth of activity. And one of the biggest challenges that we do have is the lack of initial consultation and engagement. And that's what I really want to focus on today, because it's been pretty poor. And with somebody mentioned about when do we get notified, well, that varies. And that sort of, it hasn't seemed to have been in the past at the resource consent stage. It's always been later. And it's always, a lot of our developers don't really want to know us, or they totally ignore us. And so it becomes an after effect, and you know, so before we get involved. And so we have various experiences from limited input to quite positive input, and depending on what stage that we are involved. And we found that if we're involved at the beginning, our relationships are a lot more positive and things seem to go quite smoothly. But then we have those ones who don't follow the rules, or they sort of follow their own rules and don't really want to listen to anybody else, and they sort of totally ignore us. And we have that. So we have sort of extremes of those who sort of come early and everything's smoothly, and then those ones who sort of, you know, use the word renegade, you know, sort of, and I think it makes huge challenges and a mockery of us as Tangata Whenua as well. And I guess some of the experience we've had is that we've had one developer who he started off and went off on his own, but then he did come back and consult with us. And it came to such a positive relationship because he wanted to engage with us. And with the constant and regular meeting, and he sort of face-to-face meetings with us and site visits, he then reconfigured his whole plan. And the development that he is developing is about 200. And so it also includes a tupuna awa, and he changed the whole plan where he allowed a reserve area to be established on the side of the awa. And the awa actually sort of goes right through his development, but then goes forward down to the coastal. crossing many and flowing through a lot of other subdivisions, which are now also sort of part of that process in sort of setting up the subdivision. So it's, and so we sort of, as hapu, and like every other hapu, encourage the early engagement. So a rapport and a positive relationship is developed. And also the developer also gets to have a better respect and better understanding of the cultural history of previous use of land, and they want to develop. This also includes in some instances water bodies, which the ecological and environmental effects and the possible impacts of potential development and effect on those ones potentially downstream as well. Additionally, effects include cultural values, interests and association with the area, and they've all been reflected in the cultural impact assessments. Now, for some reason, some developers seem to really object to having a cultural impact assessment completed, and they have various reasons, but then they have to then finally agree that they need to have one, and then the hapu then go forward to develop it. But it seems to be quite a barrier for them, and so it's sort of like, that's what I say, if they came in early, they would understand the rationale and the reason why, the importance of it. Regarding another development of one of our tupuna, our MPC ran two resource management processes, and concurrently a council mitigated plan change to rezone the land to residential in a subdivision. In our opinion, this did not result in good outcomes, and I think Commissioner Dash, you were part of that sort of hearing that we sort of had. And I guess the not good outcomes is degradation of the awa, road names which do not reflect tangata whenua, no cultural narrative, and discharge of stormwater directly into the awa. So that's my comment.
Did you want to ask questions of Patsy now, or listen to Donald first?
No, we'll just listen to Donald. Thank you.
I'm not even prepared. I just, I'm from Tangata, Motuara. A few years ago, had a photo magazine here called the Photo News, and had a photo there of the port taken from the air, and it says "Gateway to the World." And my brother said, "And we've been the doormat." I heard somebody say before something about the port of Namutu is my marae. That's where I'm from. So over the years, I think my mum and I were just sort of like humble sort of people. They don't want to say that, and they just sort of went along with the flow. We didn't have te reo Māori. We didn't have a whole lot of things. It's a bit like that, perhaps that, like that lost generation, or maybe if I can just coin the phrase. So, but over the years, I've been involved with Ngāti Tūri for about 40 years. And we used to be going around looking for documents, looking for maps and those sorts of things. And when I look at the, just in around the Motuara area, so or even say in New Plymouth, 75 power sites obliterated. How the hell did that happen? I was just taken on that. I did hear some really good things today. I love Restore. I want to acknowledge that. I don't think, we have opportunities to restore something. Well, I believe we have an opportunity to restore and part restore a couple of sites here in New Plymouth. Now, what I'm saying is that
what value would it bring to these people sitting here? I know what it means for me. And our neighbours next door at Taranaki, if we were able to restore one place, one parcel, and it's there. I'd like to put the top back on a wee bit, but I'm just mentioning Pukaka, Marsland Hill. You can just see the smile on the faces now. What would that mean to us? So whether it's sustainable or something, there's an opportunity. That's what I just sort of hear with this district plan. There's a great opportunity for us to move together forward. And it's going to be a while for the next one comes around. So hopefully it won't be around, but I don't know. But I'd love to, and I'd love to play a better part of that. So a lot of the things that people say, I support what the council staff are doing, support what the workers are doing. Go over here, she's been really in touch with us on what your topic sites and so on. It's been good. Now, I just those sort of things that, where is our real footprint? The walkway, where's the footprint? Where's the footprint on the walkway? I don't see it. I see a wind pond. I don't see nothing. But we don't, even to today, even up to today, I think Pukeariki landing, we might be over in a few things there, but there's nothing else. Not a damn thing. I think that sort of thing we've been sort of, for me, we've, I think someone made a quote one day that Mel is going to die, but he didn't. And I'm one of the ones who didn't die, or my people, one of them who didn't die. So we're still here. And I think just one of the two for me, especially, is is it possible for us to be at the conversation at the start, rather than get told, oh, this is what, those sorts of things like that. I wrote something down here about co-ownership of the district plan. Oh, not even co-ownership of the district plan. We want to have co-ownership. We'll have the discussion we had. It's just, I just hear a few things, and but for me, for the biggest thing, that thing is the one high forward. Our port company has and the relationship we have with them is not that good. Yet they were possibly the biggest impact on our hapu. Doesn't exist. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
So Sarah, you're going to present after this. Or Sarah. No, I think just listening to your experiences provides very important context to what Sarah's saying, and certainly Dion, your outline of what your Kiwi would like to achieve, being respected, being involved, having opportunities to be at the table. I think is certainly it's the way planning needs to be. The district plan can do so much, but it is a key document for the district, and it can set up processes which can improve things. So I think, I'll say it again, it's very important for us that we do hear directly from hapu members as experts in your field, and you've had experiences. Everyone, I think, around the table here wants to improve how things are done in the future. The district plan and how it's written and how it's set up is a key part of it. I'm certainly very heartened to hear the process that's been going on with my kaitiaki and the involvement in even the key parts of the plan as a starting point. And planning is a process, as Sarah knows. The plan is here, it's an ongoing evolution. So thank you very much for coming and talking to us and presenting that context. And we'll certainly work with the team here from your side, team here, and us through the process to just to hear and listen and see how we can help frame the plan. Do we have to go now, Sarah? Yeah.
I need to go.
Yeah.
Leon can read mine. So just to expand, so obviously, Patsy and Donald are here representing Manukuri and Ngāti Whiti. So we've got 6 other hapu.
Yes.
So obviously some of them couldn't make it today, but we've got submission points to lots of the chapters. So
we'll meet some other people,
yeah,
maybe. We can go.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, thank you for allowing us to present to the panel to you today. We acknowledge the mahi today and the ongoing mahi of the district planning team. And as Keith mentioned, also thanks to the hearings administrator. I've actually got Julie on speed dial. I had to, so she's been very, very nice about that. So just as mentioned, I'm just going to cover off a couple of things. I'm happy to answer any questions at the end. So during my time at Tiko Teitanga, I've seen the impacts of effects-based planning ideologies on the ability for ngā hapu o Te Atiawa and our whanaunga iwi and hapu within the district to engage, advise and influence resource management processes. As a result of these experiences in these processes, I understand the impact of poor engagement through particularly through plan making, resource consent and enforcement processes. Poor integration between regional and local authority functions, insufficient scope to consider the full effects of an activity. So I've just got a note, as mentioned by Sarah, Ms. Edwards yesterday, activities are mostly in the operative district plan are mostly restricted to controlled and restricted discretionary, with limited scope for tangata whenua participation. And also, I understand the impact of how those cultural values are provided for. As mentioned in my evidence, tangata whenua were engaged to inform the district plan review through the strategic reference group Ngā Kaitiaki. Through Ngā Kaitiaki, the plan making process has been very good, which in my opinion has contributed to the positive working relationship between tangata whenua and the district planning team. Also the collaboration between hapu and iwi as well, and the way that we've been able to pool our resources and our different expertise as well. Concurrent to the district plan review process, tangata whenua have continued to be engaged to inform other resource management processes. Some of these processes have demonstrated terrific outcomes and genuine partnership. Other experiences have not been as successful to date and highlight the need for those strategic directions to ensure a consistent process for all. Now I've got a note here and I can't read it. I think I've got a note about Commissioner Littlejohn had asked a question of Tane around notification. So in my experience with Tiko Teitanga, pre-application engagement has always been encouraged to resolve issues before they're submitted, and that's consistent with our with the Te Atiawa iwi management plan as well, Tai Whenua Tai Tangata Taia. But at this point in time, we're really restricted to receiving resource consent applications once they're submitted by way of statutory acknowledgement notification, and also in relation to sites and areas of significance to Māori. But that's where we're limited to at the moment. I'm happy to expand on that later if you need. My support or otherwise for the proposed strategic direction objectives wording in response to the section 42A reports as set out in my evidence. I do not intend to expand on this here, but wish to highlight the need to engage the expert advice of tangata whenua rather than a more traditional process of consultation. It is clear that those developments and uses which have benefited from cultural expertise have resulted in great outcomes. One of the things that has been raised during the course of the hearing is in relation to restoration of the environment, with some submitters suggesting restoration will be difficult to achieve. In my opinion, restoration can always be achieved. The scale of that restoration will be dependent on that policy direction. So the direction should provide, but not be limited to, those timescales in terms of providing that restoration, the ability to offset or compensate if restoration cannot be achieved, the requirement for complete descriptions of the existing environment to enable full and complete assessments of environmental effects to ensure better quality decisions, and the engagement of cultural expertise, rather than those externalities not being managed through a resource consent or other resource management process. We know that restoration and the requirement for a well-functioning urban environment are concepts through the NPSUD, NPS for freshwater management, so obviously the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, and specifically policy 5 of the NPS, it actually talks about restoration. And of course the recently released exposure draft of the Natural and Built Environments Bill, and the concept of Te Oranga o Te Taiao. As detailed in my evidence and mentioned by Marlene and Sean earlier, there are examples of landscape level restoration occurring within the new beneficial. A kōrero was had in relation to less stringent activity statuses being utilised to achieve the best outcome, noting that the best outcome must include addressing those issues of importance for tangata whenua and the process of providing for that. In my opinion, less stringent activity statuses can be achieved with appropriate policy direction and assessment criteria. I've just mentioned there an example of how that can be achieved is through the recent private plan change 49 for Waitara, Johnson Street in Waitara, where through the expert conferencing, we were able to, encourage a policy direction requiring the restoration of the Mangaiti stream, requiring that engagement of Mātauranga Māori among many other matters. So the resultant rule framework in that instance is a controlled activity, and I think that was a really good outcome for that particular provision, and the way that it talks back to the policy direction as well. Kōrero has been had around the use of qualifiers in the strategic directions, particularly within the context of urban development. Water bodies have become severely degraded through modification and discharge of stormwater. Those are just two examples, but in many instances, the piping of water bodies. So actually on a less Frederick Carrington for his maps of New Plymouth, which actually show where the location of water bodies were when he surveyed that back in the 1800s. So there's actually a water body, the map shows that there was a water body flowing underneath this building, which was obviously or subsequently being piped and filled and built over. So just an example. So this sits within the context of Te Mana o Te Wai and achieving safe swimmability as an example of restoration with one generation. My concern is qualifiers that enable the status quo with respect to matters such as water bodies that do not give effect to higher order planning documents. Of relevance to this was also the discussion around what is a high quality urban environment, planned character and planned outcomes. Again, these must benefit from the expertise of tangata whenua and Mātauranga Māori and give full consideration to the environment, including the preparation of design guides. Further to this, as mentioned through the hearing, words matter, words do matter, though the process of implementing them is equally as important. There is danger in having singular references in a plan, for example, Te Mana o Te Wai, where this is where there is no process or supporting framework for its implementation. This direction is important, particularly for the engagement of cultural expertise, specifically for plan users who have a poor track record of engaging. So I know this question is going to get asked as well, so I'll just front with that. So around Te Mana o Te Wai, so we're working to define that, I guess. So the Taranaki Regional Council regional freshwater plan is under review at the moment. So we have a working group, Wai Māori, which is made up of representatives from iwi and hapua across the entire Taranaki rohe. And so we've kind of taken a step back from that because we've realised that actually in determining what Te Mana o Te Wai looks like is that you have to understand the whakapapa of wai and the whakapapa of water to understand that hierarchy that's been given to us by the Crown. So we are working to define what Te Mana o Te Wai looks like for Te Atiawa. Sorry, the cultural experts are defining what that looks like. Yes, just to add that as well. So yesterday there was some kōrero had regarding the constraints of urban zone land, particularly residentially zoned land, and the opportunities for residential development. I consider this as an expectation versus reality issue. In my opinion, I do not see the likes of topography, sites and areas of significance to Māori, archaeology and water bodies as constraints, but rather examples of features which provide an opportunity for high quality urban environments and which respond to the existing environment. Our traditional development practices in New Plymouth, which have historically always been opposed by tangata whenua, are still proposed to be utilised in New Plymouth by developers today. Not to pick on anyone, I've just given a recent example that we're working through at the moment. So a proposed residential development on undulating land, and the developer's still proposing to pipe approximately 300 metres of stream and undertake extensive earthworks to create a flat site. The expectation is the applicant believes they can achieve approximately 70 allotments. In my opinion, the reality is that aside from needing to redesign the development, a reduction in allotments is required to achieve a quality living environment. Got a note here as well, front footing this. I do not consider there is able to be an explicit hierarchy in objectives. I do consider that there's an inherent priority as a result of the higher order planning documents. So, for example, Te Mana o Te Wai, which has a hierarchy, and the directive wording or active wording chosen in those in the outcome statements or the strategic directions. With regard to the regional policy statement for Taranaki, we note that the RPS is traditionally industry focused, as opposed to those concepts which have evolved to date. So for example, the NPS-UD, NPS freshwater management, and the proposed NPS for Indigenous biodiversity. Those concepts of restoration and the protection of the natural environment. As is maybe typically found in first generation plans, tangata whenua have our own lonely section in the RPS that is often forgotten about. Notwithstanding this, there are a number of objectives and policies which remain relevant to tangata whenua and the engagement of cultural expertise. However, there are also a number of policy gaps, particularly with the RPS having not been reviewed to reflect the higher order planning documents and the growth that has occurred within the New Plymouth district and the wider Taranaki region. The planning landscape is changing, it is evolving. There is a requirement for human relationships which give expression to physical development to change with this. In my opinion, Te Atiawa and Ngā Hapu or Te Atiawa have always sought to be engaged to inform and advise, with many barriers, including a lack of policy direction and poor implementation. To date, we have had to rely on willing applicants and innovative planning staff to make this change. No data.
Well, thank you for that. I'm sure you're going to get some questions with Marco. If I let Commissioner Hopton could start, then we'll, yeah, sure.
Well, thank you for that, because I think you've anticipated some of the questions. So I think you've answered in part. So I just have a more clarification. One is just that paragraph 20 of the evidence, and also paragraph 4 of your speaking notes. You talked about the plan making process has been good. I'll just walk through my question to some of the other Tangata representatives. What's been really good about it?
I think it's been genuine. There's been that genuine intent to learn as well, and appreciate where we're coming from. So through the operative district plan, just giving an example, so the recent private plan change at Waitara, we had to justify for a very long time that in-stream online stormwater management, we just could not support that. We just had to, we continue to have to justify and justify and justify. So I think with the district planning team and all that, you know, I had come on, I'd only been with Te Koteitanga for 2 months before the plan was notified. So my experience in that Kaitiaki had been really difficult, had been really limited. But I guess I've taken on board, you know, that advice from the hapu as well, that they've reflected that it's been an enjoyable experience, and it continues to be, because we're working to resolve some of our submission points still.
Just in regards to Tangata, you mentioned this in your paragraph 7, that concept and particular parts of it that you thought were quite useful to explain. That particular policy 5, and I think this will be a frustration for you, that relates to the implementation or the development of and implementation of the national objectives framework, which is a role that regional council is going to undertake. And so they'll do that work, and then there'll be the flow on effect into district plans with effect. So this was in regards to the restore particular part, because it's, and if communities choose to improve those environments, it's probably more of a frustration that yes, you're right, that will happen, but it'll flow through those particular documents.
I just add here as well, and that's that relationship between the regional and the local authorities. I think in my experience with working with the district planning team here and the consents team, is there's that willingness to want to work collaboratively. Utmost respect to the Plymouth Regional Council, I don't think it's very. And that's just through our experiences with the Tangata Regional Council. It's very them and us.
But just one question, can you just remind me again that it's the Tangata Whenua 8 strategic objective? And I just don't have it in front of me, and it was the wording that you had submitted. Because all the other ones you've clearly set out, and also in your conclusions, but that was just one that I wasn't absolutely sure about. This is one that's just provides mana enhancing connection for Latin Federal participate in engaged resource management processes and sets out all this, but I just couldn't put my finger on what was the actual proposed, which was different to what the section.
So the wording that we proposed was much lengthier than that.
Okay.
My understanding was that was the wording that was actually provided by Ngā Kaitiaki. That was the advice that was provided, so, you know, with our pole in the ground, that was what the submission of Te Taitanga was, that advice had been provided, and that's what we were interested in.
So that's fine.
And if I can just add this question. At my section 42A report on pages 14 and 15.
Which paragraph? Oh, I've got those ones there on.
Yeah.
It's about
It's under
75.
paragraph 75.
Yeah, those ones. That's those ones. Okay, thank you. That was all my questions. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you any questions, Ms. Marco, because I think you've covered most of it, but what would be really useful, and it's completely in your hands, is whether you could provide a colour track change version of the strategic directions, which reflect the changes that you're seeking, in a similar way to which Campbell did for Kainga, something I wish in hindsight I'd suggested to other witnesses would have been useful. It's as a visual type person, it's very easy to see what's been proposed in a separate document and compare them at a deliberation stage. So completely up to you. And in doing that, if you also want to reflect on whether some of the wording, such as in strategic objective NE4, about whether it reflects an outcome as opposed to a statement of fact, whether you think, I'm just thinking of Commissioner Littlejohn's question of a previous witness about the critical nature of a certain outcome as opposed to it being treated as a sort of as a goal, where you think it might be within the umbrella of your submission, obviously, whether there might be a better way of casting some of those objectives, particularly any four. That's completely in your hands on that.
Yep. We'll check our scope.
Yes.
That's another one to work on for the list. Strike it, but it's helpful. I think people who've worked with me before know that I quite often, just through the discussion, you need something else back. So having that from experts both ways is quite useful, but working within the process and the scope. I don't have any particular questions other than just interested in plan change 49, where I think Kelly, you sort of had to force your way into that process, made submissions. The developers there did take on board, I think, some really good ideas, and so that was one of the quite a successful process. But I think the lesson that you were telling us is that we had to push really hard, and it would have been easier if it would have been opened a little bit earlier. And this comes back to some of the processes around early involvement, how they might be able to be organised a bit better. We'll certainly talk with the council about that. They'll have their own ideas, I'm sure. Look, your evidence with Marco, and certainly the summary, the way you presented your opinion and as opinion evidence has been really excellent and very wise in terms of a number of the ways you've expressed things. So I really appreciate your help there. So I think after a long day, and the fact that we've parked the staff has probably been a good thing as Edwards. Otherwise, we would have been really feeling a bit pressured. And I felt it's been quite important this afternoon to have some good time together to have some discussions, some presentations. This is an inquiry style, we do is conversation style process, and you'll see that from us as we go through the plan. And it's very good. So thank you very much for attending. Anaru is probably going to know who's pointing to someone else.
Oh, can I just have one thing around that, that comment around that early engagement? So we actually had a discussion about it just before we spoke. So I guess and not to reflect on it negatively, but a lot of the time, the development community, the applicants will make comment of our lack of capacity. And I'm not trying to reflect on that. We're more than capable. We're more than capable. So, you know, we have to walk in two worlds. So just you know, that those plan users to just come into our world, that it does. You don't have to fully understand Te Ao Māori, but trust us. Well, not even trust us. Just this is our expert opinion. This is our expert advice. Take it on board, and it won't take 10 months. So that early engagement is really critical, I think.
Yes, so before we do finish, I did mention earlier in the day, I think most of you were here, we'll issue a minute about the next process, which I explained in words. That will be tomorrow, by the time we can get together. So put it together, it's about confirming timeframes for coming back and hearing back the response from the staff, which is a really important part of the process. So I will issue a minute, we'll get that out somehow tomorrow between us, Julie. So that's good reminder. Thank you, Commissioner McMahon.
Tō tātou, huri nui tō tātou nei whare, nei ratu mihi kia koutou, ngā komi, ngā kaiwaka wā. O tira ki a tātou ko hui mai nei te ahi mō tātou kaha, mō te whakaro kua puta nei tēnera. Nō reira maku whakakapi tō tātou hui, i te karakia, nō reira unuhia, i te urutapu nui kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tīnana, te wairu i takatū. Koe rā e rongo kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. Ai mai. Everybody.
Yes, 12 minutes, Sarah.